Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 663, Warning to the World. Just imagine, when the country was founded, even a group of god kings came to celebrate, as well as many different races of the 9 worlds. The immortal emperor of that generation came as well. Even the founding of an imperial lineage would not enjoy such grand treatment. Because of the giant bamboo country's mysterious origin, it became a real forbidden ground to many grand characters, giving it generations of peace. The truly invincible people were not willing to invade the country, while ordinary characters couldn't cause any big trouble, so the giant bamboo rarely had to take action in the past millions of years. Thus, the world had forgotten that the giant bamboo was an actual divine guardian and instead only saw it as part of the beautiful landscape. But today, the giant bamboo had taken action and immediately shocked the world by slaying virtuous paragons and massacring heavenly kings as if it was nothing. As the blood flowed down the street, the heavy stench permeated throughout its corners without dissipating. The smell just lingered in everyone's noses, making them nauseous. Bleg, the moment they regained their thoughts, many people threw up non-stop, almost spitting out all the contents within their stomachs. Those who were more cowardly dropped to the ground and defecated their own pants since they were scared out of their wits. Others were frightened and paled. This was a virtuous paragon, but he died just like that. Moreover, an alchemy clan that had stood strong for generations was immediately destroyed. Even with the protection of another paragon, it couldn't escape its fate. The 18 monarchs were completely aghast as well. This scene was too terrorizing. What a pity. At this time, Wuxia was still sitting in his armchair, feeling at home, as he said, "I love peace and didn't want the fires of war to reach this place, but unfortunately, a few people needed their blood to wash this land before understanding this simple logic." Having said that, Wuxia gently blew on the bamboo leaf in his palm. It slowly floated up into the air and went back to the bamboo tree. It was still as green and pretty as before. At this time, this leaf didn't resemble a murderous weapon that had killed many heavenly kings at all. It was no different from an ordinary leaf. Many couldn't help but lift their heads to look at the giant bamboo in the sky amidst the clouds. Amidst the gentle breeze, the bamboo leaves slightly fluttered, causing tiny rustling sounds that were quite difficult to hear. Anyone who saw the giant bamboo now had a respectful and awestruck demeanor. No one dared to harbor even the tiniest bit of disdain, since they all understood, right now, that this giant bamboo was not a simple tree, it was an invincible deity. Before anyone knew it, some even got down on their knees and stared at the giant bamboo with great piety in their eyes. Wuxia's eyes slowly drifted towards the spectators as he slowly said, "The giant bamboo country is a peaceful town for its inhabitants to settle and have a good life. Even I don't want to dye this land red with blood, but if anyone dares to offend the country, I don't mind painting this land red, painting the entire stone medicine world red, or even the entire 9 worlds red. No one will be forgiven for breaking the tranquility of the giant bamboo country. This is an ironclad rule that has never changed throughout the eras, no matter whether it is the past, the present, or the future." Wuxia's remark was very light and calm, but it contained a bloody and ruthless warning. These words were not only meant to warn the people here, they also served as a deterrent to the slumbering giants beneath the stone medicine world. The inviolability of the giant bamboo country was an ironclad rule. After many generations had passed, even if Wuxia didn't come back to take a look at the country, he would still be concerned about it. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. At this time, no one dared to utter a sound. Before, they would think that Wuxia was mentally ill, but now, they understood that this wasn't the case. In his eyes, the Qing clan and the Huangfu clan were not worth mentioning as a source of trouble. Even Madame Ziyan, who was next to him, was shaken. In fact, she was even more shaken than the others because she knew that Wuxia could communicate or even command the giant bamboo tree. How could she not be astonished by this matter? For millions of years, the only person who could communicate with the tree was their progenitor. While many people were still stunned, Li Qiye clapped and said, "Very well, it is now over. Hang them by the wall so that everyone can see the fate of those who provoke our giant bamboo country." With that, he turned around and left. In everyone's view, Li Qiye seemed to have only done a trivial matter. This was killing a virtuous paragon and destroying a clan. But he didn't even bat an eyelash. Even great characters had to shudder after seeing Li Qiye's attitude because they understood one thing: this unknown kid before them was definitely a ruthless character, a killer who committed murder without batting an eyelash. The 18 monarchs quickly escorted Li Qiye back to the palace. Of course, they were astounded by him as well. Back when Li Qiye said he wanted to kill the Huangfu ancestor, they all felt that Li Qiye was acting unreasonably. But now, everything happened just like he had said, so how could they not be shocked? At this time, they found Li Qiye to be unfathomable and enigmatic. On the same day, the giant bamboo country released a message: the Qing clan had been destroyed with its ancestral ground completely demolished. All of its heritages had been turned into ashes. Although its young and old were still alive, with all the former destroyed, the Qing clan was finished. From now on, it would be no more in the giant bamboo country. The survivors left the country overnight and disappeared from the world from then on. Prior to this, rumors were spreading everywhere throughout the country. Some lords became quite fickle to the point of dispatching troops, but in just one day, the entire country became silent again, and all the rumors instantly disappeared. The once ambitious lords received news from the capital and shuddered. They instantly sat down with pale expressions as cold sweat ran down their backs. Meanwhile, the sects who took no action found themselves fortunate and were glad that they didn't blindly join in. Otherwise, their end could be easily envisioned. At night time, a group of old men with gray hair all kneeled outside of the palace. Some of them were the heads of their sects while others were high elders and seniors. These were all members of the sects who had voiced their support for the Qing clan. All of them had great status. After these sects received the news from the capital, they were paralyzed. Once they calmed down, these sect masters and senior members all ran to the capital to beg for forgiveness. How could they dare to retaliate? The result of the Qing clan was clear for all to see. An alchemy clan that stood strong for generations disappeared so easily. Even an existence like the Pill King was killed, so sects like them were even more negligible. Thus, the sect's masters and senior members could only prostrate within the capital. As long as this could protect their sects and heritages, they were willing to do so even at the expense of their own life. In one night, the chaotic unrest and rumors were instantly quelled. No sect or cultivator dared to do anything reckless. This was the result Li Qiye wanted: to use a ruthless method to deter the ambitious individuals. He would kill the chickens to warn the monkeys and instantly stop those with mischievous thoughts. As the night curtain fell, Madame Ziyan asked Li Qiye, "Many sects masters and seniors are prostrating outside, ready to accept their punishment. How will you deal with them?" At this moment, the 18 monarchs were respectful before Li Qiye. They looked at him with eyes full of awe and fear. "Let them kneel, then you can deal with them however you want." Li Qiye answered nonchalantly, "I am not the royal lord, you are, thus, you are in charge of this matter." The madam couldn't help but softly sigh after looking at Li Qiye. In her heart, she knew that Li Qiye would not stay at the giant bamboo country. Another way to put it would be that there was nothing here that could hold him back. "Why is it that you don't want to stay here?" the madam gently asked Li Qiye. She was willing to immediately abdicate if Li Qiye wanted to stay. Li Qiye met her gaze and, after a while, he looked away towards the distance and slowly said, "I am a mass murderer. The lands trodden by me are destined to be paved with dry bones. With me here, the stench of blood will eventually permeate the air. This is a peaceful land, so I won't involve it with scenes of carnage." The madam became quiet. Li Qiye had said similar words before. After a while, She lifted her head again since she couldn't help but ask, "Why did you pick the giant bamboo country? What did you come here for?" She knew that Wuxia's visit was not a simple coincidence. However, she didn't think that he was here for their treasure since there was nothing here that could tempt him. Regarding this question, Wuxia only smiled and didn't answer. He continued to quietly look at the horizon for a long time. Of course, he couldn't tell her his secrets. After a while, he gently sighed and lamented the ongoing vicissitudes of time. He eventually turned to look at her and asked, "Why must you participate in this conference?" The madam didn't hide it and revealed the reason. "There is one item that I really need from this alchemy conference. It is crucial for me to break through to the virtuous paragon realm. You are a violet bamboo that took form with the Tao, so it could be said that your roots are quite amazing and rare. Your talents are very high and, with such a great Tao origin, you should have soared to the heavens easily. If I am not mistaken, before you took form, you suffered a lightning tribulation, so your Tao origin had been harmed. Although the wound is now gone, it is difficult for you to continue to take the next step, thus you need a heavenly treasure, correct?" Wuxia slowly said while looking at her. Just imagine, when the country was founded, even a group of god kings came to celebrate as well as many different races of the 9 worlds. The immortal emperor of that generation came as well. Even the founding of an imperial lineage would not enjoy such great treatment. Because of the giant bamboo country's mysterious origin, it became a real forbidden ground to many grand characters, giving it generations of peace. The truly invincible people were not willing to invade the country while ordinary characters couldn't cause any big trouble, so the giant bamboo rarely had to take action in the past millions of years. Thus, the world had forgotten that the giant bamboo was an actual divine guardian and instead only saw it as part of the beautiful landscape. But today, the giant bamboo had taken action and immediately shocked the world by slaying virtuous paragons and massacring heavenly kings as if it was nothing. As the blood flowed down the street, the heavy stench permeated throughout its corners without dissipating. The smell just lingered in everyone's noses, making them nauseous. Chapter 664, Huangfu clan's countermeasure. His words caused the madam's face to greatly change. This could be said to be a secret of the country, a secret that very few people knew about. Even those who were privy to this wouldn't reveal this secret, but Wuxia knew it so well. The madam took a deep breath. She had slowly grown accustomed to Wuxia's tendency of bringing about surprises. After thinking about it, she realized that ointments for recovery were part of the alchemy Tao, and with his great skill, he should be able to see through her past injury. This should come as no surprise. She wryly smiled and gently nodded to say, "Yes, this is true, I have suffered from a lightning tribulation before." At this point, she sighed again and continued, "The giant bamboo country has not produced a virtuous paragon for several generations. Our ancestor is sealed inside blood era stones, and his situation is not looking too optimistic as his blood energy has withered. We don't know how long he will be able to last underground. Thus, in this generation, I yearn to reach the virtuous paragon realm to contribute to the country. For tens of millions of years, many ancestors and invincible existences were entombed in blood era stones and buried underground. However, many of them still eventually died inside these stones. Although the stones could cover someone for a long time, they were not a cure-all remedy. As time went by, even those within the stones would slowly lose their vitality, and this loss would add up over the years. This was especially true for the ancestors whose lifespans had already depleted. It was even harder for them to persevere. Because of this situation, the near-death ancestors didn't want to come into being because the next time they came out would signal their demise. Wuxia gave her a look before lightly saying, "Don't worry, I will get you the item you want since I'll be personally going to the Alchemy Kingdom's alchemy conference." He narrowed his eyes after finishing this sentence. The madam gently nodded without commenting. Inside the Huangfu clan, its clan master had received the news from the giant bamboo country, resulting in his sudden exclamation, "What?" He fell down on his chair after listening to this news. The elders that were present all glanced at each other with ugly expressions plastered on their faces. Some were full of anger while others showed shock. An elder couldn't help but angrily shout, "The giant bamboo country is going too far. First they harmed Hauer, and now they even killed our ancestor. This shall be an irreconcilable blood feud." After a while, the clan master calmed down and took a deep breath before speaking in a grave manner to the elders. "This is a great humiliation to our clan. Do you elders have any opinions on this?" The shocked and angered elders naturally found it hard to let this go, unless they were able to obtain their vengeance. Their clan had always thought highly of itself. It was an alchemy clan, and although they had never produced an alchemy emperor, their Tao of alchemy could be said to have branched off from the alchemy kingdom. Their alchemy skill was not something clans like the previous Qing clan could compare to. What made them even more proud was that their clan had been in-laws with the alchemy kingdom for several generations, winning them a pivotal position in the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. As the old saying goes, even if you don't care for the monk, you still have to give Buddha some consideration. Thus, many great powers were very supportive of the Huangfu clan within the alchemy realm. This only further fueled their pride. From their perspective, no one in this realm would dare to provoke them, but now, not only did the giant bamboo country harm their descendant, they actually killed their ancestor as well. How could they not be furious? However, despite their enraged state, they didn't lose their rationality. The ancestor who went to the giant bamboo country was their youngest ancestor, but still, he was now a dead virtuous paragon. Perhaps we should invite 3 ancestors to come out. One high elder mused. This raised some thoughts from the other elders because this would be their strongest force. These 3 ancestors were all they had left, and they had been sealed for a very long time now. The giant bamboo country is unreasonable and vicious. They are promoting wanton killing of friends. Perhaps, we need to ask the alchemy kingdom to come and uphold justice. Another elder suggested. Such a proposal was not instantly accepted in the minds of the elders and the clan master. Although they were in-laws with the alchemy kingdom, their marriage partners had only been prefecture monarchs. It was still difficult for them to meet the main branch of the alchemy kingdom, or what outsiders referred to as the imperial family. They all knew that inviting the alchemy kingdom was not an easy task. Clan master can try to find the world pillar monarch. If the monarch is willing to help, then maybe we will be able to ask the alchemy kingdom to represent us. A high elder said, the giant bamboo country might have a guardian deity, but so what? As long as the alchemy kingdom is willing to show up, even a god king would not mess with them. This idea is not bad. The clan master couldn't help but ponder. The world pillar monarch was the ruler of a prefecture within the alchemy kingdom. He had married a daughter from the Huangfu clan, so he had a deep relationship with the clan. In this generation, the string that connected the Huangfu clan and the alchemy kingdom was this very world pillar monarch. As one of the oldest lineages, the alchemy kingdom was a behemoth in this world. However, for a sect with 3 immortal emperors and 4 alchemy emperors, they had always maintained a low profile, especially the imperial family. Outsiders rarely saw its members, including the Huangfu clan who had ties with the kingdom for generations. It was still prohibitively difficult to meet royal members, even for the Huangfu clan. Clan master, this plan is feasible. Another high elder stated, the world pillar monarch is a young prodigy in the kingdom with great contributions. He is highly valued by the upper echelons. If the monarch is willing to speak for us on top of our relationship with Fairy Ming, then we still have hope of convincing the alchemy kingdom. That's right, clan master, Fairy Ming is somewhat related to us, so it will be even better if we can meet her. Another high elder couldn't help but add. After being advised by the elders, it would be false to say that the clan master was not tempted. He definitely couldn't swallow this anger. Such a feud was a great humiliation to them. As the ruler of the clan, if he couldn't wash away this shame, then he would be stricken with guilt. However, he was still not convinced since he was different from the high elders who were usually in isolated seclusion. He was responsible for communicating with the great powers, especially the Alchemy Kingdom. He was very clear about their relationship with the Alchemy Kingdom. Although the Alchemy Kingdom's descendant, Fairy Ming, was related to the Huangfu clan, in reality, the relationship was very distant and spanned across several generations. In fact, he himself had only seen Fairy Ming once. This was back when she still had yet to become the main descendant of the Alchemy Kingdom. When she eventually obtained this position, using the Huangfu clan's thin relationship to arrange a meeting was harder than reaching the heavens. The truth was that he and the entire clan had always tried to use this relationship as a vantage point. If Fairy Ming herself accepted this relation, then their Huangfu clan would be able to climb up high and gain a great backing. The problem was that they had never been able to do so. He had tried to meet Ming Yeshua several times before to no avail. The reason why Huangfu Hao spent a great sum in an attempt to buy that heavenly cauldron was so that he could use this item to build on that thin connection. Clan Master, even though it is very difficult to meet the imperial family, we do have such ties with Fairy Ming. We just need to prepare and have the World Pillar Monarch pave the way for us. It is still possible. Many elders strongly endorsed this plan. The clan master took a deep breath and became determined. No matter what, they must communicate with the Alchemy Kingdom. Very well, I will personally take a trip to the Alchemy Kingdom to get revenge for our ancestor, he said gravely. Another high elder contemplated for a moment before speaking. The giant bamboo country has a divine guardian, so if we want to fight them in the future, shouldn't we ask for Sacred Ancestor Gu's permission? Sacred Ancestor Gu was one of the 3 fortunate ancestors of the Huangfu clan that remained. He was the oldest and also the strongest one. The Huangfu clan master nodded and said in a formal tone, I will go visit Sacred Ancestor Gu and ask for his opinion. There is no need to come see me, I already know what happened. At this time, a deep and hoarse voice appeared inside the room. Although they couldn't see the person, the voice itself was full of authority. Sacred Ancestor Gu. After hearing this voice, everyone in the room instantly prostrated. The old voice continued, I have understood the current situation after listening. The clan master can go to the Alchemy Kingdom and not to convince the Alchemy Kingdom to represent us, but to build on this relationship instead. If we are backed by its imperial family, nothing could be better for our clan than this. This disciple understands. The prostrating Huangfu clan master complied. However, one thing is forbidden. The old voice said, all Huangfu disciples are forbidden to step inside the giant bamboo country for revenge, not a single step. If anyone disobeys, expel them from the clan. The words from the ancestor left the elders present in shock. They didn't know why their ancestor would say such a thing. But, ancestor, the clan master was dumbfounded by this. Their descendant almost died in the giant bamboo country, and they also lost one ancestor, 3 high elders, 5 elders, and numerous experts. It was simply impossible to tell them to let go of this enmity. This is my decree, no one is exempt from this. The old voice sounded, no one dared to oppose his prestige. Yes, although the clan master was unwilling, he still decided to follow Sacred Ancestor Gu's command. Chapter 665, Leisurely Cultivation. I know all of you are feeling indignant. The old voice spoke, but there is no other way about it. The giant bamboo country is not considered strong, so even if they are listed amongst the first-rate powers, it would still be at the bottom. However, in the minds of all the great existences, it is a forbidden zone in our stone medicine world. Forbidden zone? All the elders were stunned since this was their first time hearing this. The clan master couldn't help but ask, why is that? Don't ask me for I do not know either. In short, it is a forbidden zone. If this wasn't so, Then why does that country occupy a huge amount of worldly energy from the entire elegant azure grand vein, and no one has ever dared to object to this since the ancient times? The voice of the sacred ancestor continued, even the alchemy kingdom would not easily step into the giant bamboo country. Their 100-grass alchemy emperor had once coveted the immortal nectar, but even he didn't dare to try and seize it. After hearing this, all the elders became confused. Could it be that this little country had something that even the alchemy kingdom was wary of? Is it because of their divine guardian? The clan master asked. The ancestor's voice answered, I'm afraid no one knows. At least, I don't. In short, don't think about attacking the giant bamboo country. That peaceful land is a forbidden zone, breaking its tranquility will only invite a disaster. The elders and clan master became silent. Since their sacred ancestor Gu had said so, they didn't bring it up again. But the blood of our Huangfu clan will not be spilled in vain. The ancestor spoke again in a grave tone. Clan master said that this whole matter is because of a junior named Wuxia. That's fine then, death will be repaid with one's life. Use his blood to wash away this humiliation. Do not step inside the giant bamboo country. Wait until this junior leaves, then take your time to deal with him. Let the people of this world know that those who oppose our Huangfu clan will not have a good end. The clan master bowed and said, This disciple understands. Bring Hauer here, I will treat him. At this time, the voice spoke again. The clan master became ecstatic. Their sacred ancestor Gu not only had a profound cultivation, he was also an amazing alchemist. With his help, their Hauer would definitely be fine. At this time, the giant bamboo country was completely quiet. The Qing clan had been destroyed, and those who supported them accepted their sentence one by one. The imperial court was just as unshakable as before, perhaps it was even more stable after this event. The giant bamboo tree inside the capital became even more awe-inspiring as well. At this moment, anyone who entered the capital and looked up into the clouds to see the giant bamboo would carry a sense of respect in their heart. There were even those who bowed and prayed for the tree to protect their homes and families. After slaughtering the Huangfu ancestor along with numerous experts, Wuxia wasn't asked to take care of any matters of the giant bamboo country. All the work had been handed over to Madame Ziyan. She was still the ruler just like before, taking care of the big picture. In fact, she and the 18 monarchs truly wanted Wuxia to stay and even take the position of royal lord, but Wuxia had no intention of doing so. Because of this, they didn't dare to bring it up again. Wuxia remained in the palace and had never stepped outside, he only cultivated behind closed doors. He painstakingly trained and, with his effort, his cultivation advancement speed was quite ideal. For cultivators, the heavenly sovereign realm was very important since this was the realm where one communicated with the Grand Tao to derive their own profundities. This was to build a great foundation for becoming a heavenly king or even a virtuous paragon in the future. Only by truly communicating with the Tao and deriving its mysteries would one be able to reach the sublime culmination. From doing so, one would be able to go even further in the virtuous paragon realm and create their own grand Tao that belonged to them alone. Communicating with the Tao and deriving its mysteries was a piece of cake for Wuxia. No one in this world was more versed than him with regards to understanding the Tao and deriving the mysteries to its ultimate state. Of course, this was needless to say. Wuxia had 13 fate palaces, the one and only person to achieve this. The 13th palace loomed above the high heavens and encompassed myriad laws. With such an unparalleled advantage, these issues were trivial to him. Despite that being the case, Wuxia still calmly cultivated step by step and derived each merit law and grand Tao to its ultimate evolution, then he went one step further. It could be said that Wuxia was polishing all of his merit laws and techniques that were already outstanding to begin with. Under such training, even the most common art in his arsenal became incomparably enigmatic. A single gesture was enough to incite harmonization with the grand Tao and myriad laws. Outside of Tao cultivation and strengthening his foundation, Li Qiye used his spare time to refine his world seal. At this moment, his true fate treasure had taken form, so it needed even more blood energy and grooming from the Tao. During this period where he had nothing else to do, Li Qiye would take out the stone left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia for a look. At other times, he would think about the other treasures. For example, the item taken out from inside the alchemy fowl. Speaking of the alchemy fowl, it was very comfortable and free. It could even be said that it loved Li Qiye's alchemy field to death. This alchemy field housed the ancestor ginseng, the reincarnation heavenly soul vine, the immortal injury peony. All kinds of great immortal medicines. To the chicken, these were the medicines that it loved the most. It easily considered itself as the guardian of the field and took care of prepping the soil, watering, fertilizing, and catching insects. Of course, the fertilizer was its urine and stool. Although Li Qiye's alchemy field was indeed extraordinary, the alchemy fowl was born for the Tao of alchemy. Its excrement was the best fertilizer, even for immortal medicines. Because of this, the chicken was very welcomed in the alchemy field. Each of the immortal medicines really liked having it around. Its hard effort eventually bore fruit. Since it was born for the Tao of alchemy, it was the best medium for medicinal effects, so by staying in this field, it was nourished by the immortal medicines, causing its cultivation to become even stronger. Its body also underwent an innate change. At the same time, when its body was improving, it could do an even better job of benefiting the alchemy field. Li Qiye had too many treasures, so he didn't spend too much energy on cultivating these immortal medicines. The chicken watching the alchemy field in his stead saved him a lot of work, removing some stress from his agenda. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye had stayed at the giant bamboo country for almost half a year, and the Alchemy Kingdom's conference was approaching. One day, Madame Ziyan came to see Li Qiye and said, "The conference is almost here. I plan on going to the conference after the birthday celebration of the Alpine Tree Father." Alpine Tree Father? Li Qiye paused for a moment after hearing this. He then looked at the madam and said, "Is the Alpine Tree Father you speak of the old man from the Alpine Grand Vein?" "Yes, the Tree Father from the Alpine Grand Vein." Madame Ziyan hurriedly responded, "His 500,000th birthday is coming up soon. At the moment, all the great powers and even emperors' lineages from the grand realms will send people there to pay respects. Our giant bamboo country was also invited, so I plan to personally go to express our good wishes." Li Qiye couldn't help but recall a few things after the madam brought it up, so he murmured and chuckled to himself, "The old geezer from the Alpine Mountain Young noble knows the Alpine Tree Father?" The madam couldn't help but ask after noticing Li Qiye's expression. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer this question. Instead, he said, 500,000 years, truly difficult. This world is quite merciless after all. 500,000 years definitely deserved a grand birthday milestone. Although there were many existences in this world that had survived since the ancient times, these existences were all entombed in blood-era stones underground. This type of cultivator couldn't be considered to be alive. Even if one was sealed for 1,000,000 years, this didn't mean that they were 1,000,000 years old. Their real age would be counted by the time they actually spent in this world. 500,000 years was absolutely a very old age. Although cultivators could live even longer, for the majority, living for 100,000 years was already extremely difficult, let alone 500,000 years. In fact, even a god king wouldn't live to his 500,000-year birthday. It could even be stated that in the 9 worlds, not even immortal emperors could live that long. Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "This is indeed the case. In the stone medicine world, outside of our giant bamboo divine guardian, I believe no one else is older than the Alpine Tree Father. The Alpine Tree Father and our Divine Guardian are known as the two great demon forefathers of the stone medicine world. That would be incorrect. Wuxia smiled and gently shook his head to say, our giant bamboo is not a demon forefather. The madam was taken aback for a bit and said, not a demon forefather? Our Divine Guardian has been called a deity, so it must have reached the Tao. Besides, I'm afraid no one in the stone medicine world has lived longer than our Divine Guardian. Do you know what defines a demon? Wuxia explained with a smile, a demon obtains intelligence from the Tao, but the giant bamboo has yet to achieve this. These words frightened the madam. She had always thought that the giant bamboo tree had become a demon, especially after its actions this time around. The recent events strengthened her belief that it had reached the apex and become a god king. Now, Wuxia's response took her by complete surprise. She couldn't help but ask in a daze, our Divine Guardian didn't become a demon? For an existence like the giant bamboo, becoming a demon was an easy thing, but it didn't become one. This was truly a cause of bewilderment. No. To be exact, it is still just a green bamboo tree. Of course, you can also call it an immortal bamboo or divine bamboo, but it absolutely is not a demon. Wuxia responded. Chapter 666, Mysterious Carriage. This prompted the madam's inquiry, why is it that our Divine Guardian chose not to become a demon? For plants, birds, and animals, as long as there was an opportunity, they would immediately turn into a demon and obtain intelligence. This was their ultimate pursuit. Why should it turn into a demon? Wuxia replied with a grin, wisdom is not necessarily a good thing. Whether you are human or demon, there is too much trouble and sadness, too much responsibility as one gains strength. Even immortal emperors have moments of weakness and fatigue. At this point, he couldn't help but gently sigh. The madam noticed his expression and was jolted for a moment. Looking at his countenance that seemed to be worn out by the vicissitudes of time, she felt an unexplainable pain in her heart. She gently reached out and took his hand while gazing at him with her most tender and sincere pair of eyes to soothe him. Finally, Wuxia smiled and gently raised her alluring chin. She looked back at him quietly with her eyes as gentle as water. He eventually smiled and withdrew his hand before letting out a faint smile. What is so bad about being a bamboo tree? Shouldering the 9 heavens while looking down on everything. Hundreds of thousands of years would simply be a snap of the fingers to it. Madame Ziyan was startled. She was initially a violet bamboo, so after hearing this, she couldn't help but have an inexplicable feeling. Back when she was still a bamboo, she was cultivated by the country. After she gained the slightest bit of sentience, she yearned to become a demon. Her congenital conditions were quite favorable due to the giant bamboo country's cultivation. After she gained intelligence, she kept on cultivating hard, aspiring for the day where she could reach the Tao. The high heavens didn't let her down, and eventually, after 20 or 30 years, she finally became a demon. But now, after Wuxia said those words, she couldn't help but recall the days when she was still a violet bamboo. Inadvertently, she became lost in thought. After a while, her mind returned and she couldn't help but wryly smile. She shook her head and didn't want to think about this matter. After I leave, the demon monarchs will be under your command. Madame Ziyan said, for the Alpine Tree Father's birthday milestone, the entire stone medicine world will go to celebrate, so I'm afraid it will last for a while. No. Wuxia interrupted her and gently shook his head to say, you don't have to leave the national affairs to me, just leave it to the monarchs. I also intend to leave. He had spent a long time waiting at the giant bamboo country, and Shihao had finally settled in. If it wasn't for the alchemy conference, he would have left already. Young noble wants to leave? The madam was frightened after hearing his wish. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh and say, you don't need to be so alarmed. I already promised to attend the alchemy conference, so I will go. I have a place I want to visit and I also have a few things to do. You can go to the birthday milestone. After I'm done with my business, I will take a trip to the Alpine mountain as well." The madam let out a sigh of relief after hearing Li Qie. She was still very unwilling regarding Li Qie's departure, but she knew that she couldn't prevent him from leaving. "In that case, after we meet each other, we can go straight to the Alchemy Kingdom. We should have plenty of time to go to the conference after the birthday celebration." Madame Ziyan told him of her decision. "Not necessarily, maybe we will be very busy after entering the Alchemy Kingdom." Having said that, Li Qie revealed a smile with narrowed eyes. Right now, the madam knew a bit about Li Qie. She couldn't help but feel a bit jumpy after seeing Li Qie narrowing his eyes. "Young noble, don't tell me," the madam was indeed feeling nervous. In short, she was very disturbed after seeing his expression and felt that something big would happen. Li Qie smiled after noticing her anxiety. With a glance, he said, "Don't worry, I do have a sense of propriety." The madam paused for a moment before whispering, "Young noble, although the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family rarely shows itself, their power is unimaginable." She had always felt that Li Qie's trip to the Alchemy Kingdom could herald a bloody mess, so she couldn't help but worry for him. In the end, they would be facing the behemoth that is the Alchemy Kingdom. "I know that." Li Qie smiled and said, "I'm going to the Alchemy Kingdom for the conference, not to kill people. Of course, if people don't mess with me, then I won't mess with them." Madame Ziyan sighed softly. She could only pray that those other people would grow a pair of eyes. Otherwise, some would die miserable deaths. In the end, Li Qie was the first to leave the giant bamboo country. Madame Ziyan still had a lot to do before leaving for the birthday celebration, unlike Li Qie who could leave as he pleased. Li Qie left the capital and after deciding on a direction, he immediately soared into the sky. However, as he was not in a hurry, he would frequently stop. Sometimes, he decided to cross over rivers or stop at a solitary peak. Sometimes, he stopped in a small village to take a break. As he traveled towards his destination, he passed by a few places and couldn't help but recall the past. In the beginning, there were no problems at all. However, after a few days, Li Qie noticed that there was a carriage right behind him. There was nothing special about this carriage. At a glance, it seemed to be very common, and the curtains were closed so no one could see who was inside. The driver was a very old woman. Her hair was gray and her face was covered with wrinkles. This old woman had average looks as well. However, from her tidy clothing, it was clear that her master was not a nobody. She sat on the carriage as her whip gently met the back of the horse. Her head was hanging loose as if she was fairly drowsy. This carriage had not been following Li Qie the entire time in the last 2 days. Sometimes, it was not able to keep up, but after some time, it once again appeared behind Li Qie. If it was only 1 or 2 days, then perhaps they were going towards the same destination. However, after 2 days, it still continued to appear behind him. Although Li Qie had always been calm like the water in a well and didn't even bother glancing at the carriage behind him, one must keep in mind that despite his numerous stops, when he was moving, his speed was extremely frightening and even faster than many flying treasures. It didn't matter if he moved fast or slow, the carriage always followed behind him. This was impossible for an ordinary carriage. Of course, Li Qie's courage stemmed from his skill, so even if the carriage was purposely following him, he was not the least bit afraid. He also didn't care about this horse-drawn carriage. But after the 6th day, this carriage began to appear in front of Li Qie. It was no longer following him but was speeding ahead. Oddly enough, it seemed to know where Li Qie wanted to go. Along the trip, Li Qie was still taking breaks, and no matter where he chose to go, the carriage would appear before him time and time again. Whether it was in front or behind him, Li Qie continued to ignore it. The same could be said for the carriage's master. Despite their close proximity, the master didn't bother Wuxia and maintained a distance between the two of them. This situation continued for some time until Wuxia entered Celestial Peak Mountain. The carriage then disappeared and never showed up again. As he entered this mountain range, a gust of cool air blew into his face. This was a desolate place with many rolling mountain ranges and tall trees that had old vines coiled around them. There were many wolf packs and eagles flying in the sky. After taking a look, no signs of humans could be found in this land. Wuxia emotionally said after entering this mountain range, Celestial Peak. Although the Celestial Peak was not one of the 8 grand veins of the stone medicine world, it was still quite large and spanned over 100,000 miles across a vast expanse of different sceneries. Despite its immense size, there were very few sects here. Even if there were some sects, they would be outside of the mountain range. However, a very long time ago, there was an extremely huge lineage in this place. Moreover, it was established by humans. Because of this, a legend once told that this was the gathering place of humans in the stone medicine world. Wuxia became a bit emotional after seeing the rolling hills and lush trees inside the Celestial Peak. Who would have known that this beautiful and majestic landscape ahead used to be an ancient battlefield? An epic war had taken place here as blood flowed like rivers and mountains were made of corpses. It could even be said that many ominous things had happened here until an invincible god-king of the human race took over and established his lineage. After a long period of change, this place finally became magnificent, as one could see before them in present times. Future generations were unaware that this once invincible god-king was a brave general under the Dark Crow, a general that had once swept through this world. They didn't know that a great war against the ancient Ming took place here. In this war, the most powerful sector of the ancient Ming during its era was wiped out in one fell swoop in the stone medicine world. They didn't know that because of this victory, there was the stone medicine world that everyone came to know of today. Without this victory, the masters of the current stone medicine world wouldn't be golems or demons, but the ancient Ming instead. After this great war, many terrible things happened in this location. Afterward, Wuxia commanded this god-king to protect this area and build a lineage. Eventually, after the god-king's efforts transforming this place for tens of thousands of years, this battlefield gradually calmed down and the Celestial Peak of today appeared. However, the lineage of this god-king had fallen a long time ago. Eventually, it disappeared from this land, along with its past brilliance that evaporated into smoke. Chapter 667, Yuan Caihe. Wuxia silently walked across the mountain range while measuring the earth. This land was calm without any commotion. Wuxia knew that this was the result of the god-king's countless efforts. He didn't fly while he was in the Celestial Peak, he only slowly trod towards his destination since he needed the measurement. The Celestial Peak, at the moment, was quite hilly and sparsely populated. It was a garden for beasts and birds. At the same time, due to the dangerous and steep terrain full of unknowns, many spirit medicines flourished here. There was even a rumor that there was a king medicine around, but until now, no one had been able to catch it. As Wuxia walked alone on his path, he had not seen a single person. It might be difficult to find even a single cultivator in this place. It wasn't until one day when Wuxia went through a deep valley that he saw a woman picking herbs. Moreover, she was a human. It was not easy to meet a member of the human race in the stone medicine world. It was even rarer than meeting a charming spirit, especially at an area like the Celestial Peak. Within the radius of 100,000 miles, almost no people could be found, so meeting a human here was even rarer than meeting a king medicine. This woman was nailing sharpened pieces of thorn into the ground all around the valley. She was trying to pick a particularly rare spirit medicine that was hiding underground, so she had begun to seal the valley. After she had done so, she began to pour alchemy water into the valley. This special strand was specifically created by her. When poured onto mud, it would act like little serpents that drilled into the ground. The woman was using it in order to chase the spirit medicine underground and bait it into a trap she had prepared well beforehand. Wuxia was standing above the mouth of the valley and quietly watched this woman's every move. The woman also knew that Wuxia was here, but she only turned and smiled at him before completely focusing on chasing the medicine underground. Wuxia watched this scene with a smile and took another look at the woman. She wore a commoner's dress that was embroidered with pure lotus flowers, giving a very fresh and elegant appearance. She was elegant and refined with beautiful features and a pair of bright eyes without any cloudiness. Her body exuded the aura of a lotus in a valley, lucid and delicate. She carried herself with a calm demeanor, giving off the gentle feeling of jade. In the eyes of others, this woman would be a gem adored by all. She would give off a serene feeling to anyone who set their gaze upon her. Wuxia just stood there, watching while enjoying her every move. He had seen too many beauties in this world, whether they were fairies or arrogant noble daughters, but he appreciated this type of warm and elegant lady the most. Inside the valley, the spirit medicine underground finally appeared after being driven around by the woman. This was a spirit root with a smoky purple color. The moment it came out, it turned into a wisp of purple smoke that erupted from the ground and bloomed to take form. This was a 7 petals 1 flower spirit medicine. However, the moment it got out from the ground, it fell into the trap that the woman had prepared well in advance. With a popping sound, it was immediately sealed. Any attempt at escape would be in vain. The woman couldn't help but reveal a smile after seeing the trapped spirit medicine. She quickly approached and wanted to put the flower into her treasure container. Slow down, slow down. When she wanted to act, Wuxia started to speak, watch out for the murderous aura under the 3rd petal. After hearing Wuxia, the woman paused and took a careful look at the 3rd petal on the flower. She couldn't help but feel a chill after seeing the situation of this petal. She then took out a medicine bottle and moved it closer to this petal. The moment it got close, the medicine bottle spewed out a blue mist that quickly surrounded this petal. With another popping sound, a poisonous insect as thin as a cicada wing fell into the bottle. The woman quickly sealed the bottle and heaved a sigh of relief. After determining that everything was fine, she finally put the spirit medicine flower into her container. After she confirmed that the flower had been secured, she finally relaxed. "Thank you, Dao brother, for the reminder." The woman came out from the valley and approached Wuxia, expressing her gratitude. Wuxia smiled in response and said, "It is nothing much. With your alchemy skill, it wouldn't have made it hard for you, it would have just been a little troublesome." The woman couldn't help but give off a smile that radiated a peaceful glow. She spoke, "I didn't think that I would meet a kinsman at the Celestial Peak, this is quite a rare occasion. I am Yuan Saiha from the Serene Garden, may I have your name?" Wuxia smiled and calmly answered, "Wuxia." Yuan Saiha was a bit surprised to find Wuxia acting so calm. Wuxia smiled and continued, "I know the Serene Garden, it's a famous alchemy heritage in the stone medicine world that was started by alchemy Emperor Tian Wang." Among all the women Wuxia had met, her smile was not the most beautiful and enchanting, but it carried a tranquil force that soothed the hearts of others. Wuxia shook his head and smiled to say, "No, the Tao of alchemy is only a hobby of mine. To understand the location where this purple flower ambushes its predator so well, you must really like your hobby." Yuan Saiha smilingly responded. Wuxia chuckled and said, "I do some research on rare occasions, but I can't compare to the #1 plant cultivation arts of the Serene Garden." Yuan Saiha laughed and gently shook her head to say, "Your praise is too much. Brotherly shouldn't mind that matter from earlier." Wuxia didn't say anything else, he only smiled. If someone who knew Wuxia were here to witness this, they would be shocked to see such a scene. Wuxia acting so humble was the same as the sun rising from the west. Those who knew him were well aware that Wuxia didn't know what the word modest meant. Li Qiye's rare modesty was due to the serene garden truly having a brilliant take on plant cultivation, and also because Li Qiye appreciated girls like Yuan Caihe. He was in a particularly good mood, so his speech became correspondingly gentler. They began to walk together. Yuan Caihe didn't ask where Li Qiye was going, she only followed along while discussing how to grow different types of plants. Yuan Caihe was a very dedicated person regarding the Tao of alchemy and plant cultivation. She put all of her energy into growing different types of vegetation. It could even be said that she was the authority in this regard, and no one else in the stone medicine world could compare to her. If it was someone else, even alchemists, they wouldn't be able to keep up with her on this subject because she really was the best. Her views on alchemy plants were insightful and detailed. But who was Li Qiye? If he claimed to be number 2 regarding the Tao of alchemy, then no one else would dare to claim to be number 1. Even the 4 alchemy prodigies were lacking compared to him. Because of his great knowledge on this topic, Yuan Caihe was very excited, especially when Li Qiye revealed some of his thoughts on the subject that caused her eyes to light up. As a very devoted woman, she got along very well with Li Qiye and regretted that they had not met sooner. She couldn't help but tell Li Qiye everything she knew, even her most precious knowledge that shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. However, for someone like Yuan Caihe, a friend who could keep up with her was hard to meet. It was lonely at the peak. Other alchemists couldn't maintain a long conversation with her on this topic, but now, after meeting this new friend, she told him all her insights and questions regarding the Tao of alchemy. Li Qiye also gave her some ideas on this matter. After countless years of accumulating plant cultivation knowledge, his ideas were priceless. He wouldn't easily pass it down to someone, but he still told Yuan Caihe. Meanwhile, some of her long unsolved questions had been answered today, so she was both happy and frightened after hearing Li Qiye's thoughts. Yuan Caihe. Chapter 668, Heavenly Peak Divine School. Brother Li's achievement in plant cultivation can only be better than mine. You are the one who deserves to be one of the 4 alchemy prodigies. Her elegant face was glowing red from excitement after saying so. Li Qiye chuckled and gently shook his head. The Tao of alchemy is only a hobby to me. You are the one who had devoted all of your energy on this subject. Only a pure person like you can truly be called an alchemist. This was Li Qiye's honest belief. Yuan Caihe had a pure obsession for plant cultivation. In this matter, she was very similar to the alchemy god in the past. She didn't look at plants and spirit medicines just because of their preciousness, she also had a side that cared for the medicines as no one else did. Along the way, they met a spirit medicine that had been dug up. Its fruits had been plucked by someone, and even the roots were exposed above the soil. Poor little thing. Seeing this spirit plant that was on the verge of death, she quickly used her alchemy water to save it and replanted it in its original location. This spirit plant's energy quickly recovered. After seeing it flourishing again, Yuan Caihe heaved a sigh of relief and became very happy. Li Qiye quietly watched her actions on the side and couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her look of relief. At the beginning of their journey, the celestial peak was very quiet, but in recent days, people had begun to show up. Thunderous sounds appeared in the sky every day as great carriages soared across the horizon. Some experts also flew here, including some weaker ones. It was clear that they were in a rush. Another boom resounded in the sky. A group of huge golems flew right over Li Qiye's head and disappeared in the depths of the mountain range. The Draco bulls want to cross the river, so many alchemists are here to catch some immortal sulfur. Yuan Caihe commented after seeing so many cultivators and alchemists flying in the sky. After calming down, she looked at Li Qiye and asked, "Is Brother Li also here for the immortal sulfur from the Draco bulls?" Along the way, she didn't ask where Li Qiye was going, and he didn't ask her either. Inadvertently, they had an inexplicable and tacit understanding. You can put it that way. We can go take a look at the river. Li Qiye gently nodded and said, but I didn't come for the immortal sulfur, I'm more interested in the Draco Bulls themselves. Then we share the same destination. Yuan Saihe calmly smiled and said, I also want to go to the Celestial Peak River. Recently, I have been refining a type of pill and am in need of an aged immortal sulfur that isn't available on the market right now. This is the season for the Draco Bulls to cross the river, so I came here to test my luck to see if I can find some aged immortal sulfur. Li Qie nodded and said, that shouldn't be a problem. There will be a scary amount of Draco Bulls going to the river, so there will definitely be an older bull among them. A Draco Bull was a type of spirit beast that appeared in very few locations in the stone medicine world, and the Celestial Peak just happened to be one of them. Thus, whenever it was the season for Draco Bulls to come out, many alchemists came to obtain some immortal sulfur. Li Qie and Yuan Saihe moved on. Their trip was supposed to be fairly smooth, however, when they wanted to cross a giant mountain, they found that the road was blocked. A group of armored experts barricaded the path into the mountain, so when Li Qie and Yuan Saihe got close, they were immediately blocked by these experts. Fellow Taoists, please take the long way around. Our Golden Leopard Prince is picking some herbs at this location. Please excuse us. The experts who stopped Li Qie and Yuan Saihe spoke in a serious manner. Li Qie glanced at the mountain and lightly asked, is there a need to seal off the path just to pick some herbs? The expression of one of the experts quickly turned cold as he spoke in a rude and unreasonable manner. Our Golden Leopard Prince is picking medicines for the Supreme Celestial Being. This is of the utmost importance and there is no room for errors. No one can handle the responsibility of messing this up. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he slowly responded, is that so? Until now, only Li Qie played around without restraints. Others were certainly courting death by doing so before him. To Li Qie, this so-called Golden Leopard Prince and Supreme Celestial Being were not worthy of consideration. Compared to Li Qie's aggressiveness, Yuan Saihe didn't want to compete with others, so she quickly tried to persuade him, brotherly, we can spend more time walking around, it isn't so bad. Li Qie looked at this expert once and was too lazy to say more words, so he left along with Yuan Saihe. If it wasn't for her, Li Qie would have crossed the mountain. Brotherly, don't pay it any mind. The Supreme Celestial Being they referred to was the world-famous Yi Qingcheng. Anyone would give him some face in the stone medicine world. After taking the long path around, Yuan Saihe consoled him. Li Qie didn't really care for such trivial matters. He only took the long path around because of Yuan Saihe's urging. He smiled and sarcastically asked, oh really? No one can stop Yi Qingcheng's momentum at the moment. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older people treat him with respect. Yuan Saihe noticed that Li Qie was not too familiar with the stone medicine world's events, so she explained a few things to him along the way. Yi Qingcheng is considered the #1 man in the stone medicine world with no peers among the younger generation. Countless young geniuses and even heavenly kings from the previous generation joined under his banner. It could be said that presently, he has many supporters as well as great prestige. No one can match his momentum right now. Yuan Saihe explained. Yi Qingcheng was a compelling name in the stone medicine world. There were very few people here who didn't know who he was. People referred to him as the Supreme Celestial Being, or the stone medicine world's #1 man. Many great powers and imperial lineages believed that Yi Qingcheng would become the immortal emperor of this generation. Even imperial descendants were very cordial to him, many of them even decided to join his camp. Yuan Saihe explained Yi Qingcheng's situation to Li Qie. Li Qie, on the other hand, only smiled at these matters and didn't care too much. In his mind, as long as Yi Qingcheng didn't oppose him, it would all be fine. However, if he or anyone else dared to do so, then whether they were geniuses or ordinary men, they would be killed without mercy. After walking for quite a while, Li Qie and Yuan Saihe finally reached some vast ruins that spanned for thousands of miles. This place was covered in weeds and gigantic trees. Despite its current state, one could still see bricks and broken tiles on the ground everywhere. Among them were treasure jades and bricks from walls that had collapsed for who knew how many years. All of these treasure bricks had lost their divinity. Judging from the scale of the ruins and the debris on the ground, one could tell that this used to be a gigantic citadel, one that could only be described as mighty and extravagant. The Celestial Peak Divine School. Wuxia's mind went absent as he stood on top of these ruins. Its past appearance flashed before his eyes as if it was only yesterday. After so many years, even the most long-standing heritages would fall into decline and eventually be unable to escape the fate of destruction, only to become ruins from then on. Brother Li also knows about the Divine School? Yuan Saihe was surprised to hear Wuxia because along the way, from their conversation, she knew that Wuxia was not too familiar with the stone medicine world situation. Therefore, she didn't expect him to know an existence like the Celestial Peak Divine School. Keep in mind that this heritage had perished a very long time ago. In the contemporary era, very few cultivators knew about it. I have heard a thing or two about it. Wuxia smiled while looking at the ruins ahead. How could he not know about it? The Divine School was created by an invincible God King under his banner. In the past, he personally chose the location for the school's establishment, but now, it was in ruins. The Divine School used to be the pride of our human race. Yuan Saihe couldn't help but passionately say, legend states that at its inception, its fame spread far and wide. During that era, humans from all over this world came to ask for favors from the Divine School. The human cultivators looked at it with pride. Yes. Wuxia gently nodded. Although he was the one who selected the site, he didn't stay here for long. At that time, the flames of war incinerated the entire sky as all of the 9 worlds were in the middle of a great war. In the generations after the death of the God King, Wuxia, in his dark crow form, didn't return to this place. However, he had still heard of its decline. After so much time had passed, the once illustrious Celestial Peak Divine School had turned into ruins. Yuan Saihe continued, tales told that the old Celestial Peak Divine School was not weaker than any imperial lineage in the stone medicine world as it dominated the lands for an era. What a shame that with the passage of time, the strongest lineage of our human race in the stone medicine world collapsed. Even imperial lineages will fall one day, so it is not strange for the Divine School to collapse. Wuxia said. He had seen these types of things too many times and had become numb to it. For tens of millions of years, countless unbeatable characters had answered his call. Countless unbeatable characters established their own lineages afterward, and eventually, all of these lineages fell before disappearing from everyone's minds. Such things happened in every era, so Wuxia had grown accustomed to it. However, I heard that the Divine School's decline was due to a different reason. Yuan Saihe said. Different reason? What would that be? Wuxia was intrigued to hear this. Rumor has it that although the Divine School was very powerful, it seldomly made enemies in the stone medicine world. It could even be said to have very good relationships with many lineages. Moreover, since it was situated at the Celestial Peak, it rarely had conflicting interests with the other great powers. Yuan Saihe said. So you are saying that the collapse of the school was not due to it being destroyed by enemies? Wuxia said with a light smile. Yuan Saihe replied, yes, there was a belief that was very widespread for some time during that era, but after the Divine School was completely destroyed, no one ever talked about this belief again. Then something extraordinary must have happened at the Divine School, correct? Wuxia's eyes became serious. After the God King progenitor of the Divine School died, Wuxia didn't come back to take a look. He didn't return when the school was in decline either. Chapter 669, Legends, Yes. Yuan Saihe said, legend states that something happened at the Divine School. At that time, it was extremely prosperous with immense might. Some believe that the school, at that time, was no weaker than when it was back during its inception with its progenitor still present. Perhaps this was destined, an inevitable decline from being too magnificent. Many people initially thought that the school would be able to reach the next level, but who would have thought that in just one night, an unexpected event occurred at the school. Legend states that all existences near the God King level died miserably overnight. After hearing this, Li Qia's expression quickly changed because he thought about a certain something, a matter that he didn't want to happen the most. It was said that something was dug out from the school's grounds. Yuan Saihe didn't see Li Qia's change of expression and continued to speak as she gazed at the ruins. Because of the unearthing of this item, a disaster befell the divine school, killing all of their most powerful existences. Li Qia couldn't help but touch his chin and murmur, "Unearthed." At this time, he knew what the school had dug out. However, no one knew what the school had unearthed. People only heard that this thing carried with it misfortune as the calamity spread across the school in one night. Yuan Saihe said, that night, countless powerful characters from the school died, which is why the school started to decline. Eventually, it was unable to rise up and collapsed completely. What about the whereabouts of that thing? Li Qia asked with a serious expression. He hadn't thought that such a thing could have happened because it was essentially impossible. Of course, he knew that it existed underground and just how terrifying it was. There was a reason why the ancient Ming chose to fortify this place with such a mighty force in the past. This was also why he commanded his most powerful God King to preside over this territory and transform it. At the same time, he warned the God King to never dig out the item or else it would bring about a calamity to their divine school. The God King also made a grand vow. Moreover, he forever sealed this secret and suppressed this ground. It could be said that the item underground never had the chance to see the light of day again. After the transformation to turn this place into an auspicious ground, it became quite majestic. Especially after the death of the God King, no one knew that an item was being suppressed underground at this location. In fact, the God King never told this secret to his descendants. This was the reason why Li Qia could leave with peace of mind. He knew that there was no way the item could come out since no one else knew about it. But now, it seemed that the divine school failed their duty and personally unearthed the item. They didn't know that this action was akin to courting death and bringing them onto the path of no return. After hearing Li Qia's question, Yuan Saihe shook her head in response, "No one knows." By the time the outside world learned about this matter, the divine school was virtually deserted already. Later on, others found out that after the unearthed calamity, the school's elite forces were annihilated and the survivors fled to elsewhere in the world. As for the location of the item, this remains a mystery. Li Qia sighed softly after hearing this. He didn't expect for this thing to eventually be excavated. If he knew that this would happen, he would have paid more attention before and perhaps would be able to find out its whereabouts now. However, it came as a surprise. The God King kept his promise that year and the land was sealed, so after the death of the God King, that should have been the end of it. Ultimately, all the calculations of man cannot overcome the whim of the heavens. The divine school somehow dug it up and caused a disaster. Li Qia looked towards the distance with a serious gaze. He knew what had been underground. In fact, he had thought about taking it out to put an end to it once and for all. However, back then was a period of endless war in the 9 worlds, and he didn't have time to deal with this matter. Afterward, everything went as planned with the creation of the divine school and the God King's promise, so he no longer wanted to take it out. Perhaps it will come out again one day. Li Qia murmured as he gazed towards the horizon. If there was a chance to find it again, he absolutely wouldn't let it go. It is possible. Of course, Yuan Saihe didn't know what Li Qia was thinking about, so she misunderstood his intention and said, "I heard that item is extremely ominous." Although it had disappeared, people had searched for it during that era. Such a monstrous and evil item wouldn't just disappear, it will surely come out again one day. As for when, I'm afraid we'll never know. Let's go, we'll head for the Celestial Peak River. Wuxia took one last look around and gently shook his head before burying his thoughts. He had to go to the river to find a certain something before contemplating this matter again. This time, Wuxia came to find a certain thing, a living creature, to be exact. However, Wuxia was not too certain about whether this creature was still alive or not. After all, so much time had passed. Nevertheless, he still had to find it because he had a certain plan for going to the Alchemy Kingdom. It was not just simply to participate in the Alchemy Conference. After traveling through the extremely vast ruins, some pavilions and palaces could still be found standing. One could imagine just how majestic and extravagant this place used to be. Alas, even the most powerful lineage would collapse in due time. One couldn't help but become emotional when gazing at this scene, including someone who was numb like Wuxia. However, before they made it through the ruins, a rustling sound appeared and a figure emerged from the ground. This thing immediately stopped Wuxia and Yuan Saihe while shouting, "This is my mountain and these are my trees. If you want to pass, you must pay the toll." Wuxia had yet to truly see the appearance of this thing that came out from the ground, but he was already speechless after hearing such bandit-like words. What generation was this to still have robbers hanging around? The thing that blocked their path was a very old-looking demon. It was clear that he was from the demon race because his entire body had taken human shape, with the exception of his left hand which retained its ant-like features. People would be able to immediately guess his origin just by looking at his left hand. This had to be an ant demon. This demon bandit had just finished speaking, but he choked on his words the instant when he saw Yuan Saihe, showing a very embarrassed expression. The old demon scratched his head with his left claw and said, "So it is Fairy Yuan, I didn't think someone as great as you would come here. You know this fella?" Wuxia was going to teach this blind bandit a lesson, but after hearing him, Wuxia stopped. "You are," although this old demon recognized Yuan Saihe, she didn't seem to remember him. The old demon hurriedly said, "Fairy Yuan doesn't remember me? I am Tai Yi, the one who went to the Serene Garden 5 years ago to ask for medicine." "Oh, I remember now." Yuan Saihe responded, "You are that old demon who came with the sacred cure water." Having said that, she couldn't help but take another look at him and found something strange. "In my opinion, your wounds that year were impossible to cure, but you are now completely fine. What immortal medicine did you find?" This is all because of you." The old demon quickly said, "You handed me a bunch of medicine that was able to buy some time for my injuries. Yeah, maybe I had good luck. After a period of hardship, I found more amazing medicines and actually managed to heal the old wounds." Yuan Saihe was not a meddlesome person, so she didn't pursue it any further after hearing this answer. Meanwhile, Wuxia, who was standing to the side, gauged this old demon and leisurely said, "For you to stay at such a desolate place to be a bandit, it seems that life must be really tough right now. It is more difficult to find a fat sheep here than to be hit by a pie from the sky." The old demon, Tai Yi, blushed after hearing Wuxia's sarcastic remark and gave a dry chuckle. "It is just a misunderstanding, really. Young noble misunderstood me. I am only hiding here to scare people a bit. There is no other intention, it is not like I really want to rob them. This is just a joke, nothing more." The more Tai Yi tried to explain himself, the more people would feel that he was truly a bandit. Wuxia only glanced at him and replied without pressing the issue, "Is that so?" This old demon Tai Yi looked honest, but he was a bit sly as well. His red face didn't want to discuss this matter any further, so he quickly changed the topic. He spoke to Yuan Saihe, "Is Fairy Yuan here to pick some herbs? I am very familiar with this area of the Celestial Peak, so if you want, I can lead the way." Although Yuan Saihe's background was illustrious and many great powers were very respectful to her, she was easy to get along with and wasn't the type that put others at a distance. She gently shook her head and said, "The main reason I came this time is for the Draco bulls. I'm just picking some herbs along the way." "Ah, so Fairy is here for the bulls." The old demon clapped his hands and excitedly said, "I almost forgot until you reminded me. It is now the season for the Draco bulls to go out to the river, the best time to gather immortal sulfur. I know of a path to the river, so let me lead the way for Fairy and this young noble." "Yes." Yuan Saiha said, "Legend states that something happened at the divine school. At that time, it was extremely prosperous with immense might. Some believe that the school, at that time, was no weaker than when it was back during its inception with the progenitor still present. Perhaps this was destined, an inevitable decline from being too magnificent. Many people initially thought that the school would be able to reach the next level, but who would have thought that in just one night, an unexpected event occurred at the school? Legend states that all existences near the God King level died miserably overnight." After hearing this, Li Qia's expression quickly changed because he thought about a certain something, a matter that he didn't want to happen the most. It was said that something was dug out from the school's grounds. Yuan Saiha didn't see Li Qia's change of expression and continued to speak as she gazed at the ruins. Because of the unearthing of this item, a disaster befell the divine school, killing all of their most powerful existences. Li Qia couldn't help but touch his chin and murmur, "Unearthed." At this time, he knew what the school had dug out. However, no one knew what the school unearthed from the ground. People only heard that this thing carried with it misfortune as the calamity spread across the school in one night. Yuan Saiha said, "That night, countless powerful characters from the school died, which is why the school started to decline. Eventually, it was unable to rise up and collapsed completely." "What about the whereabouts of that thing?" Li Qia asked with a serious expression. He didn't think that such a thing could have happened because it was essentially impossible. Chapter 670, Old Demon Tai E. This old demon volunteered and immediately led the way for Li Qia and Yuan Saiha with great enthusiasm. With the old demon ahead, Li Qia and Yuan Saiha walked side by side while looking at the old demon. Li Qia revealed a mysterious smile then told Yuan Saiha, "You know this fella?" Yuan Saiha slightly shook her head in response and replied, "I don't really know him, but he came to the Serene Garden in the past for medicine and even brought the extremely precious sacred cure water in exchange for ointments. At that time, I examined and helped his injuries, but they were extremely fatal and I was powerless. I gave him some ointments and let him leave. Without some immortal medicines, I thought he wouldn't survive for another half a year. Who would have thought that he could persevere for so long and is actually still alive to this day?" While recalling the event, she couldn't help but look at the old demon in front of them once more. This was a cause for astonishment. Although she was not versed in refining ointments, the Serene Garden had a unique Tao of alchemy, and it also had some very precious ointments. Although Yuan Saiha's healing techniques were far from comparable to her plant cultivation skill, in her eyes, the old demon's wounds that year were not curable by anyone in the entire stone medicine world, unless he managed to find some immortal medicines. She was a kind person and although she knew that he would not last much longer, she still gave him some ointments. She guessed that without immortal medicines, he wouldn't make it past half a year, so who would have thought that the old demon managed to persist and even fully recover? She found it very strange, but she was not a nosy person. This was the old demon's personal matter, so she didn't question him despite her curiosity. "So it is like that." Li Qia stroked his chin and smiled while looked at the old demon's back as he walked on. "Brotherly thinks something is amiss?" Yuan Saiha couldn't help but ask. Of course, she also found it strange as well. "Well, only he knows." Li Qia smiled, but a little glimmer could be found in his narrowed eyes. The Celestial Peak was a wild area with dangerous hills. It could be said that there were dangers everywhere in the form of ferocious beasts and vicious birds. Although these creatures had yet to become enlightened, they were powerful beyond imagination and capable of rending the earth with their claws and destroying the sky with their wings. There were poisonous insect kings all over the place. There were creatures so vile that a mouthful of toxic fumes spat from them could kill everything in a 1,000-mile radius, terribly shocking. Because of this, ordinary cultivators didn't dare to intrude on the celestial peak. Only the strong would dare to show up here. Its dangers also meant that there were many great treasures here that were untouched by man. Thus, this vast and majestic land was full of spirit medicines and herbs. Along the way, Li Qia and Yuan Saihe, accompanied by old demon Tai Yi leading the way, found many spirit medicines and herbs. Of course, the good ones had their own awareness, so it was a bit difficult to pluck them. In fact, herb picking was also part of the Tao of alchemy. With greater skill, one would be able to pick even better medicines, maybe even immortal medicines. Of course, this was no issue for Li Qia and Yuan Saihe, they managed to pick many along the way. Meanwhile, old demon Tai Yi also got some leftovers from Li Qia and Yuan Saihe. When they were picking medicines, he also managed to get some scraps in the form of herbs. This harvest left him beaming with a delighted expression. It seemed that this old demon was a vagabond, so just a small batch of spirit medicines was enough to excite him. Wow, a nearly 1,000,000-year-old young king medicine. The old demon started to salivate and he saw Li Qia pick a root from a ravine. Pretty good luck there. Yuan Saihe also revealed an elegant smile and said, a young king medicine nearing 1,000,000 years of age is not easy to find, but Brother Li immediately caught one this easily. Your Tao of alchemy is really amazing. You noticed it just as fast as me. Li Qia said with a smile. Due to his knowledge of the alchemy Tao, the moment he set foot on this land, he immediately knew the type of herbs that were growing here as well as their locations. In fact, he had already measured the land the moment he arrived at the celestial peak, so even king medicines wouldn't be able to escape his grasp easily. Of course, catching a 3,000,000-year-old king medicine was not difficult for him either, so him catching this young king medicine was just an easy matter. Yuan Saihe gently smiled and said, Brother Li flatters me too much. Although I also noticed that the root was hiding around this area, I wouldn't have been able to catch it as well as you. Whether it was the catching technique or sealing the area, I would be one step slower than Brother Li. Your moves are swift and flexible like flowing water and floating clouds and shows the great mastery ingrained in your mind. I have to say that regarding plucking medicines, you are a level higher than me. Li Qia only smiled after receiving the praise. For tens of millions of years now, his hands had plucked countless spirit medicines, so of course he had no peers in this regard. Fairy Yuan is the divine physician and young noble Li is the king with regards to the Tao of alchemy. The two of you are at the peak of alchemy without rival. Meanwhile, old demon Tai Yi immediately flattered the two of them. He looked at the young king medicine in Li Qia's hand and couldn't help but gulp. Suddenly, right at this moment, a group of people descended from the sky with an imposing aura. This was a group of experts that wore precious robes, giving off a cold atmosphere filled with disdain. The leader of this group was a young man around the age of 20 with an imperial robe that showed off his nobility and contempt for others. The Golden Leopard Country's cavalry and the Golden Leopard Prince. The moment the old demon saw this group of people coming down from the sky, his expression greatly changed. He did a roll and immediately went underground, disappearing without a trace. His sudden escape into the ground left Yuan Saihe speechless. It was extremely rare to see a cowardly person of this magnitude. So it is Fairy Yuan, please excuse me. The person who led the group was the prince. He cupped his hands together and spoke to Yuan Saihe, I have heard my followers report. They were blind and stopped your path, so I am here to apologize. Having said that, he slightly bowed. The Golden Leopard Country was a demonic great power with a number of demon monarchs that mainly consisted of animals. The Golden Leopard Prince was their first prince, thus his status was quite high. However, his status was far from being comparable to Yuan Saihe's. People who were in a similar position to the Golden Leopard Prince in the entire stone medicine world numbered in the thousands, but Yuan Saihe was one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, someone with great fame. Very few among the younger generation could be considered her peer. At times, many great powers and imperial lineages would require the aid of a young genius such as her. She was a very easygoing and amiable person. Without any arrogance, she nodded and said, "Golden Leopard Prince said too much. There will always be some complications as we tread the outside world, so Golden Leopard Prince doesn't have to worry about it." The prince bowed again and said, "Thank you for your tolerance." After apologizing, the prince's gaze fell upon Wuxia. To be more exact, it fell on the young king medicine in Wuxia's hand. To the prince, an unknown nobody with such an ordinary appearance like Wuxia was not worthy of his glance. In his eyes, this nobody was not worth mentioning. What attracted his gaze was the root Wuxia was holding. In fact, a 1,000,000-year-old young king medicine, to any cultivator, would be a precious treasure and was worth coveting. At this time, the prince asked Yuan Saihe, "This is?" If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted the root in Wuxia's hand, someone with a great status like him would be too lazy to ask about an unnamed junior. "This is Brother Li, he's also an alchemist." Yuan Saihe only did a simple introduction without going into great detail. Alchemist Li is truly lucky to be able to pluck a young king medicine, this is a rare occasion. The prince said. He felt that speaking to Wuxia was already doing this nobody a great honor due to his great status. Because of this, he didn't even refer to Wuxia as Dao brother, only alchemist. However, Wuxia was too lazy to even interact with someone like the Golden Leopard Prince, he simply stood there leisurely in complete indifference. The prince's attention was not on Wuxia but the young king medicine in his hand, so the prince clapped his hands together and spoke to Yuan Saihe. "To tell the truth, I came to the Celestial Peak this time in order to find a king medicine in addition to immortal sulfur. I see that the young king medicine in this Alchemist Li's hand is just right for me, so I wonder if Alchemist Li is willing to do a trade?" At this time, Wuxia shifted his eyes and glanced at the prince. He still didn't say anything, but the prince continued on, "As long as Alchemist Li is willing, you can just name the price. Whether it is refined jades or treasures, this prince will try my best to satisfy you." At this moment, Wuxia slowly put away the young king medicine in his hand and shook his head to say, "My apologies, but this young king medicine is not for sale. I'm keeping it for my personal usage." In his eyes, a young king medicine was no different to a weed. However, he wouldn't sell it to someone like this Golden Prince Leopard. Alchemist Li should reconsider, as long as you name the price, this prince will try to meet it. Wuxia didn't even bat an eye as he coldly refused, "Not for sale." The Golden Leopard Prince's expression immediately sank because Wuxia's attitude annoyed him. How could he remain cool when Wuxia, this nobody, was acting in such a haughty manner toward someone as great as him? Chapter 671, Tai Yi's Secret. This time, I was entrusted a task by young noble Yi to find materials for a refinement batch. At this time, the Golden Leopard Prince's voice deepened. Young noble Yi's prestige runs far and wide, and he has the support of the entire stone medicine world. The material gathering process has been quite successful so far as all the sects in the world were willing to lend young noble Yi a hand. Even if Alchemist Li is not willing to sell it to me, how about you sell it for young noble Yi? In the future, this prince is willing to put in a good word for you to young noble Yi. The young noble Yi the prince was talking about was the supreme celestial being, Yi Qingcheng. This was an awe-inspiring name since he was not just famous, the rest of the world treated him with respect, either due to their desire to support him or fear. In short, very few people in the stone medicine world wouldn't give the name Yi Qingcheng some face. Even people from the previous generation would show him some consideration. Yes, in the stone medicine world, countless people were willing to support him, including young geniuses, older experts, and even sect masters and rulers. These great characters were willing to work under Yi Qingsheng's banner as well. It was clear that the Golden Leopard Prince was using the name of Yi Qingsheng with the intention of threatening Li Qie. Even if Li Qie didn't give him face, he had to give Yi Qingsheng some. Not to mention, a prince like him asking a nobody such as Li Qie to sell him the young king medicine was already quite considerate. In fact, the prince was very confident that when he stated the great name of Yi Qingsheng, very few people wouldn't give him face, especially a junior like Li Qie. Not for sale. However, in Li Qie's view, Yi Qingsheng's name was no different from a random dog on the street. Not to mention the prince using his name, even if Yi Qingsheng himself was here, Li Qie still wouldn't give him any face. His answer left the prince with an unsightly expression. He felt he was doing Li Qie a favor by not simply snatching it from him. But now, after bringing up Yi Qingsheng's name, Li Qie still didn't give any face, so the prince's eyes turned cold while flashing a murderous glint. Golden Leopard Prince, brotherly also needs this young king medicine, so it is a bit inconvenient. I hope you can understand. Yuan Saihe spoke at this time in order to help out Li Qie. After hearing Yuan Saihe, the prince withdrew the murderous glint in his gaze. He didn't care for a little character like Li Qie, but Yuan Saihe was someone he didn't dare to offend. A person like Yuan Saihe would have countless great powers willing to work for her the moment she made the request. In that case, I won't ask any more. The prince clasped his hands together once more towards Yuan Saihe and said, "Fairy Yuan, I'll be going then." With that, he left with the other experts. Li Qie gave a faint smile after the prince left and said, "You didn't have to help me, earlier. I actually wanted to see if he would dare to rob me or not." He licked his lips after he finished speaking. Yuan Saihe gave off a wry smile and shook her head to say, "There is no need to give him a hard time, brotherly, Yi Qingsheng, his backer, is not easy to mess with. Many people in the world are quite apprehensive of him. I've never cared for the master when I beat the dog." Li Qie smiled and said, "Even if that Yi Qingsheng guy comes and dares to provoke me, I'll kill him all the same." If other people were to hear this, they would definitely laugh at Li Qie for not understanding the immensity of the heaven and earth and how he was simply courting death. Who would dare to say such a thing in the stone medicine world? Not even the previous generation would dare to utter these words. Yuan Saihe couldn't help but glance at Li Qie again. In the end, she didn't say anything and only smiled, the same calm and natural one as always. "Still not crawling out yet?" After the prince left, Li Qie stamped the ground, causing the terrain to shake. With a crashing sound, old demon Tai Yi crawled out from the ground and carefully looked around before nervously asking, "Did they leave yet?" Yuan Saihe didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scaredy cat Tai Yi and said, "Don't worry, the prince has left already. Plus, they only came to greet us, there were no other intentions." The old demon got out from the mud and cheerfully smiled, saying, "The young nobles, especially those from the great powers, treat human lives like insects. If they don't like the way you look, then they'll kill you instantly as if it was no different from crushing an ant." Li Qie gave him a look and said, "Where is your courage as a bandit? Someone who dares to act as a robber is still afraid of a single prince?" After being exposed again by Li Qie, the old demon couldn't help but blush. He cleared his throat to say, "Young noble, please don't tease me. Earlier, I was just kidding, I only wanted to scare a few people, I wasn't going to do it for real. I am a cultivator who adheres to moral codes, a man of culture, so how could I be a robber? I was only messing with you too." "Really?" Li Qie glanced at him and said, "If you are what you say, then why did you crawl underground the moment you caught sight of someone? That is something a suspicious person would do." The blushing old demon coughed and quickly responded with a grin, "It is all a misunderstanding, young noble. I am only a nice little demon with nothing to be suspicious about, right? I only crawled underground because it is part of my instinct, yes, my instinct. I am an ant who reached the Tao and loves to crawl underground daily, it has truly become a habit. Is that so? Li Qiye smiled while looking at Tai Yi and said, then what type of ant are you? There are fire ants, earth ants, ghost ants. Which one are you? Oh, just like my name, I am an iron ant who has reached the Tao. Old demon Tai Yi quickly answered, as an iron ant, I am a bit special and rare, so because of this, I was able to reach the Tao. Although iron ants do not like crawling underground, young noble, you are a grand character while I am but a little character, you don't know how hard it was for someone as insignificant as me to reach the Tao. At this point, the old demon revealed a sentimental and tragic demeanor while saying, young noble, as you can imagine, I am an ant, no, an iron ant without any backing, just a little nobody. In the eyes of all the big shots, I can be killed with a single stomp of their foot, so how could I have reached the Tao so easily? Because of this, for my own survival, I had no choice but to crawl underground each day and hide in order to stay alive. The more he talked, the more miserable he appeared. After saying the last sentence, he even shed 2 drops of tears, resulting in a very sympathetic image. Brotherly, don't make it hard for the old demon. After all, everyone has their own problems. Yuan Saihe smiled elegantly and gently shook her head, saying, let us move on. We might miss out on a good chance to watch the Draco bulls going to the river if we are late. The group resumed their journey. However, Li Qiye purposely let Yuan Saihe lead the way this time and created some distance between them. At the same time, old demon Tai Yi slowed down as well after seeing Li Qiye's glare. When Yuan Saihe was in front of them, Li Qiye finally leisurely looked at the old demon and slowly spoke, not a bad actor at all, but we all know in our minds, don't we? Saihe is a good girl, but I'm not so nice. I am the type who murders people without batting an eye. The old demon was going to say something, but Li Qiye interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Li Qiye gave him a look and nonchalantly said, I don't care if you were an iron ant or a fire ant or whatever the hell else. I also don't care if you came for me or for Saihe or whatever you are thinking. You just need to know that when I am in a good mood, I am quite easygoing, but when I am not, then I can be quite difficult. At this point, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the old demon and slowly declared, remember well, do not carry any crooked ideas about me or Saihe. I will not ask for your origin or your goal any longer, but it is best that you do not have any thoughts about me or Saihe. If not, I trust that I can show you what the most horrifying death in this world is. Ha ha ha, young noble is really funny. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly replied, I am only a little demon, so how could I dare to do anything against young noble or Fairy Yuan? Plus, Fairy Yuan saved my life before, all I want to do is repay the debt. How could I have any malicious thoughts against her? Young noble, you can rest assured. At this point, the old demon patted his chest in a heroic manner and stated, since Fairy Yuan saved my life, if anyone dares to make things difficult for her, it would be the same as causing trouble for me. Li Qiye interrupted the old demon and dismissively said, good, stop bragging though. Mark my words, otherwise, no matter who you are, even if you are an invincible god king, I will show you a fate worse than death. Ha, for sure, promised the old demon as he patted his chest. This time, I was entrusted a task by young noble Yi to find materials for a refinement batch. At this time, the golden leopard prince's voice deepened, young noble Yi's prestige runs far and wide, and he has the support of the entire stone medicine world. The material gathering process has been quite successful so far as all the sects in the world were willing to lend young noble Yi a hand. Even if Alchemist Li is not willing to sell it to me, how about you sell it for young noble Yi? In the future, this prince is willing to put in a good word for you to young noble Yi. The young noble Yi the prince was talking about was the supreme celestial being, Yi Qingcheng. This was an awe-inspiring name since he was not only famous, the rest of the world treated him with respect, either due to their desire to support him or fear. In short, very few people in the stone medicine world wouldn't give the name Yi Qingcheng some face. Even people from the previous generation would show him some consideration. Yes, in the stone medicine world, countless people were willing to support him, including young geniuses, older experts, and even sect masters and rulers. These great characters were willing to work under Yi Qingcheng's banner as well. It was clear that the Golden Leopard Prince was using the name of Yi Qingcheng with the intention of threatening Li Qie. Even if Li Qie didn't give him face, he had to give Yi Qingcheng some. Not to mention, a prince like him asking a nobody such as Li Qie to sell him the young king medicine was already quite considerate. In fact, the prince was very confident that when he stated the great name of Yi Qingcheng, very few people wouldn't give him face, especially a junior like Li Qie. Not for sale. However, in Li Qie's view, Yi Qingcheng's name was no different from a random dog on the street. Not to mention the prince using his name, even if Yi Qingcheng himself was here, Li Qie still wouldn't give him any face. His answer left the prince with an unsightly expression. He felt he was doing Li Qie a favor by not simply snatching it from him. But now, after bringing up Yi Qingcheng's name, Li Qie still didn't give any face, so the prince's eyes turned cold while flashing a murderous glint. Chapter 672, Water Outlet. After a while, Li Qie caught up to Yuan Saihe and, of course, old demon Tai Yi volunteered to walk at the front to make way for them. What did you two talk about? Glancing at the old demon ahead, Yuan Saihe smiled towards Li Qie. This was a serene smile that was incredibly pretty. Yuan Saihe never competed with others, so she was always quiet and amiable with a kind heart. However, this didn't mean that she was a fool. On the contrary, she was extremely intelligent, so it was not an easy task to hide things from her. It was just that she normally didn't want to make it difficult for others. Li Qie looked at the old demon and cheerfully replied, "Just some small talk." He didn't say anything, but not much could elude his gaze. Yuan Saihe smiled quietly and didn't pry any further. She was not a meddlesome or talkative person. Li Qie couldn't help but look at her. He gently brushed the hair on her shoulder and said, "You are really a beautiful girl." This type of action would be quite frivolous and offensive if done by others, but Li Qie did it in such a natural and comfortable manner. In terms of beauty, we have to talk about the Alchemy Kingdom's Fairy Ming. Yuan Saihe replied with a smile. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't say anything else. The three of them eventually made it to the Celestial Peak River. The moment they arrived at the outlet of the river, they found that there were many cultivators ready and waiting. The Celestial Peak River, 1, was also known as the Celestial Peak Great River, 2, as it crossed the entire Celestial Peak mountain range. Its surging stream crossed this land and spanned for millions of miles. Naturally, if Yuan Saihe were to leave, then it was an entirely different matter. As long as Li Qie was alone, the prince would definitely rob him of it. There are quite a lot of people here now, not bad, not bad. At least no imperial lineages are here, otherwise there won't be anything to see. Old Demon Tai Yi took a look around and heaved a sigh of relief as he patted his chest with a cowardly look. At this time, several thousand experts were gathered next to the outlet. The majority consisted of golems and demons that were in all shapes and forms. Some golems kept their rocky bodies while there were also those who had complete flesh and blood bodies. Of course, the demons were even more varied. Some had the body of a serpent and the head of a human while others were in a humanoid form with antlers. Among the experts here, some took control and claimed their own peaks while others seized the shorelines. There were also those who hovered high in the sky. Most of the cultivators here had an alchemist with them as they waited. Although immortal sulfur was very precious and rare, the source was not limited to just the celestial peak Great River. Because of this, only a few of the great powers came here for it. Wuxia lightly said after seeing the cowardly appearance from the old demon, "Since you are so afraid of imperial lineages, did you do something unforgivable? Young noble, you are misunderstanding me again." The old demon immediately explained himself as if he was making a vow and said, "Think about it, young noble. I am but a little demon, so how could I afford to offend imperial lineages? Ha ha ha, this little ant demon has never seen the world before, so I only got a bit nervous after bringing up imperial lineages." Of course, whether Wuxia believed it or not was unknown since he only responded with a grin. However, the moment the old demon finished his words, a huge ship directly landed from the sky. It was extremely domineering as it forcefully took the most advantageous shore. This shore was initially occupied by a big sect, but the ship directly landed without any regard for the cultivators below. Get back! The experts from the sect that were occupying this area were both frightened and furious. Among them, one great master carried all of his disciples away with haste. Boom! The ship landed on the sandy shore and, just like that, it easily occupied this area. This style was extremely overbearing and completely disregarded everyone, easily enraging others. In fact, the sect that used to occupy this shore was uncontrollably furious. Their seniors all wanted to come forward and demand an explanation from the other side, but the moment they saw the flag on the ship, they had no choice but to swallow this anger. The crystallized sea sect. The experts from this sect couldn't help but become astounded after seeing the flag that hung on the ship. At this time, many people stared at this giant ship and saw that there was a group of people standing above in an extremely mighty manner with surging blood energies. They all came from the demon race. There was an eagle, a tiger, a snake. They all stood around a woman with quite a beautiful and charming appearance. She was slim and graceful with many different colors. Her waist resembled a snake as it gently moved back and forth, causing quite an alluring scene. Radiant Sea's Dragon Princess. Many changed their expressions at the sight of her. Although the giant ship was extremely overbearing, no one dared to say anything. "It seems that I am not late," the woman called the Dragon Princess smilingly said as she looked at the surging river. Although they were extremely aggressive without any care for courtesy, no one dared to accuse them of such at this time. The reason was quite simple: the crystallized sea sect was a famous imperial lineage in the alchemy realm. Its force was quite mighty after being established by immortal Emperor Jingyu. With more than 10 countries under its wing, its territory was vast, thus one could easily imagine its strength. Chapter 673, Dragon Princess. The Dragon Princess was, of course, not from the dragon tribe but just a draconic dynasty. She was the princess of a serpent monarch's dynasty under the control of the crystallized sea sect. Not only was she a princess, she also had great talents. She joined the crystallized sea sect and was the junior sister of their main descendant, the famous young noble Peiyu. Her wrath was now fully incited. Someone had actually sneak attacked her right after being slapped by Wuxia, blowing her away. How could she restrain this extreme fury any longer? However, the moment she saw the person standing there, her expression suddenly changed. At this time, a woman could be seen standing in the sky like an arrogant phoenix, catching the attention of everyone. A woman like this would be at the center of attention no matter where she went. This woman was noble from birth, so there was no need for her to put on an act. She was a phoenix that had flown out of its golden nest and exuded an indescribable nobility. Not only was she noble, she was also extremely arrogant and had an aggressive temperament. She held all in disdain while others didn't dare to look straight at her. Her nobility might be innate, but her contemptuous attitude was intentional. The golden daughter of the Jian clan. Many were astonished to see the woman as noble as a phoenix ahead. The golden daughter of the Jian clan, Jian Wuxuang. Her name reverberated loudly across the entire alchemy realm, not just because of her noble upbringing or how she was an extraordinary genius, but because her fame was inseparable from her incomparable arrogance. She was arrogant to the point of being quite harsh and tyrannical no matter how she acted, and she held no consideration for others. Everyone knew that Jian Wushuang's famed arrogance was not reserved for the weak. In fact, she acted that way towards everyone, no matter if they were supreme geniuses or the lord of an entire domain. It could even be said that when she was in a bad mood, she would not give anyone face. "Princess Jian, you. What are you trying to do?" They were both arrogant, but before Jian Wushuang, the dragon princess's bullying momentum was suddenly cut in half. She didn't have matchless confidence like Jian Wushuang, who was always brimming with fearlessness no matter who she met. At this time, the dragon princess was both angry and nervous. However, she didn't dare to air her anger before Jian Wushuang. If one were to call Jian Wushuang a noble-born phoenix, then the dragon princess was only a poseur bird. The two were completely incomparable. Jian Wushuang looked at the dragon princess with one eye and harshly declared, "His dog life is mine. Do not interfere with my business." At this time, Jian Wushuang had a haughty attitude that showed she held no consideration for anyone. Many people in the crowd, however, didn't dare to act up since none of them wanted to mess with Jian Wushuang. In fact, the entire alchemy realm knew that the Jian clan had always been very doting towards Jian Wushuang. They only had one little daughter like this, so of course, she was the apple of their eyes, the brightest star in their sky. Who would dare to provoke Jian Wushuang, who was the focus of all the Jian clan's adoration? The dragon princess was, of course, not from the dragon tribe but just a draconic dynasty. She was the princess of a serpent monarch's dynasty under the control of the crystallized sea sect. Not only was she a princess, she also had great talents. She joined the crystallized sea sect and was the junior sister of their main descendant, the famous young noble Peiyu. As the princess of a serpent tribe's dynasty and the junior sister of an imperial descendant, her status was quite prestigious, so ordinary great powers didn't dare to provoke her. Because of this, it was no wonder why she had such an arrogant and unreasonable style. The crystallized sea sect is here as well. Many experts here shuddered after seeing the group of people around her. In fact, everyone here was unwilling to see an imperial lineage arrive because the moment one appeared, most of the sects here had no choice but to run. They essentially didn't dare to compete against one for immortal sulfur. Shit, the crystallized sea sect. Old Demon Taiyi's expression changed after seeing this. He wanted to crawl underground due to fear, but he was gripped by the collar by Li Qie, who pulled him up. "Young noble, this is the dragon princess from the crystallized sea sect. Everyone is afraid of her here at the alchemy realm." The old demon told Li Qie with a dejected look. Yuan Saihe chuckled at this poor old demon's appearance and told Li Qie, "Brotherly, stop picking on him. It isn't his fault that he can't do anything against an imperial lineage." At this time, the dragon princess standing atop the big ship looked towards their direction. The moment she saw Yuan Saihe, her countenance turned cold, and she started to walk over. Chapter 674, Draco Bulls leaving the water. Good, nothing could be better if Princess Jian wants his insignificant life. I'll spare him so Princess Jian can take it. After being slapped by Li Qie, the princess felt extremely humiliated. There was nothing she wanted to do more than to peel off his skin and tear out his tendons or even drink his blood. However, she couldn't afford to offend Jian Wushuang, so despite her desire to kill Li Qie, she could only obediently return to her ship after Jian Wushuang made her intentions known. At this time, Jian Wushuang coldly glared at Li Qie while he leisurely stood there without batting an eye. His feud with Jian Wushuang had been going on for a long time, but such a trivial matter didn't bother him. All the cultivators near the water outlet held their breaths while looking at Li Qie. Many of them felt that this brat was too unbelievable. Offending the dragon princess was one thing, but he even dared to mess with the daughter of the Jian clan? Who in the alchemy realm didn't know that the Jian daughter was not to be provoked? Back at her ship, the dragon princess coldly glared at Wuxia and inadvertently revealed a smirk. At this time, she wanted to see Wuxia's pitiful state after being killed by Jian Wuxia. Although she couldn't personally deliver the punishment, being able to watch him die miserably would still be an enjoyable matter. Meanwhile, the Golden Leopard Prince found the whole thing to be quite regrettable because Wuxia had a young king medicine that he really wanted. However, with Jian Wuxia standing over there, he wouldn't even dare to fart or try to use Yi Qingqing's name. How do you want to die? Jian Wuxia coldly glared at Wuxia with her always arrogant demeanor. In her eyes, Wuxia was already a dead man. Die? Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and said, "If you want to die, then I can help you. However, I am not in the mood and have no interest in doing so since I am here to catch Draco bulls. If you want to die, then wait and find me afterward." Wuxia's incredible response caused many people to become speechless. This fellow was truly too much. He actually dared to say that to Jian Wuxia. However, he had just slapped the dragon princess without a care, so it was not strange for him to provoke Jian Wuxia as well. Jian Wuxia's eyes narrowed and seemingly became two sharp arrows. At this time, she was surprisingly not angry and instead coldly said, "Very well, I will give you time to prepare a coffin. I'll wait for you to catch a Draco bull and get a coffin before I take your dog life so that others won't say that I didn't even give you time to prepare a funeral." Jian Wuxia had quite a sharp tongue as well, but this time, she didn't throw a tantrum and didn't carry out a verbal bout against Wuxia. In fact, she didn't want to waste time talking to Wuxia because she had already tasted Wuxia's sharp words. She felt that she didn't have any advantage in this regard. Then wait. Without batting an eye, Wuxia lazily responded and proceeded to ignore her. The arrogant Jian Wuxia was also too lazy to look at Wuxia any further. She turned around and made her way to the top of a peak. She was in no hurry to kill Wuxia since, in her eyes, he would be dead sooner or later. After she left, Yuan Caihe looked at Wuxia and smiled wryly before softly whispering, "Why must you make this so difficult? Sometimes, you can take a step back in order to see the boundless open vistas." Finally, when the high tide came again, roaring sounds appeared as the river surface fluctuated. At this time, everyone could feel the earth shake. They all sensed that a gigantic gate that reached all the way down to the deepest parts of the earth was slowly opening. "The tide is coming." No one knew who shouted this out, but at this moment, all eyes were on the suddenly rising river. The alchemists were even more focused because they had to use the shortest time possible to determine which bulls had immortal sulfur the moment they come out of the water. Moo. At this time, bull roars appeared, shaking the entire earth as if a giant drum had been struck. Numerous dense shadows emerged from within the high tide. All these bulls came out of the water surface from the depths of the river. "The Draco bulls are here!" Someone shouted, and immediately, everyone here prepared themselves like winding arrows, poised to fire at any time. Splash! The sounds of water splashing resounded everywhere as the bulls left the water. At this second, flocks of bulls left the water, and even more were coming one after another. A Draco bull looked like an ox except much sturdier. The main difference was that dragon scales covered their bodies as if they were adorned with armor. Their horns were thick and considerably sharp and flashed lights as if they could pierce through everything in this world. Rumble. When these Draco bulls left the water, they immediately ran like crazy, creating an extremely spectacular scene. It was even more moving than the mobilization of a great army. They rushed outside of the river, intending to hunt for food to get full in the shortest amount of time so that they could return to the water. After a brief moment, an alchemist recognized one that had sulfur and immediately shouted, "That one!" In an instant, a group of shadows rushed towards the herd in order to capture the one that the alchemist pointed out. Ah! However, among the thunderous explosions was wailing screams. Some of those cultivators who tried to catch the bulls were immediately blown away. Some were even pierced by the sharp horns of the bulls in the blink of an eye. The Draco bulls were not gentle beasts and instead rather ferocious. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them and would be attacked once they were close. At this time, Yuan Caihe also picked her target. In an instant, she shifted her body and stepped towards one bull like a goddess intending to mount it. Go! Right when Yuan Caihe was approaching the bull, the dragon princess also shouted and commanded the experts next to her. Two of these experts immediately rushed after Yuan Caihe in order to steal that bull from her. The truth was that the dragon princess didn't want this particular bull, it was mainly to disrupt Yuan Caihe's plans. Ah! However, the moment these two experts swooped out, they immediately screamed as their blood spurted due to the two arrows that pierced through their skulls, causing their bodies to fall to the ground. At this moment, Wuxia was armed with the 9 words true bow, and he killed the two experts with 2 arrows. This sudden change left the astonished dragon princess with an unsightly expression. However, she couldn't do anything about it since Jian Wuxuang had already claimed Wuxia's life. The princess couldn't harm Wuxia. At this time, Jian Wuxuang was also gazing intensely at Wuxia. Keep in mind that the Jian clan was considered to be the most skilled at archery, and their immortal emperor patriarch used the Tao of the bow for his ascension. So now, when Wuxia took action, Jian Wuxuang also immediately took note of Wuxia's archery. Good, nothing could be better if Princess Jian wants his insignificant life. I'll spare him so Princess Jian can take it. After being slapped by Wuxia, the princess felt extremely humiliated. There was nothing she wanted to do more than to peel off his skin and tear out his tendons or even drink his blood. However, she couldn't afford to offend Jian Wuxuang, so despite her desire to kill Wuxia, she could only obediently return to her ship after Jian Wuxuang made her intentions known. At this time, Jian Wuxuang coldly glared at Wuxia while he leisurely stood there without batting an eye. His feud with Jian Wuxuang had been going on for a long time, but such a trivial matter didn't bother him. All the cultivators near the water outlet held their breaths while looking at Wuxia. Many of them felt that this brat was too unbelievable. Offending the dragon princess was one thing, but he even dared to mess with the daughter of the Jian clan? Who in the alchemy realm doesn't know that the Jian daughter was not to be provoked? Back at her ship, the dragon princess coldly glared at Wuxia and inadvertently revealed a smirk. At this time, she wanted to see Wuxia's pitiful state after being killed by Jian Wuxuang. Although she couldn't personally deliver the punishment, being able to watch him die miserably would still be an enjoyable matter. Chapter 675, Secrets of the Draco Bull. Amidst the commotion, Yuan Caihe rode her Draco Bull and instantly disappeared towards the horizon. That one. At this time, the dragon princess didn't have time to trouble Wuxia as the alchemist standing next to her shouted and picked a bull. The princess shouted out a command and brought a group of experts to chase the target. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxuang also marked her prey. She slightly shifted her figure and immediately went for one of the bulls. It was clear that she was also highly skilled in the Tao of alchemy. She was stronger than the majority of the people here. The moment she soared towards it, this bull immediately pounced forward. However, she immediately flipped it over. The bull knew that it had met a frightening opponent, so it decided to flee to a different direction. Jian Wuxuang roared and gave chase immediately at an alarming speed. Suddenly, figures fell down one after another. The rapid steps of the Draco bulls were accompanied by a melody of screams. Wuxia's gaze glossed over each of the Draco bulls that left the water as fast lightning. Of course, he was not looking for sulfur but something else entirely. Eventually, he set his gaze on a particular bull and gradually walked towards it. It was at this time that a group descended from the sky and instantly blocked his path. They were the Golden Leopard Prince's faction. "We also want this Draco Bull, so step aside," the prince said as he blocked Wuxia's path. Meanwhile, that Draco Bull had escaped far away in the blink of an eye. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and gazed towards the prince only to be met with a snort from him along with a cold response, "Don't make this hard for yourself. If you want to get the immortal sulfur, just hand over that young king medicine root. If not, then you won't be able to catch that bull." However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed forward and, amidst his confusion, Wuxia had him gripped by the neck and held in the air. How presumptuous! The experts who accompanied the prince were shocked and instantly rushed forward to protect their master. Clank! But at this moment, Wuxia's body became a giant lock. In just a split second, a bright flame and gusts of wind appeared, preventing these attacking experts from getting closer to Wuxia. Then, red chains with the color of flames pierced through all their chests, incinerating them to death. Their miserable wails caused all listeners to shudder. Poof! Plumes of green smoke arose. All the experts that were pierced by the red chains were immediately burnt to a crisp without even leaving ashes behind. Under the 9-sun locking heaven law, these experts couldn't withstand the fire and were killed instantly. There were many cultivators who still hadn't left the water outlet. After seeing this murderous scene, many of them felt a chill. You dare to do this? The prince didn't expect to run into a steel wall. At this time, he was pale from fear and soiled his pants. He raised his voice and shouted, I am a follower of young noble Yi Qingsheng. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, the young noble will absolutely not, clack." Before he could finish, Wuxia had already crushed his skull. The prince's eyes remained wide open. Even at the time of his death, he didn't know why his monstrous backing didn't deter Wuxia. Yi Qingsheng? I don't know him, but so what? If he dares to stop me, then he'll be killed without mercy. Wuxia nonchalantly threw the prince's skull to the side and wiped his hands. The cultivators here couldn't help but shiver after seeing Wuxia's leisurely state after murdering the prince's group of people. They all knew that this seemingly inconspicuous human junior was a ferocious man. If it was anyone else, then they would definitely show some consideration for Yi Qingsheng. Wuxia didn't even bat an eye before turning around to instantly chase after the escaping Draco Bull. At this time, who would dare to compete for this bull against Wuxia? Unless they were tired of living, they would turn a blind eye to it. Tai Yi, who was hiding underground, eventually showed his head after Wuxia had left. He patted his chest while still dazed and murmured, "So vicious. Luckily, I didn't offend this demon king or the result would have been unsightly as well." Having said that, his eyes rolled and cheerfully laughed while saying, "Time to go, gotta pick up the spoils." Then, he disappeared into a cave. The unyielding bull, once again, charged towards Wuxia, but it was blown away time and time again with no chance to compete. Eventually, the bull was covered in blood and lied on the ground, gasping for air. It was no longer able to stand up. Wuxia smiled and said, "This is more like it. Even if you have 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough if I really wanted to kill you." At this time, he stood in front of the bull and used his hand to tap on its forehead again and again. Banging sounds reverberated from the bull's head like the echoing of a valley. Buzz! Eventually, a faint sound appeared. The bull's head finally had a reaction after Wuxia's continuous tapping. Pop! Strings of crimson light came out from this bull's forehead. The streaks of light continuously increased until they were as vast as an ocean. Among this vast ocean, a huge mountain appeared. Bah! This huge mountain flew out from the crimson light inside the bull's forehead. Moo! This bull was shocked by this sudden change. Even it didn't know that there was such a thing in its head. After the huge mountain flew out from its head, the bull ignored all else and ran away despite its injuries, instantly disappearing without a trace. Wuxia didn't chase after it since his goal was not the bull, but the thing ahead. His eyes were fixated on the mountain. This mountain before him was emitting a huge amount of crimson light as if it was a sea of blood. However, this monstrous landmass was not a mountain, it was formed from many Blood Era stones stacked on top of each other. These Blood Era stones were without flaw and were absolutely of top quality. Even characters of the God Monarch level might not be able to enjoy such amazing Blood Era stones. These stones were covering a ray of light. After a pealing sound emerged, the stones opened up, creating a dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the light rushed out from the stones. Inside was a dragon, a golden dragon. Roar! This golden dragon roared towards Wuxia. It was so powerful that it was as if a true dragon had descended to the mortal realm. The aura of an extremely tyrannical divine beast filled the sky. Even heavenly kings would tremble before this horrifying atmosphere. "Hold on, old golden bull, it's me!" Wuxia shouted with a thunderous voice while spewing out mantras. With sonorous sounds, these mantras seeped into the head of the golden dragon. The initially attacking dragon halted after hearing Wuxia's words and changed its mind. At this time, Wuxia's forehead opened and a brand flew out. This brand immediately struck the golden dragon's body and disappeared inside. There was a sudden change to the golden dragon once Wuxia's brand entered its body. All of the bright lights disappeared. The moment the golden dragon landed on the ground, it turned into a water buffalo. It was a sturdy-looking buffalo without any special characteristics outside of being stronger in appearance compared to other buffaloes. Chapter 676, Imperial Draco Bull, This is More Like It. Wuxia came over while this buffalo was still gazing at Wuxia. However, it didn't attack him. "Take it easy, it's me." Wuxia placed his palm on the beast's forehead. At this time, his forehead opened once more and out came an endless sea of memories. In this instant, a ray of light from inside quickly entered the buffalo's head. A buzzing sound came about the moment Wuxia's ray of light disappeared inside the buffalo's head. A halo with a very sacred feeling appeared above it as if nothing in this world could stain it, as if this halo was empowered by the gods and capable of repelling all evil. Moo! The moment this halo appeared, the buffalo finally recognized Wuxia and became extremely excited. It mooed at Wuxia and used its head to rub against him, looking quite familiar. "There we go. Although you have left me for a very long time now, I'm still here." Wuxia gently tapped the buffalo's head while smiling. The buffalo was ecstatic. Its nose spewed out hot air and it kept on rubbing against Wuxia as if it was seeing a loved one. Wuxia patted the buffalo while lightly sighing and said, "It seems that, the descendants of the Celestial Peak Divine School are no longer here, and the God King's branch is all but gone. So many years have passed, but no one came to find you. That means my promise with the God King also ends here." This normal-looking buffalo was not a common one. It was a Draco bull, but ordinary Draco bulls were nothing compared to it since it had the bloodline of a true dragon flowing through its veins. Although it had yet to reach atavism to turn into a true dragon, it was definitely a divine bull. Wuxia named it the Imperial Draco Bull, and it was once his mount, following him from one dangerous location to another. If the Tetrawar Bronze Chariot was Wuxia's carriage to fight against the world, then the Imperial Draco Bull was Wuxia's preferred mount to enter ominous grounds. Later on, when Wuxia let the God King protect the Celestial Peak Mountains, Wuxia wanted to make up for the God King's effort, so outside of granting him many treasures, he also gave the Imperial Draco Bull to this God King. Later on, the bull followed the God King and became the school's divine guardian. Wuxia looked at the halo above its head and noticed how dim it was compared to before. He gently tapped the bull's head and said, "Don't worry, although the divine school is no longer here, I'll find an even better lineage with sufficient power to nourish your divinity for you in the future. Moo, the bull understood Li Qie and affectionately rubbed against his palm. In fact, this bull was already extremely mighty and could have turned into a demon a long time ago. However, it didn't walk on this demonic path since it wanted to become either a true dragon or a divine bull. It chose not to gain intelligence using the Tao. Let me take a look and see what actually happened back then to the divine school. Li Qie placed his palm on the bull's head, and a radiance flashed. At this time, the bull's sea of memories appeared, allowing Li Qie to look at the past events of that year. Many scenes appeared inside the bull's sea of memories. Just like Yuan Saiha had said, the strongest existence of the divine school dug out the item underground during that time. The moment it saw the light, it brought doom to the divine school. Overnight, many people died a pitiful death. Even an existence as powerful as a god king was still unable to avoid such a fate. Back then, the slumbering imperial Draco bull was the divine guardian, and it woke up from its slumber in astonishment. It rushed out from its cave, but it was too late. In just one night, countless experts had fallen. It then sealed that item again and went back to sleep, covering itself in blood-era stones, awaiting its next awakening. However, the majority of the divine school's experts were dead. Later on, the school fell into decline, and not long after, the once monstrous existence collapsed. From then on, the lineage that presided over this territory that spanned millions of miles disappeared from the world. Because of this collapse, the God King no longer had any descendants, and no one ever woke up the imperial Draco bull from its hibernation until today. At that time, Li Qie made a promise to the God King that the bull would act as the divine guardian for the God King's main branch. Because of this, although the divine school had collapsed later on, Li Qie still didn't come back to wake the bull up. Millions of years had passed, but no one came to wake up this bull. This meant that the God King's line had ended, so Li Qie's promise with the God King would end here as well. Li Qie withdrew his palm from the bull's forehead and couldn't help but lament. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. The God King left behind an edict, yet his descendants chose not to obey and eventually brought about this disaster. In the past, he let the God King suppress this land for two reasons. Outside of not letting the item underground see the light of day again, he also wanted to see this land be turned away from evil. The God King obeyed his order and suppressed this ground as well as preventing the world from knowing about the terrible item underground. At the same time, he continued to purify the land, allowing it to be a land of peace as well as building a powerful lineage on top of it. Unfortunately, his descendants didn't listen to his words and dug this thing out, creating a disaster for the school. Li Qie sat on the bull and ordered, "Come, we'll go to the old location to take the carriage back." The bull opened its mouth and swallowed all the blood-era stones. Then, with a loud moo and great excitement, it raised its hooves and immediately headed for the remnants of the divine school. The bull was as fast as lightning, and it hadn't been this happy since a very long time ago. It flew around everywhere, sometimes up to the 9 heavens, sometimes down to the great river, while at other times, it rode the wind in the sky. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while riding the beast, noticing its excitement. In this instant, it was as if he had returned to the past. The imperial Draco bull could be said to be the best mount in this world. Although Li Qie's Tetrawar bronze chariot was also heaven-defying, Li Qie found that its potential was more suited for a battlefield. It was not without reason that Li Qie thought that the bull was the best mount. It could endure hardships, but more importantly, it was able to dispel poisons and avoid dangers. It could predict ominous events and evade them. At the same time, it could tread through any terrain. Nothing could compare to it. If one wanted to enter burial grounds or ancestral earths, then the bull was the best candidate. Even if it couldn't bring one to the deepest parts or the most mysterious parts in these dangerous locations, it would still bring you a fair distance. Once inside these locations, the bull would avoid danger and try its best to take you out from those places. Illusions and other sinister crises wouldn't be able to impede it. It excitedly rushed forward and was trying to find the same feeling as before when it brought Wuxia everywhere in the past. Eventually, it took Wuxia back to the old site of the divine school. The once powerful lineage was now in ruins, the glory of that year was no longer present. The bull took Wuxia to a particular location inside the ruins. Heavy bursts of explosions came about when the bull stomped on the ground, splitting it apart and causing an old pavilion inside the crack to float upward. With a squeaking sound, the old pavilion opened its doors. One could only see a carriage inside, a carriage with a very obsolete and ancient appearance. One wouldn't be able to count how many moons it had experienced. This common-looking old carriage, unbeknownst to others, had been empowered by countless invincible existences. This old carriage could take someone and escape from even ominous grounds. The bull connected the carriage's reins to its body and dragged the carriage away. Wuxia faintly smiled and sat inside the carriage to sniff a smell that couldn't be any more familiar. Squeak, the bull slowly pulled the carriage at a familiar pace just like in the past. Meanwhile, Wuxia closed his eyes and let the bull leisurely pull the carriage forward. At this time, Wuxia suddenly felt as if time was endless. Despite the vastness of the world, he could go as he pleased. The endless ages could only allow him to cross through them. The creaking of the carriage was heard. At this moment, this creaking sound was the most beautiful and pleasant noise to Wuxia. The bull was pulling the carriage in a very particular rhythm, not too fast, not too slow. This carriage with one bull and one man seemingly had an eternal and never-changing rhythm. It was as if nothing could be more intoxicating than its cadence. Eventually, the bull stopped as it was now standing in the centermost location of the divine school. The moment the carriage stopped, Wuxia, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. He jumped down from the carriage and looked at the ruins in front of him before asking the bull, "It is at this place?" "Moo," the bull let out a deep cry before slightly nodding its head. Meanwhile, Wuxia couldn't help but become serious while staring at this sight. Hopefully, the thing has been refined, or else it will be a bit problematic. Wuxia gazed at the ground as if he wanted to see right through this land. Eventually, he took a deep breath and assumed a dignified expression before commanding the bull, "Take it out. Regardless of whether it has been refined or not, we must bring it away." Back in those times, it was not illogical for the ancient Ming to covet this item so badly. So now, we'll dig it out and take it away. Having said that, a series of explosions appeared. One treasure after another emerged above Wuxia's head: the yin-yang immortal mirror, the declivity bell, the green lamp, the heaven-sealing pentagate. These treasures poured down extremely powerful universal laws to protect Wuxia. Chapter 677, Challenge. At this time, Wuxia was prepared for the worst. He hoped that after a period of millions of years, that item would have been refined. However, he had to ready himself just in case. Rumble, a burst of roaring sounds emerged when the bull opened up this ground. Waves of formations came out from below along with radiant lights as if they wanted to illuminate this entire area. This was a great formation meant for suppression. Back then, when the Imperial Draco Bull woke up, it forcefully threw the thing into this formation. Eventually, an item appeared inside the great formation. This was an old urn that was very coarse with rough lines. It seemed to be from an extremely ancient era. Wuxia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the urn intact and murmured, "It seems that thing didn't break out of the urn just yet." Having said that, he went forward and picked it up with his hands for a meticulous examination. He felt the changes inside and found nothing. This made him nod approvingly as he mused, "Very good, it seems to be very effective." This old urn was left behind by Wuxia for the Imperial Draco Bull in the past. Although Li Qiye was confident in the God King protecting this area, he was still preparing for the worst. The God King wouldn't have dug the item out, but he couldn't be sure about others. Because of this, he left this pottery urn to the bull. This urn had a frightening origin. It was from an extremely ancient era and held amazing power. If one day the item underground was dug out by someone, then the bull could use this old urn to suck in that thing and suppress it underground once more. The truth was that the tension from the war was quite high, so Li Qiye couldn't observe the thing underground in detail. He was unsure whether the urn could suppress it or not. However, he didn't have sufficient time back then, so he couldn't prepare further. After leaving this urn behind, he immediately left. I have to look into it a bit if there is time later. Since there was no activity in the urn, Li Qiye planned to take this thing along with him. He activated the pentagate. With a thunking sound, the gates fell down and began to seal this old urn. At this time, the gates turned into a bronze box and suppressed the urn inside. This was also a precaution in case the worst happened. If the thing inside the urn still had its power, then it could still escape from within. However, under the suppression of the pentagate, it would be prohibitively difficult for it to run out. Do note that the pentagate claimed to be able to seal the heavens. In fact, it had indeed sealed a heaven in the form of an entire world before. Because of this, Li Qiye was able to relax after putting the old urn inside the pentagate. Even if it could escape the urn, Li Qiye was confident that it wouldn't be able to escape the suppression from the pentagate. If it could do so, then there wouldn't be too many things in this world that could imprison it. Li Qiye happily put away the pentagate, then went back to his carriage and ordered the bull, "We'll go back and take a look at the Celestial Peak River." Of course, he was going back not to find old demon Tai Yi, but to meet up with Yuan Caihe again. In fact, he didn't give a damn about the old demon. The Imperial Draco Bull took its time pulling the carriage towards the Celestial Peak River while the squeaking sound rang in Li Qiye's ears. While sitting in the carriage, he closed his eyes, immersing himself within the rhythmic sound, causing him to be lost in time. However, he gently sighed inside since he knew full well that he would never be able to return to those days. Although he was now sitting inside the carriage of the past and his mount was still the Imperial Draco Bull, many things had been lost and many events had dispersed into fleeting clouds and puffs of smoke. For example, the sword goddess that once served him, or that arrogant heaven's proud daughter, or those peerless generals that waged war in all the domains for him. Everything vanished in the long river of time. His carriage, his bull, and he himself were still here like before, but those who stood beside him with the utmost loyalty and will to serve him for an entire lifetime, were all gone. For tens of millions of years, the people who stood by his side kept changing from one group to another, but he was still the same as he moved forward. On the cruel path of the Grand Tao and the endless river of history, there seemed to only be the accompaniment of an unspeakable loneliness. Eventually, he smiled wryly and shook his head to chase all of these old scenes out of his mind. Ever since he arrived at the giant bamboo country, he had become quite sentimental. Perhaps Yennefer had made him remember too many things in the past, or maybe it was her tenderness that was something he couldn't forget. While he was recalling the past in his seat, the carriage slowly came to a halt. He thought that they had arrived at the river, but after opening his eyes for a look, he only saw one person blocking his path. The person standing in front blocking the way was the Jian clan's golden daughter, Jian Wuxia, who was as proud as a phoenix. Seeing Jian Wuxiang's imposing and extremely arrogant attitude, Li Qiye couldn't help but narrow his eyes and slowly utter, as the saying goes, a good dog does not block the street. Get out of my way. Li Qiye, there is no need to show off your capable tongue. I won't be wasting words with you, I am only here to take your dog life. Jian Wuxia glared at him with her always aggressive demeanor that didn't change no matter where she went. It was as if there was no one in this world that was her equal. No matter who it was, she would always look at them with contempt while showing off her superiority. No one could enter her sight. She was supercilious to the extreme, as if no one had ever been able to make her bow her proud head. After hearing her words, Wuxia finally remembered what she said back at the river. The truth was that he never paid her any mind, so he didn't bother to hear what she was saying before. "Do you want to fight?" Wuxia didn't bother batting an eye and slowly said, "No problem, we can fight. However, I have to meet someone first." "Yuan Caihe, right?" Jian Wuxuang sneered and said, "Don't worry, she is fine and is still chasing that one bull. However, it is better if you don't see her. Being separated by life and death is ultimately a terrible thing. Do you really want a girl like Yuan Caihe to see your dying figure?" Wuxia couldn't help but glance at her after hearing her response and quipped, "This is truly rare. An uneducated and uncultured girl like you still has a little bit of compassion. This is really a first. Is the sun rising from the west today?" Wuxia's remark made Jian Wuxuang angry to the point where her pretty eyes were spewing out glints of fury. However, this was not her first time experiencing Wuxia's razor-sharp tongue. His words were capable of enraging people to death. Jian Wuxuang harshly said, "I'm not wasting my breath on you." She had always been good at verbal jabs, but before Wuxia, she never held the advantage, so she decisively chose to quit while she was ahead to not bring about further humiliation. She coldly stared at him and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Now that you are in my sight, there will be no chance to run. I suggest for you to face death head-on. At the very least, I will give you a fair chance for battle. Although you will still die in the end, at least you tried." It had to be said that her unique arrogance was very straightforward and upright. Although she had wanted to kill Wuxia for some time now, even to the point of torturing him, she still chose to meet him in the open in a direct confrontation despite her hatred. Even though Wuxia's foul mouth was truly vicious, she still gave him a chance for battle. This was the demeanor of an imperial descendant. No matter how annoying Jian Wuxuang was, in this regard, she was worthy of being someone who came from an imperial lineage. Wuxia looked at her for a moment. Suddenly, a flash ran through his eyes. He revealed a smirk and leisurely said, "Since you want to kill me so badly. Fine, I'll die then. You can watch." This reply caused her to be startled. Wuxia had always been arrogant and put up an aggressive front whenever they fought before, so now, him suddenly going along with her caused her to look at him suspiciously. Wuxia smiled and nonchalantly said, "Don't worry, there is no scheme or anything. Since you want me to die, I'll die for you to see." No matter what Wuxia was planning or what scheme he concocted, Jian Wuxuang was confident in herself as always. She looked down at him and laughed before aggressively declaring, "Since you didn't bring along a coffin, I will show mercy and give you a chance. You can pick the location, one that you'll want your grave to be located so that you can't complain about me not even giving you a chance to die with a burial." "Very well, I also want to die at a pretty location." Wuxia smiled calmly and said as if he was at home, "People only die once in their lifetime, so if I were to die, then of course it has to be at a beautiful landscape. This should, at least, be a memorable event for me." Wuxia's carefree and cheerful expression made it seem as if he was talking about someone else. Others would lose their mind at the thought of death, but Wuxia was talking about it as if it was completely trivial, as if he was simply tired of living. At this time, Wuxia was prepared for the worst. He hoped that after a period of millions of years, that item would have been refined. However, he had to ready himself just in case. Rumble, a burst of roaring sounds emerged when the bull opened up this ground. Waves of formations came out from below along with radiant lights as if they wanted to illuminate this entire area. This was a great formation meant for suppression. Back then, when the Imperial Draco Bull woke up, it forcefully threw the thing into this formation. Eventually, an item appeared inside the great formation. This was an old urn that was very coarse with rough lines. It seemed to be from an extremely ancient era. Li Qiye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing the urn intact and murmured, "It seems that thing didn't break out of the urn just yet." Having said that, he went forward and picked it up with his hands for a meticulous examination. He felt the changes inside and found nothing. This made him nod approvingly as he mused, "Very good, it seems to be very effective." Chapter 678, Star-Shattering Bow. Even the haughty Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stare suspiciously at Li Qiye. This sudden change was extremely strange and unlike his usual style at all. In this short period of time, she didn't know where the problem was, but she still arrogantly smiled and said, "Come, let us pick a nice location for your burial." Li Qiye ignored her and prodded the bull before closing his eyes to rest in the carriage, leaving the bull to take him away. Jian Wushuang also didn't care for whatever Li Qiye was plotting as she followed behind him. In her mind, no matter what he was planning, it was not worth mentioning since she could easily crush his schemes. Eventually, Li Qiye found a place that was not only beautiful, but also remote without signs of others on their way. After arriving, Li Qiye took another look around and was quite pleased with himself. Good, this is the place. A beautiful scenery, quiet and elegant without any disturbance. Nothing could be better than this for my resting place, said Li Qiye with a leisurely smile after jumping down from the carriage. He patted the bull's head, then the bull dragged the carriage away, disappearing instantly. At this time, Jian Wushuang was standing on top of a hill, looking down at Li Qiye as she coldly sneered, "You have found your grave, so get ready to die." She had always been a proud person who enjoyed standing on the high ground. Looking down on all existences with disdain gave her a sense of superiority. Li Qiye also stopped on a peak and took a look around. He took out the 9 words true bow and slowly said, "Okay, I am ready, but do not disappoint me. If you can't kill me, then I would have to jump off a building to kill myself." Li Qiye's words made no sense and caused others to think that he was tired of living. Even Jian Wushuang found it strange. Her eyes became serious and seemed like 2 sharp arrows locked onto Li Qiye. "You don't have to worry about that since you will die to my arrow. However, since you are so compliant, I will leave your corpse intact," said Jian Wushuang with a sneer. With that, she slowly took out a long bow. The moment this long bow appeared, it was as if a star had fallen from the sky. The bow appeared to be a star in her hand, taking in and spewing out cold starlight. Although the starlight was not dazzling, it gave off the feeling that it could illuminate the entire sky. Each individual streak of starlight was like a divine arrow that was capable of piercing gods and firmaments all the same. All of the arrows had a merciless intent that sent chills deep into people's bones. The star-shattering bow. Li Qiye smiled after seeing the bow in her hand and freely smiled, "It seems that you really are the favorite daughter of the Jian clan. To think they actually passed down this bow to you. This is truly a good bow." When immortal Emperor Dai Jian was young, this was his weapon of choice while battling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This bow was refined using the deepest star in the sky of the mortal emperor world. A star that spanned for tens of millions of miles was turned into this one bow. Although it didn't come from your patriarch, it still accepted the nourishment of his blood energy on top of being powerful already. Li Qiye mused after seeing this bow. Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear Li Qiye's knowledge regarding the origin of her bow. She sneered and said, "You do know a lot." Li Qiye didn't mind at all and continued, "That's not all I know. Although people say that immortal Emperor Dai Jian used the bow to prove his Tao, this was actually not the case. Before shouldering the heaven's will, your patriarch had once thrown away the star-shattering bow and trained with a different type of weapon until he finally became an emperor. Thus, your emperor didn't use the bow to prove his Tao. So what?" Although Jian Wushuang was slightly stunned, she still harshly said, "Since the start of time, my ancestor alone was invincible with regards to archery. His archery skill was number 1. I will not deny that. Li Qiye said with a relaxed smile. Immortal Emperor Dai Jian, after becoming an emperor, had done one thing that many emperors did not do. He cut off part of his body and burned it down to form a Bao. Just like that, the number one Bao across the eons was born. Its power was no weaker than your patriarch's true fate weapon. It could even be said to have surpassed the limits. Only with that Bao in his hand was your patriarch's archery considered unbeatable, becoming capable of looking down on all the other emperors. Li Qiye's tale left Jian Wushuang in a daze for a while because not too many people knew about this story. How could a no-named junior like Li Qiye recall it so well with such familiarity? This was outside of her expectations. Li Qiye happily said, "Unfortunately, the Bao in your hand is only the star-shattering Bao. If you were wielding your patriarch's Bao, then I would actually not try to court death so carelessly. However, this is a good thing since killing me with the star-shattering Bao is quite appropriate. Don't worry, I will be using a different Bao very soon." Jian Wushuang sneered and drily said, "Wait until I kill you, then I will replace it with the Bao in your hand." She was indeed worthy of being the golden daughter of the Jian clan. She never cared about other people's weapons since, to her, they couldn't compare to her own. However, she was tempted this time. Although she already had the star-shattering Bao, she was still moved by the 9 words true Bao in Li Qiye's hand. Intuition told her that his Bao was even better and more powerful than her own. "You have a very keen vision." Li Qiye laughed and gently stroked the Bao in his hand as he leisurely said, "This Bao is the best Bao throughout all of eternity, it is completely peerless. In the future, this Bao of mine will be even stronger than your patriarch's Bao. Even a better Bao would only be rotting in your hands." Jian Wushuang arrogantly declared, "Only in my grasp will it become the number one Bao in all of history." Although she was an arrogant bully and was quite annoying, it was still quite cute. At the very least, she was frank about it, unlike some other geniuses who only made up excuses to satisfy their greed for the possessions of others. "Are you saying that I should be happy for my Bao now that it has met you?" Li Qiye relaxingly said, "However, I am in a good mood this time, so I won't hold that comment against an ugly girl like you. If you actually manage to kill me, then I'll fulfill your wish, I shall give this Bao to you." Although she couldn't call herself the number one beauty in the stone medicine world, she was still within the top 10. The men who courted her could line up from the north to the south side of this entire world, so how could she not be enraged by this nobody calling her an ugly girl? Earlier, she felt that Li Qiye's mouth had become less toxic, but now, she only wanted to break his jaws. Of course, Li Qiye didn't care about her mood. He only smiled and waved his sleeve to say, "Since you want me to die, I'll let you have the first move." Jian Wushuang's murderous intent was surging due to her anger. But in the end, she was still an imperial descendant. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions and maintained her best possible condition. She glared at him and arrogantly said, "You dare to let me attack first in an archery battle? Do you really think you can escape from my arrow? But I am merciful, so I will give you a chance to change your weapon." The innately proud Jian Wushuang thought that Li Qiye daring to compete in archery with her was truly a foolish decision, and she didn't want to take advantage of him. In response, Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "No need, I will use this Bao instead of changing weapons. In that case, prepare to die." Jian Wushuang didn't want to waste her breath anymore as a glint flashed in her sharp eyes while she held her Bao. At this critical moment, Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said, "Wait a minute." Jian Wushuang rolled her eyes at Li Qiye and sneered, "Oh? Regretting it now? It is too late though. Only death awaits you today." Li Qiye chuckled and leisurely uttered, "Who says I'm changing my mind? It's just that I don't want others to watch on the sideline." With that, he drew his Bao and prepared an arrow. With a wind-destroying whistle, the arrow shot all the way to the sky. Pop! The sound of something breaking emanated from the sky, followed by what seemed to be pieces of glass falling down. It was as if a heavenly mirror had been shattered by his arrow. "Good shot," said Jian Wushuang drily as she gazed at the sky and saw the falling broken pieces. After Li Qiye destroyed the item in the sky, a carriage could be found stopped outside of the celestial peak mountain on a certain hill, one that couldn't look any more ordinary. There was a heavenly mirror inside the carriage that also shattered into countless pieces after Li Qiye destroyed the one in the sky. This caused the old woman sitting in the carriage to startlingly stand up with a fierce glare. This was a pair of frightening eyes with an entire rotating galaxy inside. These eyes illuminated the world and they aimed for the horizon. "Grandma, no need to rush. I can still sense them a little bit. He has great senses, so we don't need to get too close." At this time, a very pleasant voice came from inside the carriage as if it was the hymn of an immortal. Many would most likely become bewildered by this voice. If Li Qiye was here, he would be able to recognize this carriage because it was the one that trod the same path as him all the way from the giant bamboo country to the celestial peak mountain. At this moment, during the confrontation between Li Qiye and Jian Wushuang, Li Qiye stood there in a comfortable manner. He was very casual, as if this was not a duel at all. Chapter 679, Watch Me Die. Li Qiye's demeanor left Jian Wushuang vomiting blood from anger. His carefree attitude was simply an affront to her. She might not be the best genius in the stone medicine world, but she could still look down on the entire younger generation. But now, Li Qiye was treating this life and death battle so indifferently that it caused her to want to tear him apart. "Die." Her eyes narrowed and turned into a sharp glare like an arrow. In this moment, the star-shattering bow in her hands lit up instantly and unleashed a shot. This arrow was incredibly fast and completely beyond one's imagination. Space suddenly shattered as it traveled through the void. Not only was it fast, it was absolutely domineering. Under this arrow, heaven and earth cried out as if even the stars in the distant horizon would shatter if struck by this arrow. Li Qiye was still carefree in the face of this arrow. He only casually shot out one arrow in response as if he was courting death. The result was not surprising at all. Poof! Li Qiye's arrow was instantly destroyed by Jian Wushuang's arrow, and her arrow maintained its previous velocity while heading straight for Li Qiye. Whoosh! This arrow penetrated his chest, causing his entire body to be blown away, ultimately resulting in him being nailed to the side of a mountain. It shot through his chest, causing his blood to spurt everywhere. It was as if Li Qiye had died as his eyes suddenly closed. However, in a split second, a gray matter appeared in the middle of the penetrated and bloodied chest cavity of Li Qiye. In a flash, all the separated flesh and blood that was splashing everywhere receded back in place like a tide at an unbelievable speed and went back to Li Qiye's body. Next, Li Qiye's penetrated chest suddenly healed. A gray mark appeared in front of his chest, then it disappeared into his body. This scene was extremely strange and inconceivable because this was absolutely impossible. Unless one could reverse time itself, this could never happen. However, Jian Wushuang was absolutely certain that this was not time reversal. This development left her with a shocked expression. She was 100% confident in her arrow, that it would not only destroy Li Qiye's body, but also his true fate. However, not only did he not die, his wounds immediately healed in a split second. No one would believe such an incredible tale if told. "Did you forget to eat breakfast?" Li Qiye stood up with a slightly pale countenance, but he was still quite spirited as he smilingly said, "Your arrow had no force at all. It couldn't even destroy my body, let alone my inner physique or true fate." This comment left Jian Wushuang shaking with anger. Her pretty eyes turned fierce as she cried out, "Die!" In just a moment, 3 arrows tore through space. These 3 were even more powerful and dominating than the previous one. What was even more frightening was that these arrows aimed straight for Li Qiye's weak points. No matter how he tried to dodge, they would penetrate the weak points predetermined by Jian Wushuang. They were simply unavoidable. Pluff! 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 However, Jian Wushuang overplanned things. Li Qiye didn't even try to dodge as the 3 arrows penetrated his body in the blink of an eye. Deep bloody holes appeared on his body as flesh and blood spattered about. However, the same frightening event happened. In just a moment, the wounds and spattered flesh and blood were infused by a gray shade and receded like a tide back to its original location. Li Qiye's wounds immediately closed, and the same gray seals appeared once more. Die! With an astonished look, Jian Wushuang caused her blood energy to erupt. The star-shattering bow became a sun, and countless gigantic arrows flew out like stars. In this moment, the heaven and earth was bombarded by countless gigantic arrows. The sun and the moon lost their brilliance. With this arrow formation, she could massacre saints and gods with an extremely overbearing style. This endless rain of arrows struck Li Qiye's body. In just a second, his flesh blew everywhere. However, the tiny remnants of Li Qiye's body all turned gray and came back again as he instantly healed. The arrow formation continued its barrage on Li Qiye, annihilating his body over and over again. However, his recovery ensued right afterward each time. What was even more terrifying was that after each time he was killed, more gray matter would appear around Li Qiye's spattered remains and become even thicker. Moreover, the gray seals became increasingly larger as his wounds closed time and time again. However, the thing that frightened Jian Wushuang the most was her discovery that after each time she shot Li Qiye, the effectiveness of her divine arrows on Li Qiye continuously lessened. In the beginning, she could penetrate and destroy his chest with just one arrow, leaving behind a huge hole. However, as time went on, she could still penetrate his chest, but it only left behind a little bloody dimple. It was as if the more injuries he received, the stronger his body grew. He could now withstand even more shots from the divine arrows. She didn't know that he wasn't getting stronger from having more wounds, it was that he was accumulating even more death energy after suffering grave injuries. Because of this, his death seal became even stronger. The death seal was one of the 4 great techniques of the death scripture. It was able to transform injuries into death energy. The greater the wound, the greater the amount of converted energy. Of course, as the death seal garnered even more energy, it became increasingly powerful, making it harder for others to hurt Li Qiye. Because of this, Jian Wushuang's onslaught became less and less effective due to the increasing efficacy of the death seal. Of course, Li Qiye chose Jian Wushuang for a reason. The death seal was able to convert injuries into energy. However, when applying this art, one would be greatly affected if they couldn't find a suitable opponent. For example, if the opponent was much weaker than Li Qiye, then even if they could hurt Li Qiye when he was using the death seal, this injury would be too trivial and it wouldn't help the gathering of death energy. On the contrary, if Li Qiye picked a far too powerful opponent like a great virtuous paragon, then although the death seal could still withstand the terrifying damage as well as accumulate a monstrous amount of death energy, the critical injuries would leave behind an incalculable trauma. An injury of this level would be eternal and would persist even after rebirth. Under this permanent damage, even if one could recreate everything and come back from death, they would need to spend countless efforts and take a long period of time to completely treat such a wound. Picking a strong opponent like that was very unwise, even for a death seal user. Li Qiye picked Jian Wushuang because her strength was very appropriate. She was able to cause enough damage and even kill him. However, she was unable to inflict an eternal wound. Because of this, she was the most suitable person for Li Qiye to accumulate his death energy. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows kept on pouring down like rain. Jian Wushuang was furious, and her blood energy was blaring loudly as she concentrated all of it into her star-shattering bow. She crazily pulled her bowstring with her most violent stance, mustering her most ferocious attack to kill Wuxia. Under the assault of endless giant arrows, the earth was being torn to many pieces. It could be said that under such a crazy offense, Wuxia himself was being blown into little pieces with his body parts flying everywhere. His head was penetrated time and time again. However, the death seal that belonged to the death scripture, one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, was peerless even across the long thread of time. There was no merit law or secret law in this world that was stronger than these scriptures. Under Jian Wushuang's bombardment, Wuxia's broken body healed at an unbelievable speed. The more injuries he received, the more energy he gathered, causing the damage that she inflicted to greatly lessen over time. Die already! In the end, Jian Wushuang crazily roared. Her pretty eyes were glowing like a scorching sun. With a buzzing sound, the entire arrow formation disappeared in a split second. All of its energy gathered into one arrow that seemed to be heralding the arrival of an immortal emperor. It was as if an emperor himself was pulling on the bowstring. Although the star-shattering bow was not refined by immortal Emperor Dai Jian since it was created during a much more ancient age, it had followed him for his entire life, so it was bathed in a very powerful imperial aura. This one arrow instantly obtained invincibility the moment it was shot out. Time itself moldered and myriad worlds shattered. This arrow would annihilate even immortals and gods since it had already achieved supremacy. Against such an arrow, layers of barriers appeared before Wuxia's true fate, such as the Kunpeng jumping in the sky with floating stars. There was also an endless sea that contained countless tidal waves blotting out the sky along with a great continent that empowered his momentum. In this split moment, the Kunpeng's 6 variants transformed into a mighty defense for Wuxia's true fate. This could be said to be Wuxia's true first move, as layers of powerful defenses protected his true fate. Bang! Jian Wushuang's impeccable arrow was absolutely capable of massacring a heavenly king with ease. Thus, Wuxia's multiple barriers could not withstand this arrow. All of them shattered one after another. Ultimately, this arrow shot through Wuxia's last barrier that protected his true fate. However, after piercing through this barrier, the power of this arrow had been significantly reduced. Pop! Even though Wuxia's true fate derived countless laws and had a moon and sun orbiting around the last barrier, this arrow still shot through these laws and bypassed the moon and sun. Due to the momentum of the arrow, Wuxia's true fate was penetrated. Pluff! Wuxia's body, that had already come back together, fell to the ground after his true fate was shot by the arrow. His body immediately fell flat on the ground with his legs kicked upward. His eyes immediately closed as he tasted death on the spot. Chapter 680, Rebirth. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but let go of the bow in her hand. She heaved a long sigh of relief after seeing the arrow pierce his true fate. She had always been arrogant and confident. However, she was thoroughly horror-struck this time. Wuxia never did anything as she unleashed her bombardment upon him, yet she still struggled to kill him. If Wuxia actually took action, then the consequences would have been unthinkable. She became relieved as her ultimate arrow attack was finally able to kill Wuxia. However, just when her sigh came out, a faint peeling sound appeared. A white flower with 18 petals emerged from Wuxia's forehead. In this very instant, the white flower slowly bloomed, and one of the petals lit up with a shining light. In just a moment, a white petal appeared inside Wuxia's true fate. As the light radiating from the petal descended on the true fate, a loud blast occurred. The dead Wuxia with a shattered true fate emitted myriad laws into the sky like an endless flood as his true fate once again derived a boundless grand Tao. With that, the true fate flew back into his palace, then Wuxia stood upright. Amidst the commotion, Wuxia's entire body was shrouded by a lingering grey death energy. Inside this death energy, Wuxia immediately recovered his original form, including his shattered fate palaces and pierced head, all of them returned back to their initial state as if nothing had happened. Inside the death energy, all reverted back to their origin. The taste of death. Wuxia emotionally commented as the white flower flew back inside his forehead before instantly disappearing. Only one of the 18 petals on the flower had a flashing glimmer at this moment. Thud. Jian Wuxuang was shaken and staggered a couple of steps backward after witnessing Wuxia's rebirth. The proud girl had never been afraid of anything, not even someone stronger than her and capable of defeating her. She came from an imperial lineage and knew that defeat was not something to be shameful about. Even immortal emperors had lost at times, let alone other people. Therefore, she had never been afraid to fail. As long as she had this invincible heart, she would never falter. As long as she had her confidence, she would not be afraid of defeat. However, defeat had nothing to do with the current situation. The fearless girl had finally been frightened to the point of having a pale complexion. Death was a common sight to her, but this was her first time seeing someone be reborn after being killed by her. She was absolutely sure that her last arrow had killed Wuxia and that those who were killed by her, no matter if they were virtuous paragons or a top genius like Yi Qingcheng, wouldn't be able to revive themselves. Under her ultimate arrow, death was assured. Even a golden immortal of the great firmament wouldn't be able to save them. Wuxia smiled and gently shook his head. If you continue to use your star-shattering bow, then it won't be easy to kill me a second time. Since you have killed me once with it, it is essentially impossible to kill me a second time, unless you step into the virtuous paragon realm right now. If not, then you have to change your weapon. Of course, it needs to be much stronger than the star-shattering bow at the very least. Having said that, Wuxia laughed and said, even if you bring your patriarch's immortal emperor life treasure here, its attack would not be much more powerful than that last arrow, unless you could unleash an imperial massacre. Another option would be if you had that bow from him. Otherwise, it truly wouldn't be easy for you to kill me again. Wuxia's words left Jian Wuxuang gritting her teeth. She wished that she could take a good bite of his flesh right now. Fine, you are very amazing. If you dare, then name your merit law and I will definitely have a way to kill you so that you will never get up again. Of course, if you are a coward who is afraid of death, then forget it," said Jian Wuxuang with a sneer. Wuxia burst out in laughter and clapped his hands after hearing this and responded, "Ugly girl, although you are very annoying with no likable qualities, at least you aren't an idiot like those girls with big breasts and no brain. You're just a little bit better since you know how to goad others. But I'm sorry to say that this type of goading is completely useless against me." Wuxia paused for a bit at this point before continuing, "It is not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that even if I did, I'm afraid you wouldn't know what it is. If I told you and you hadn't even heard of it, then it would be too much of a blow to your confidence. I mean, you come from an imperial lineage, so if you are so ignorant, wouldn't you lose all face?" Jian Wuxuang wanted to vomit blood after hearing this. These were the words that drove her crazy the most. Moreover, there were also praises mixed in as well, causing her face to be flushed red from anger. However, this was not her first time experiencing Wuxia's vicious speech. She took a deep breath and coldly glared at him to say, "What else can you do outside of having a sharp tongue? I'm very capable with regards to many things." Wuxia comfortably smiled and slowly said, "However, I'm a little reluctant to kill you right now. Of course, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I like you, it's just that I don't really want to throw away such a good sharpening stone. At least right now, it is not that easy to find such a suitable one like you." Jian Wuxuang was gritting her teeth to the point where you could hear them rattle. At the moment, she was itching to bite his flesh off. Otherwise, it would be difficult to erase this anger in her heart. How could she not be full of grievances? She was proud and arrogant not only due to her power and great talents, but because she was also very beautiful as well. It could be said that she was known as one of the great beauties of the stone medicine world. Chapter 681, Mantra Arrow. Over the years, countless people praised her beauty with all sorts of compliments. But today, she was only a grindstone to Wuxia. This was even more rage-inducing than him calling her an ugly girl. At the very least, an ugly girl was still a person, a sharpening stone was hardly anything. Jian Wuxuang couldn't bear it any longer. He angrily shouted, "Li! If I don't kill you, I vow to cease being human." Cease being human? Wuxia couldn't help but laugh before retorting, "Ugly girl, you weren't a human from the start. Your Jian clan are all golems, yet you think you are human?" Wuxia didn't give chase after seeing Jian Wuxuang being carried away by this encompassing light. He only watched as she disappeared into the horizon. After she was gone, he rubbed his nose and murmured, "The Jian clan, they're worthy of their name. They're actually able to bring someone back from near death, what a truly extraordinary act. Although it is a bit worse than rebirth, it is already heaven-defying enough." Wuxia was well aware of the power of his arrow, it was capable of killing gods and devils. Very few existences could withstand such power, no matter how tough their body or true fate might be. When struck, death was the only outcome. However, Jian Wuxuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan after all, so all of their adoration and love was focused on her. She was their beloved jewel, so the clan used an extremely heaven-defying method to protect her. Once she received a fatal blow, it would instantly save her as well as bring her back to the Jian clan. The Jian clan was still ultimately an imperial lineage with a great heritage, so it was not strange for them to possess such a magnificent ability. Wuxia put away his bow and turned around to leave. However, before leaving, he narrowed his eyes and gazed towards a direction in the far horizon. He didn't say anything and only chuckled before leaving. Outside of the celestial peak mountain in a very secretive spot rested a very ordinary-looking carriage. This was a carriage that wouldn't garner attention no matter where it went. An old woman with an indeterminable age was seated outside in front of the carriage. She gave off a feeble feeling as if her sun was about to set in the west. At this time, a soft sigh came from inside the carriage. Although it was very brief, it had a particular rhythm that was very pleasant to the ears. Others would immediately know that the person inside was a girl. Although they couldn't see her appearance, her sigh was already charming enough. After hearing the sigh, the seemingly sleeping old woman immediately woke up and asked, "Young miss, how is it going?" "It is over, he has already left." An answer came from inside. This was a girl's voice, a voice with a very melodious touch that couldn't be described by words. This voice was capable of bewildering people, and it alone was enough to charm them all even when they didn't know what she looked like. "Who won?" The old woman couldn't help but ask, "The girl from the Jian clan?" "No," the girl's voice from inside the carriage appeared again, "Wuxia won. If it wasn't for the Jian clan protecting Jian Wuxuang with an extremely heaven-defying spell, I'm afraid she would have died already. That brat is quite capable then." The old woman was a bit surprised and said, "Although the girl from the Jian clan is arrogant and doesn't put anyone in her eyes, she is indeed talented. I'm afraid not many from the younger generation would be her match. He's more than just capable." The girl from the carriage answered, "I'm afraid this Wuxia is absolutely terrifying, more terrifying than anyone else. Young miss, that is too much. He only defeated the Jian girl, nothing more." The old woman couldn't help but say. Both of them had astonishing origins that were capable of scaring the rest of the world. "No." The girl in the carriage deepened her tone and said, "Although I couldn't see the battle with my own eyes, I more or less felt it. Wuxia didn't actually fight seriously and only used Jian Wuxuang to train himself. If he actually fought for real, then it would be very hard to tell." Chapter 682, Parting. Could he actually be stronger than young miss? The old woman said, "Even if he was stronger, he can't compare to you. No one can in the current younger generation. Not necessarily. The girl answered, at least, until now, I still don't know the limit of his power, so I can't make any conclusions. In my eyes, Li Qie himself is shrouded in a mist and is completely unfathomable. Not even I can see through him. How does he compare to Yi Qingcheng of the Stony Edge Kingdom? The old woman had to ask. Compared to Yi Qingcheng? The girl in the carriage paused for a bit before answering. I can't say in detail since I have no way of knowing just how strong Li Qie is. However, my intuition is telling me that Li Qie can only be stronger than Yi Qingcheng. That can't be. The old woman's expression visibly changed as she said, the Stony Edge Kingdom spared nothing when it came to Yi Qingcheng. He is a supreme celestial being who is adored by the heavens. In the stone medicine world, outside of young Miss, only the girl from the Jian clan can compete with him. How could this nobody Li Qie compare to Yi Qingcheng? Yi Qingcheng was quite renowned in the stone medicine world and was considered the #1 man, at least among the younger generation. Countless geniuses in this world would dim before his presence, others simply did not dare to compare themselves to him, and many of them were willing to work under his banner. I'm afraid so. The girl in the carriage continued, Yi Qingcheng's power can be estimated and measured, thus it is possible to compare. However, this Li Qie is unfathomable, I simply can't gauge just how strong he is. Despite not being able to calculate his true strength, my intuition is telling me that he can only be stronger than Yi Qingcheng. The old woman couldn't help but contemplate in silence for a moment after hearing the girl's answer. She knew her young Miss's abilities very well and had full confidence in her. The girl in the carriage said, let us go, he found us. Even if he makes it here, we aren't afraid of him. The old woman's momentum peaked. At this moment, she no longer resembled an old carriage driver on the verge of death. The aura her body emitted was extremely frightening. No, Grandma. We don't need to fight him. The girl in the carriage said, even though we are not afraid of anyone, we stand to gain nothing from fighting with Li Qie. Before he makes it here, we should leave first. The mountain range and the entire vein were all territories that belonged to the Tree Father. Although the Tree Father didn't establish a sect at this location, his followers and disciples were just as strong as any great power. The Alpine Mountain was also called the Alpine Grand Vein, one of the 8 great veins in the stone medicine world. It was on the same level as the elegant Azure Grand Vein. It stretched far across the alchemy realm like a sleeping dragon. It was grand and magnificent with incredible peaks and mountains everywhere. There were many spirit deers walking around, golden birds flying above, and flood dragons below the marshes. Meanwhile, spirit medicines were in abundance here. As one of the 8 grand veins, plenty of spirit energy had accumulated from millions of miles. The energy was as vast as an ocean. Moreover, under the protection of the Alpine Tree Father, the plants here were able to thrive and flourish, thus this land was famous for having a lot of plants. Of course, one had to talk about the Tree Father when the topic of the Alpine Mountain was ever brought up in this world. The giant bamboo tree and the Alpine Tree Father were referred to as the 2 great demon forefathers. Although the Alpine Tree Father was much younger than the ancient giant bamboo tree, his fame was much more widespread. In fact, this was quite understandable because, for millions of years now, the giant bamboo tree had never taken shape. It had always silently stood there, so the world had forgotten about its existence or had just gotten used to it. The Alpine Tree Father was completely different. He had gained intelligence from the Tao and also passed down his Tao heritage. This caused his reputation to spread along with countless students. For several 100,000 years now, living beings that were born at this location had heard the Tree Father preach the Tao many times. Some of them were demon monarchs. Of course, the beasts and vegetation that had yet to reach the Tao listened as well. During this period, many golems traveled for countless miles just to beseech the Tree Father for a chance to listen to him preach the Tao. Because of this, although the Tree Father had not left the Alpine Mountains territory for a very long time now, he had students everywhere in the world, across the three grand realms. Moreover, some of his students even became virtuous paragons. Thus, it was easy to imagine the Tree Father's great influence. As for his cultivation, no outsiders were privy to this. Some said that the Tree Father could be bestowed the God King title. Some also said that outside of immortal emperors, no one else could compete with the Tree Father. Regardless of how great his cultivation was, as a demon forefather that had lived for 500,000 years, this was more than enough to earn everyone's respect. Therefore, in the entire stone medicine world, numerous great powers and imperial lineages and even a monster like the Alchemy Kingdom were very respectful to the Alpine Tree Father. His 500,000th birthday was a huge event for the entire stone medicine world. All the great powers and imperial lineages, as well as renowned cultivators from all over the place, quickly traveled great lengths to give him their best wishes. Even those from faraway places like the Beast Realm and the Stone Realm began their departure early in order to make it on time for the celebration. Some had even left as early as 1 year ago. His great birthday celebration caused the entire territory that spanned for millions of miles to become rowdy since many lineages were on their way. In just a moment, the normally quiet Alpine Mountain became very busy and was overcrowded with newly arriving guests. The usually deserted valleys now contained many guests from far away. Chapter 683, Alpine Mountain. Fortunately, the Alpine Mountain was vast with countless mountains and valleys. Even though guests came from all over the world, there were still plenty of places for them to stay. Although there was still some time before the Tree Father's birthday, the place was already packed with people, and more arrived on a daily basis. Even the low-key imperial family of the Alchemy Kingdom, the reclusive Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel that never cared for mundane matters. All of these behemoths sent experts to come congratulate the Tree Father. From this, one could see the Tree Father's frightening position in the stone medicine world. Squeak, a carriage slowly approached a small town below the Alpine Mountain. Wuxia was still resting inside the carriage as if he was sleeping. He immersed himself in the carriage's rhythm. The bull took its time dragging the carriage towards the mountain. This little town was normally deserted, but now, it was bustling with cultivators staying here. Some of them ran out of the mountain for a breath of fresh air while others were here to trade items. Wuxia turned a deaf ear to the commodious town and continued to stay in the carriage as it kept on moving towards the mountain base. In fact, at this time, new guests filled the mountain base like carps jumping in a river. With this being the case, no one noticed Wuxia mixing in with the crowd. Once the carriage finally entered the mountain, Wuxia immediately opened his eyes to look at the sight before him. One could only see a verdant scenery with rolling hills and peaks that soared to the sky. There were also straight waterfalls that were 3,000 feet high. There were also ancient pines that resembled horned dragons growing on the precipices. No matter who they might be, they would be praising the majestic scenery before them. This place was different from other locations with its countless clusters of green lights floating in the sky. They were around the size of needles and appeared to be extremely lifelike. Because of these little glimmers of green light, it made the entire Alpine Mountain appear even more magical and exceptionally beautiful. At this time, Wuxia's brows furrowed. In this split second, it was as if his eyes were able to see through the entire mountain range. His gaze stretched across everything and fell upon an old pine tree. It was not a big pine tree, but it was definitely extremely ancient. After a while, Wuxia withdrew his gaze and murmured, "Alpine Mountain, Alpine Tree Father. A bit interesting. What a shame that after such a long time, he still isn't able to leave the Alpine Mountain." The Tree Father's fame had spread across the entire world, but for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never left the Alpine Mountain. Although he could appear anywhere in the millions of miles of the mountain range, he couldn't actually leave it. As for the reason why, there had been many different theories. The most plausible and widely accepted one was that before the Tree Father had gained intelligence from the Tao, his root was entrenched in the deepest parts of the alpine grand vein and had fused together with the vein. Because his root and the grand vein had become one, this allowed for him to appear anywhere inside the alpine mountain, but he wouldn't be able to take a single step outside. Squeak. At this time, the journey continued with the bull dragging the carriage along while Wuxia kept his eyes shut inside. However, before they could reach the gate of the mountain, they were stopped by someone. "You're still not dead," a cold, hateful voice appeared. Some bloodlust was even present. After hearing this cold voice, Wuxia opened his eyes and saw the dragon princess with some disciples blocking his path. At this point, she glared at him with a chilling gaze and flashed her murderous intent as if she wanted nothing more than to kill him at this moment. The princess's deep hatred towards Wuxia was understandable. Despite her noble birth and high status, she was still slapped by this nobody Wuxia before the eyes of others. Nothing could be more humiliating than this. If Jian Wushuang didn't stop her at that time, then she would have killed him already. Since Jian Wushuang wanted his insignificant life, the dragon princess thought that he wouldn't be able to leave the celestial peak mountain alive. Who would have thought that she would be able to see him here fine and well at this place? She was quite famous in the alchemy realm. As a princess and an excellent disciple with a great cultivation from the crystallized sea sect, it could be said that she stood out among others of the younger generation. And now, this very princess was blocking the path of a nobody with a crew, so this attracted a lot of attention from the guests. Many of them were curious about how this unknown human had offended her. Some even began to quietly discuss with others. As for Wuxia, he only blinked an eye and slowly said, "I'm quite tough. The king of hell and all the little devils couldn't take my life, so it shouldn't be strange that I'm still alive now, right? The king of hell and all the little devils can't take your life?" The princess snorted, exuding a sharp killing intent as she coldly said, "Then today, this princess will take your dog life." Wuxia was too lazy to take another glimpse of her. He leisurely sat in his carriage and said, "With just you and your insignificant skills? Stand side. Today, I am here to celebrate and my mood is especially good, so I'll spare your life for now. Of course, if you really want to die, then I can help you. Alas, painting the earth red with blood is bad luck at a birthday celebration." These words enraged the princess. She had already been slapped by him in front of everyone back at the Celestial Peak River and now he dared to utter these boisterous words? How could this not drive her mad? Many guests even halted their steps after hearing Wuxia's raving and couldn't help but click their tongues while glancing at each other. They wondered what the origin of this junior could possibly be for him to say these blustering words. He truly didn't know life from death. "Junior, don't be arrogant." An expert by the princess's side cried out. He wanted to rush forward to decapitate Wuxia. However, the princess stopped him and took a step forward herself. With a chilling visage like a vicious, unsheathed sword, she said, "I want to personally kill this little animal. I want to peel his skin and shred his tendons, to shed and drink his blood." She gnashed her teeth while speaking these words. Nothing else could appease her anger besides doing so. As for Wuxia, he continued to keep his eyes closed and rested as if he didn't hear what she had said. "Little animal, hand your life over." The dragon princess cried out as her vitality erupted all the way to the sky like a flood dragon. Such powerful vitality was enough to illustrate her amazing strength. Worthy of being a dynasty's princess and an excellent disciple of the crystallized sea sect. Even a cultivator from the previous generation had to voice his praise after seeing her powerful blood energy. Fellow Taoists, please take it easy. The moment the princess took action, a great character from the Alpine Mountain stepped out and told them to stop. Moo. However, in this split second, a moo came about, followed by a popping sound. The princess was kicked flying by a hoof, shooting all the way to the sky and eventually disappearing into the horizon. Her fate was unknown, one could only see blood dripping down from the sky. She didn't even have the chance to scream. The great character from the mountain was a demon monarch, but before he could finish his words, the princess had been blown away and disappeared, causing him to swallow his words. Everyone stood there looking silly. In the beginning, all eyes were on Wuxia and the dragon princess. They began to guess his background since he was extremely arrogant, not to mention that they all thought that he was tired of living for opposing the dragon princess. None of them looked at the imperial Draco bull pulling the carriage. In their view, it was not worthy of attention. It was just a regular common buffalo, so what was there to look at? They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking buffalo could casually kick the princess flying with just one hoof. Wuxia opened his eyes at this time and calmly spoke, "Excuse me, you came a bit late. I was going to show mercy, but unfortunately, my divine bull accidentally kicked the girl flying." The demon monarch from the Alpine mountain was completely speechless. What else could he say now? The person had been kicked away already, so it was too late for him to resolve this conflict. "Little animal, we'll cut you into little pieces." At this time, the experts who were with the princess regained their sanity and shouted at Wuxia. The demon monarch quickly stopped them and said, "Fellow Taoists, everyone here are guests of the Alpine mountain. I hope that everyone can change feuds into friendships and get along with each other. If you all are hell-bent on seeking revenge, then wait until after the celebration. Besides, you all should be focusing on saving the dragon princess, don't let a less important matter delay saving her life." Chapter 684, Birthday Celebration. The many experts who were together with the princess could only glare hatefully at Wuxia after hearing the demon monarch. This place was the Alpine mountain and everyone was here to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. This was the stone medicine world, so everyone would show the Tree Father some consideration. If they caused trouble at the Tree Father's birthday, then it would be too insensible. Besides, the dragon princess had been kicked away and her fate was unknown. If they didn't quickly save her, then maybe she would die for real. The newly arrived guests noticed that the excitement was over, so they went back up the mountain. In fact, they already knew that nothing too crazy would happen here, especially at this key moment since no one wanted to offend the Tree Father. Where might Dao Friend be from? When everyone left, the demon monarch from the Alpine mountain asked Wuxia. In front of the mountain pass were many Alpine disciples responsible for greeting the new guests from the sects all over the world. Of course, this was an amazing opportunity to prevent those with malicious intent from mingling inside. The moment the demon monarch asked Wuxia, he couldn't help but judge him. No matter how he looked at it, Wuxia appeared very ordinary. However, his buffalo kicked the princess flying, so this couldn't be an ordinary beast. Thus, the monarch found it very strange. Just what was the background of this youth who dared to become enemies with the princess? The monarch was very confident that he would be able to recognize anyone who was famous in the stone medicine world, but the youth before him was a complete mystery. From very far away. Wuxia said with a smile, "I'm here to meet up with a friend and to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday." "Welcome, welcome." The Alpine Mountain's demon monarch quickly said, "It is an honor to have Dao Friend here at our Tree Father's grand celebration." He made a polite comment before asking, "Who might your friend be? Let us know so we can arrange a suitable dwelling." With so many guests coming to the mountain, there were different levels of reception and areas for them to stay. For example, esteemed guests such as the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family would enjoy the highest level of treatment. "There she is." Wuxia raised his chin slightly towards the front with a smile. At this time, Madame Ziyan had arrived from the mountain and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Wuxia. She had heard that someone was causing trouble outside of the mountain. She immediately knew who it was, thus she came running. The demon monarch quickly cupped his fist and said, "Ah, so you are a friend of Her Majesty Ziyan, please excuse us for our lack of reception. Brother Sang is too cordial. This person is our young noble Li. Madame Ziyan hurriedly responded, Brother Sang is very busy, so please don't mind us. This Alpine Mountain Demon Monarch was smart, so he looked at Li Qie then back at Madame Ziyan and took his leave after a few more polite sentences. Have you been well on your journey? The madam looked at Li Qie then the carriage with the bull for a bit. She couldn't help but wonder where he got it from. Li Qie gently tapped the spot next to him without saying anything else. The madam quickly got on and sat there, then the bull pulled the carriage up the mountain. What a spiritual divine bull! The madam couldn't help but voice her praise after looking at the imperial Draco bull. Although she couldn't see through it, she was still an enlightened demon king, so her sight was far better than that of ordinary people. At this time, Li Qie asked in a relaxed manner with his eyes resting, I have a divine chariot now, so how about you become the driver? The madam was slightly taken aback after hearing this because this was not the first time this proposition came up. There were many guests from all over the world who came for the Tree Father's birthday, so normally only imperial lineages could have their own valley. However, the giant bamboo tree was also a demon forefather just like the Alpine Tree Father and was even more ancient, so the madam enjoyed the highest level of accommodations. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything else. He slightly tapped the bull then entered the house. Meanwhile, the bull pulled on the carriage and stopped in a corner where it lied down near a water source just like a coiling dragon. The madam prepared dinner for Li Qie and also washed his face. She was busying herself as if she was his maid. Such a matter should be left to the servants, but the madam chose to do it personally. This would have been an unimaginable sight to outsiders. She was very thoughtful and gentle as she took great care of Li Qie. This made Li Qie comfortably sigh, prompting the madam to softly ask, Is something on young noble's mind? No. Li Qie slightly shook his head and replied, just recalling something. It is very hard to find a suitable candidate these days. Of course, she didn't know that Li Qie was talking about her progenitor. It could be said that she was someone who Li Qie thought of very highly, someone who had never disappointed him before. There was still some time before the Tree Father's birthday, so Li Qie stayed in the valley without leaving while the madam served him as if he was a young master. Of course, although he didn't leave the house, this did not mean that he didn't do anything. He took a stroll around the valley every day over and over again. It could even be said that his steps filled every corner of this valley. During his strolls, sometimes he would gaze towards the far distance or listen to the earth as if he was surveying something. Although Li Qie's actions seemed strange, the madam knew that Li Qie had something he wanted to do, so she chose not to ask. However, she was quite anxious since she knew of Li Qie's lawlessness and propensity to do anything he wished. She was afraid that he would cause some trouble at the Alpine Mountain. On this day, the madam was not in the valley while Li Qie was lying on a hill to bask in the sun. Although he had a lazy appearance, no one knew that he was calculating something over and over again in his mind. Some time later, Li Qie suddenly stood up and heavily stamped the ground. With a boom, part of the ground collapsed. No, no, no. At this time, a figure immediately climbed out of the ground and quickly begged for mercy, Young noble, please no. We're on the same side. Li Qie laid back in his armchair and finally opened his eyes in a lazy manner while looking at the figure crawling up from the ground, saying, On the same side? Since when? The many experts who were together with the princess could only glare hatefully at Li Qie after hearing the demon monarch. This place was the Alpine Mountain and everyone was here to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. This was the stone medicine world, so everyone would show the Tree Father some consideration. If they caused trouble at the Tree Father's birthday, then it would be too insensible. Besides, the Dragon Princess had been kicked away and her fate was unknown. If they didn't quickly save her, then maybe she would die for real. The newly arrived guests noticed that the excitement was gone, so they went back up the mountain. In fact, they already knew that nothing too crazy would happen here, especially at this key moment since no one wanted to offend the Tree Father. Where might Dao Friend be from? When everyone left, the demon monarch from the Alpine Mountain asked Wuxia. Chapter 685, Tai Yi's Affair. The figure crawling up from the ground hurriedly replied, "If young noble desires, I would answer your call anywhere and anytime, so of course we are on the same side." This figure was old demon Tai Yi from the Celestial Peak Mountain. At this time, he was cheerfully smiling while scratching his head with his ant claw. However, while he was laughing, he was occasionally taking glances at the Imperial Draco Bull relaxing to the side. "Really? You will answer my call?" Wuxia looked at him with one eye and said, "You are not here to steal my bull?" Moo! The bull also lifted its head and let out a cry at Tai Yi. This gesture did scare him quite a bit. "No, no, no. Young noble, this is a misunderstanding." Tai Yi hastily waved his hands and explained, "Even if I was 1,000 times more courageous, no, 10,000 times more courageous, I wouldn't dare to even have such a thought. Moreover, your divine bull is unparalleled and unique in all of eternity. Outside of young noble, no one else deserves such a divine bull." Tai Yi didn't only suck up to Wuxia, he even buttered up the bull as well. His flattery left the bull satisfied and refreshed, so it laid back down in a comfortable posture. Wuxia was too lazy to glance at Tai Yi and respond to his incessant flattery, so he said, "I have seen many sycophants, but not many of them were at the same level as you. To be able to make a bull this happy, this is a whole new level of art." The old demon only cheerfully laughed after hearing Wuxia and wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Wuxia looked at the demon and asked, "You didn't stay at the Celestial Peak Mountain? Why are you here at the Alpine Mountain?" "I am here to." Tai Yi opened his mouth to say something but was quickly interrupted by Wuxia with a wave of his sleeve. Wuxia shook his head and said, "If you are about to say that you are here to work for me, then forget it. If you lie so much, you better watch it or else I'll squeeze your true form out before crushing it." Tai Yi hurriedly responded, "Young noble is so funny, too funny. I only came here to see the world as well as the grand celebration of the Tree Father where everyone comes together. This is quite a rare occasion, so I must broaden my horizons. Of course, if young noble ever needs my assistance, then I'll be more than happy to help." Wuxia glanced at him and slowly asked, "You want to see the world by sneaking underground?" "Well," Tai Yi forced out a chuckle and replied, "About that. This little demon is only an insignificant character, so I'm afraid they won't let me in at the front door. Moreover, the Alpine Tree Father is merciful and benevolent, so he won't mind a little guy like me." "Is that so?" Wuxia stroked his chin for a bit while looking at Tai Yi, causing Tai Yi to be frightened out of his mind. His intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. If young noble has nothing else, then this little demon will excuse myself as I don't want to bother your quiet time. The jumpy old demon quickly told Wuxia. No rush, since you took a lot of time to come here, how about we have a nice chat?" Wuxia leisurely suggested. When he heard Wuxia talk about a nice chat, the old demon knew that something bad was going to happen for sure. His mind was jumping from fear as he quickly replied, "Young noble, this little demon doesn't know anything, so I won't be able to hold a conversation with you," he spoke as he retreated backward. "I won't stop you if you want to leave, but I might accidentally spill news about someone wanting to dig out the main route. That wouldn't be good, would it?" Wuxia leisurely spoke again. No. Tai Yi was horrified by these words and he hurriedly responded, "Young noble, you are definitely misunderstanding something. I am happy to contribute to your cause any time and anywhere. Just say the words and I'll even head into a sea of fire without hesitation." "Into a sea of fire?" Li Qia's eyes narrowed as he burst out in laughter and said, "This fellow Taoist, your words are too much. There is no need for you to run into a sea of fire. How could I ask such a thing from you?" Tai Yi was stricken with fear after seeing Li Qia's expression. He made a decision and said, "Young noble, please spare me. Just tell me what you want me to do directly." So refreshingly straightforward. Li Qia clapped his hands and said, "I am a person without a lot of merits, but I do appreciate straightforward people like you. It is quite a rare sight these days, ah." At this time, Tai Yi had resigned to his fate as he drooped his head while saying, "What does young noble want me to do? You said that iron ants like you love to dig holes." "Correct. To be more exact, iron ants are best at digging and hiding underground." Li Qia leisurely said. "What does young noble want me to dig out?" Tai Yi couldn't help but shudder. Very quickly, he thought about something and frighteningly exclaimed with a shocked expression, "Young noble, you won't make me go dig at that location, right?" "What location?" Li Qia played the fool and asked, "Is there a particularly valuable location in this place?" Tai Yi immediately shut his mouth and knew that he was very unlucky this time. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have messed with Li Qia. This was the same as him digging a grave for himself and jumping down to finish the job. At this time, Li Qia looked at him with squinted eyes before revealing a lazy smirk as he said, "Fellow Taoist Tai Yi, how about this, go to that location underground?" "No, absolutely not." At this time, Tai Yi shook his head at a rapid pace and hurriedly answered, "Young noble, please don't misunderstand, I don't know of any locations underground." Li Qia sat back in his armchair and gently waved his sleeve towards Tai Yi, saying, "Okay, don't pretend anymore, everyone here knows what is going on. You can put on your pitiful and weak act in front of others, and they might believe you, but I am very aware of what you can do. If it wasn't out of consideration for your non-malicious intentions, I would have already forced your true body out back at the Celestial Peak Mountain." Tai Yi wryly smiled but didn't say anything else at this time. "I was going to take a look at that location underground." Li Qia semi-laid down and slowly spoke, "However, with you here, nothing could be better, I won't have to waste too much effort. Moreover, you have been there before, so the trip will be very familiar to you. No one would have an easier time getting there than you. Young noble, you think too highly of me." Tai Yi gave a mirthless smile and said, "This is the territory of the Alpine Tree Father. As long as he wants to know, nothing would be able to elude him within the span of 1,000,000 miles in this land." At this time, Li Qia looked at him with one eye and asked, "But aren't you still doing it?" Tai Yi took a deep breath and replied, "Young noble, I won't hide it from you. A lowly character like me sneaking in. Even if the Tree Father found out, he wouldn't take the time to care about me. However, if young noble wants me to dig at that location, he will certainly kill me. I don't dare to dig there since I only want to sense something underground, that's all." Here, he paused for a bit before continuing, "Let's take a step back and assume that the Tree Father found out. He probably won't care since I am only doing so out of curiosity. If young noble knows about that location underground, then you definitely know that that place is not to be disturbed, or else the Tree Father will unleash his fury onto us. In the stone medicine world, how many people can withstand his wrath? Not to mention, we are doing it at the Alpine Mountain. I know, I'm not telling you to dig all the way inside. I just want you to get close for a good look, then you can come back and report to me." Li Qia lightly added, "I trust your top-notch digging skills. As for your ability to escape, there is no room for critique." This, Tai Yi couldn't help but hesitate after hearing Li Qia. Li Qia glanced at him then dismissively said, "I will not say more about other matters. You came from the capital of the giant bamboo country all the way to the Celestial Peak Mountain, and now you are here at the Alpine Mountain, do I need to say more?" Tai Yi was slightly stunned by this sentence while Li Qia continued on, "Even though you might not be following me, do you think this is only a coincidence? Tai Yi sighed and smiled wryly. Do I have any other choice? Li Qie laid back in his chair and leisurely said, yes, unless you don't want to beg me. I am a person who could be said to not lack anything. Even if I need something, as long as I am willing, I can immediately obtain it. If you want to beg me, then you need to at least take out an item capable of tempting me. If you can't, then that is fine too, as long as you can show some sincerity and work for me and achieve great merits. As long as I am willing, many people in this world would be eager to answer my call. Do you think that I am giving you this chance, or is it something that you have to earn? Having said this, Li Qie glanced at the demon. Tai Yi was stunned after hearing this. He didn't think that Li Qie knew everything so well, since he was confident that his disguise was exceptional. However, it was still seen through by Li Qie. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Qie to say, so to speak, young noble can solve my problem? The wounds have been there for too long, so this is indeed tricky. Li Qie smiled and paused for a bit before continuing, however, that is only for other people, it is nothing to me. Of course, you and I don't really know each other, and we also aren't friends, so if you want me to do something, shouldn't you show some sincerity first? Here, Li Qie shrugged and said, of course, if you don't want to, then I won't force you. Going to that location underground isn't an issue for me. Of course, if someone was willing to work for me, then I would be happy to oblige. No problem. At this time, Tai Yi made a decision and quickly said, your business is my business. This little demon is willing to work for young noble and solve your issues. Just say the word, this little demon is waiting for your command at any time. Ah, the figure crawling up from the ground hurriedly replied, if young noble desires, I would answer your call anywhere and anytime, so of course we are on the same side. This figure was old demon Tai Yi from the Celestial Peak Mountain. At this time, he was cheerfully smiling while scratching his head with his ant claw. However, while he was laughing, he was occasionally taking glances at the Imperial Draco Bull relaxing to the side. Really? You will answer my call? Li Qie looked at him with one eye and said, you are not here to steal my bull? Moo! The bull also lifted its head and let out a cry at Tai Yi. This gesture did scare him quite a bit. No. Young noble, this is a misunderstanding. Tai Yi hastily waved his hands and explained, even if I was 1,000 times more courageous, no, 10,000 times more courageous, I wouldn't dare to even have such a thought. Moreover, your divine bull is unparalleled and unique in all of eternity. Outside of young noble, no one else deserves such a divine bull. Tai Yi didn't only suck up to Li Qie, he even buttered up the bull as well. His flattery left the bull satisfied and refreshed, so it laid back down with a comfortable posture. Li Qie was too lazy to glance at Tai Yi and respond to his incessant flattery, so he said, I have seen many sycophants, but not many of them were at the same level as you. To be able to make a bull this happy, this is a whole new level of art. Chapter 686, Madame Ziyan's hesitation. I like straightforward people. Li Qie said with a smile, go. I hope that you can bring me good news. Do not disappoint me. Tai Yi took a deep breath and cupped his hands before Li Qie to say, rest assured, young noble, wait for this little demon's good news. Having said that, he drilled into the ground and instantly disappeared. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. He continued to lay on his chair as if nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Madame Ziyan came back and saw the hole in the ground. She was slightly surprised and asked, this is? It's nothing, just a mouse digging a hole, there is no need to be alarmed. Replied Li Qie with a grin. Although Li Qie said that, the madam was still looking at the hole. She was quite worried that the thing she feared would happen. Li Qie saw through her and said with a smile, don't worry, no matter what happens, we will be fine. Moreover, we are here for the birthday celebration, not to cause trouble, wouldn't you say? The madam could only smile back. She didn't continue to pry about this matter. She sat down behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Only Wuxia would enjoy such treatment. He closed his eyes to rest and enjoyed the gentle touches from the madam. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes to look at the madam's beauty that was without any trace of mundane vulgarity and revealed a faint smile to say, "I like people like you. As soft as water, meticulous and patient." The madam only charmingly smiled in response. Of course, she was not misunderstanding his intentions. She knew full well that Wuxia was not referring to the kind of affection between a man and a woman. "I believe in young noble. With your abilities, you will surely have a grand future." The madam continued to gently rub his shoulders while softly speaking, "But I don't know anything about your origin." She was very confident in him becoming a renowned alchemy emperor in the stone medicine world in the future. There was no questioning this. However, she had her own concerns, especially about his origin. Of course, she was fully aware that Wuxia didn't want anything from her, especially not her beauty or the giant bamboo country. He was already able to obtain them. "Ziyan, you are looking at this the wrong way." Wuxia gently shook his head and said, "I don't care for an achievement like becoming an alchemy emperor. As for your concern, my origin is really not important either. You only need to know one thing: by following me, you are following the future immortal emperor, no, much more than an emperor. Follow me and you will be following the existence at the apex in the future. When that day comes, the gods will tremble as all the races in the 9 worlds bow their heads before us. God kings, among my followers, would only be qualified to have the lowest positions. If true immortals are still in this world, they would also have to be under my banner. If true dragons are still here, then they would have to coil themselves respectfully before our presence. I am the sole ruler above the high heavens, and among the endless stretches of time, I alone am eternal." These words were uttered as if he was whispering to a lover, as if it was mere mumbling in one's sleep. These dreamlike words were uttered so lightly by Wuxia. Above immortal emperors? Causing the gods to tremble and true immortals to prostrate as well as true dragons? These words were truly surreal, and only an ignorant or crazy person would say such things. However, the madam listened very carefully to his dreamlike words while gently massaging Wuxia's shoulders. She had heard these words before, in the building at the outskirts of the capital. However, there was a completely different feeling to them this time. At that time, she had doubts in her mind, but now, a part of her heart was shaken by these words. Also at this time, Wuxia opened his eyes and reached out with his right hand to gently touch Madame Ziyan's delicate and beautiful chin, then he caressed her pretty face. This kind of action from someone else would perhaps be viewed as disrespectful and vulgar, but Wuxia's touch was without any sexual thoughts. It was natural and calm without the slightest intention of taking advantage of her. "Ziyan, your heart is swaying non-stop as if you are a lost baby fawn." Wuxia smiled while touching her cheek. The madam's mind returned, but she was still slightly dazed. Meanwhile, Wuxia withdrew his hand and slowly closed his eyes again to say, "It's nothing surprising since not too many things can hide from my eyes. It is not difficult for me to see through your thoughts." The madam sighed and said, "Young noble, this, to me, is a huge life decision." "I know." Wuxia smiled and said, "Call me young master, I like it more this way since it has a unique flavor. If someone else said this, it would sound a bit twisted." However, when it came out so nonchalantly from Wuxia, it became a bit interesting as if this was how it should be. "Young master," the madam calmed down and softly whispered. She couldn't say no to his request, it was as if she was at his beck and call. Wuxia comfortably closed his eyes while listening to the moving, gentle call. To him, this was a type of pleasure with a long-lasting aftertaste. After a good while of enjoying Madame Ziyan's gentleness, Wuxia slowly spoke, I can understand your hesitation and can tell you a little bit about my origin. I didn't come from the stone medicine world, I'm from the mortal emperor world. Li Qia indeed liked Madame Zi Yan a lot and held her in high esteem. He seldom had such patience. If it was some other girl, he would be too lazy to say so much. It was quite rare for him to have so much patience for her. The madam was surprised to hear this. She carefully thought about it and felt that it was not strange. Li Qia was a dragon among men, such a grand character couldn't be unknown, so being from another world was the most reasonable explanation. She couldn't help but say after some contemplation, however, the 9 worlds are not connected at the moment. Li Qia interrupted her and said, even though the pathways have collapsed, it would not be difficult for me if I wanted to travel through the 9 worlds. The madam trusted these words since it came from Li Qia despite how impossible they might sound. Nevertheless, she was still frozen from this overwhelming information. Li Qia opened his eyes to look at her beautiful face and said, so? Too caught up in your thoughts? The madam composed herself as her face blushed. While still gently rubbing Li Qia's shoulders, she spoke her mind. What kind of master is capable of training a deity like young master? You are mistaken, no one in this world can be my master. Li Qia laughed and said, moreover, I am not a deity, but a brute. In the mortal emperor world, many people called me fiercest, and I really like such a title. After hearing this, the madam couldn't help but smile and said, so young master was also living quite well in the mortal emperor world. These words were so gentle that it would cause people's hearts to thump. Li Qia couldn't help but smile. So, are you tempted? Of course, if you are willing to follow me, the giant bamboo country will still be fine. I trust that you can find a good ruler. Plus, it is a land of peace, there is no need to compete against the rest of the world. With the giant bamboo as its protector, it will stand strong for tens of millions of years. The madam elegantly chuckled without losing her gentle demeanor and said, young master is the most domineering and arrogant person I have ever seen. Sometimes, I wonder where your confidence comes from. The madam didn't hide her thoughts and told Li Qia the truth. Li Qia only smiled and didn't answer. The madam continued to service him and, inadvertently, they slowly had an implicit understanding as the madam undertook her role. How was your trip outside today? Asked Li Qia as he cheerfully enjoyed the tender touches from the madam. She softly replied, there are a few great powers in the alchemy realm who want to form an alliance with our giant bamboo country. Their sect masters and royal lords wanted to find out our goals. Not surprising. Li Qia chuckled and said, the world of cultivation is where the strong reign over the weak. Once you are powerful enough, plenty of goods will come straight to your door. The madam didn't want to talk much about these trivial matters since she didn't wish to disturb Li Qia's rare tranquil mood. She gently rubbed his temples and said, however, a demon monarch of the Alpine mountain came to find me. He said that the Maple King wants to meet you. Would you like to see him? Maple King? Li Qia casually asked, a disciple of the Alpine Tree Father? No. The madam gently shook her head and said, in terms of seniority, the Maple King is only a grand disciple of the Tree Father. He wants to meet young master and ask a few questions. Chapter 691, Secret of Daosen's Peak. As their first emperor, immortal Emperor Wuxia heralded an extraordinary era for the future of the golems. However, he was another emperor full of mysteries and didn't leave behind any lineage or inheritance either. There were even rumors stating that the emperor didn't take in a disciple at all. Moreover, he seemed to disappear overnight. No one knew how he managed to do so or where he went. His whereabouts were a mystery to the stone medicine world, and something even stranger was that some thought that he was still in this world. In short, although he was the first golem emperor, there were very few items or findings related to him. However, this palm print ahead was one of the few things from the emperor that could be researched. Legend states that during the Desolate Era, after immortal Emperor Wuxia shouldered the heaven's will, he traveled across the world and stumbled upon Alpine Mountain. After enjoying the beautiful sceneries here, he went on top of a peak and left behind a palm print. Later on, this peak became the famous Daosense Peak, an object of numerous theories and legends. One legend stated that when the emperor left behind his palm print, it also left behind his Dao lineage that merely awaited the right inheritor. Others said that it wasn't a complete Dao lineage, but an invincible secret art of this world. Another conjecture was that this place contained a map. If one could understand this map, then they would be able to find the location where the emperor left behind his treasury. In short, regardless of the theory, everyone from the future generations believed that the emperor did indeed leave behind a mystery here that year. It could be a merit law or the Dao lineage of an immortal emperor, or maybe a treasure map. Because of this, for tens of millions of years, people had always come here to learn, but no one had heard of any success. However, there was another rumor that stated that the Alpine Tree Father had obtained something from this place. The story claimed that after the Tree Father obtained intelligence and shape from the Tao, he came to this cliff to learn and gain the Emperor's secret art. Because of this, he was finally able to become a demon forefather. Alpine Mountain and even the Alpine Tree Father himself neither denied nor confirmed this particular rumor, thus, outsiders didn't know whether the Tree Father had obtained something in this place or not. All in all, as long as there was a chance to enter Alpine Mountain, any cultivator, especially the younger ones who valued themselves greatly, would come to Daosense Peak to ponder the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Alpine Mountain did not stop cultivators from going to the peak to search for enlightenment. In fact, this was not a big deal to them. It could even be said that the mountain was not afraid of anyone understanding the profundities within because, for tens of millions of years, countless brilliant geniuses were unable to do so, thus it was impossible for others even if they tried. However, even though everyone knew that it was impossible, they never gave up and continued to come and test themselves. This time, during the Tree Father's birthday, many guests and young geniuses didn't mind traveling the long distance. Since they were already here, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to come meditate at Daosense Peak. Unfortunately, during the last couple of days, countless people had come and gone, but no one's efforts yielded any fruit. Groups came and went despite all of them knowing that they would leave empty-handed, but they still did not give up since it would be a waste of a trip to Alpine Mountain. Well, there is basically nothing on this cliff, ha. At this time, many young cultivators were at the cliff, wanting to unravel the mysteries. However, after a very long time, they still hadn't found anything, so one of the cultivators chose to GI. She was indeed far from being comparable. At this time, the Supreme Beauty looked at Wuxia and asked, "How did you know that this little trick would fool them?" Wuxia smiled lightly and leisurely explained, "You are smart, so you should know the techniques to deal with smart people." Her pretty eyes narrowed as she responded, "I see, how could he think that I would be so bold as to leisurely play chess without a care for him? Under such circumstances, I should have either ran away or went to find a special place to hide." Wuxia let out a faint smile as he praised, "Very smart, a smart girl is indeed very likable." "Thanks." The Supreme Beauty revealed a truly charming smile as she said, "You helped me this time, so I'll get you back later." Wuxia looked at the beauty and calmly said, "Later? That's too far away, it is fine if you pay me back now. I'm not the type who asks for a lot, so I won't mind if you pay me back with your body. I'll just get the short end of the stick this time." The madam was speechless the moment she heard Wuxia's words. However, she had to admit that this type of teasing from Wuxia didn't sound dirty at all. His leisurely and calm bearing made it sound very natural. Meanwhile, the peerless beauty couldn't help but glare at Wuxia, snappily saying, "I actually thought you were a good person just now." "Who would have thought?" "You are right about that." Wuxia leisurely smiled and replied, "I have always been a bad person, a notorious brute who likes smart beauties the most." Of course, if you are willing to stay by my side, would be very happy to take you in. Shameless scoundrel. The angry beauty uttered while glaring at Wuxia. The moment her words came out, she pointed a finger at him in an extremely overwhelming manner, a finger that looked like a falling star. Meteor finger, a bit interesting. Wuxia chuckled after seeing this approaching finger technique. Having said that, he also used a finger as a sword and swung it in the air. In this split second, his sword swept towards the meteor to cut through the girl's supreme finger technique. Clank! The two fingers met just like the collision of two divine swords. Earlier, the girl only wanted to scare Wuxia a bit with her attack, so she immediately found herself at a disadvantage and had to take several thumping steps back. Humph, you think you are so great? After being pushed back by Wuxia's technique, the peerless and unconvinced girl scowled and exclaimed, "I also know this technique." Having said that, she pointed her finger straight up to form a sword. The moment she unleashed this technique, there seemed to be a heavenly sword swinging in the sky, causing the stars to fall. The madam startlingly gasped after seeing this sword because this move from the girl was exactly the same as Wuxia's sword technique from earlier. He wants my consultation. Wuxia chuckled and said, "A bit interesting, a grand disciple of the Tree Father wants to ask me questions." Interesting, it was needless to say about the Tree Father's status, but as the grand disciple and the current sect master of the Alpine Mountain, the Maple King's status in this world was not less than the sect master of an imperial lineage. But now, such a grand character wanted to consult a no-name junior. This was indeed worth pondering. Maybe, news of the Divine Guardian's actions had reached the Alpine Tree Father. Madame Ziyen said, "Our Divine Guardian and the Tree Father are referred to as the two demon forefathers of the stone medicine world, and our guardian had not taken any action for millions of years. But now, it suddenly acted. Perhaps the Alpine Mountain is curious about this." Wuxia smiled since he knew more things that the madam couldn't have speculated. Will young master meet the Maple King? Chapter 688, Maple King. Wuxia's technique from earlier was from the grass sword attacking the immortal law, but it was unleashed by the girl in the exact same manner as Wuxia as if she had learned it before. Interesting. Wuxia turned his palm into a saber in the face of this sweeping sword attack and set off the blade in a domineering manner. Wuxia's power was already extremely mighty, so when this one saber technique from the heaven-traversing eight saber was casually performed, it carried a ferocious and tyrannical momentum. Pop! Although the Supreme Girl used the grass sword technique, she was still on the losing end against Wuxia, just like before, and she had to take several staggered steps backward. Although you learned the sword technique, you didn't grasp its true essence. Wuxia shook his head and said, "Nevertheless, this is already quite amazing. To be able to learn from just a single glance. This is almost better than Little Mei's immortal bone." The Little Mei Wuxia referred to was Mei Suyao from the Eternal River School. Humph. You think you are so special? Who said that I can't learn its true essence? The peerless girl snorted and was completely unconvinced. At this moment, her demeanor was very serious as her eyes narrowed. At this second, she changed her palm into a saber and sent it straight towards Wuxia. This was the same technique from the heaven-traversing eight saber that Wuxia used earlier. What was even more astonishing was that this saber from her hand also had the very domineering momentum. Wuxia swiftly shifted his figure with an unparalleled speed and easily dodged her attack. This scene left Madame Ziyen, who was standing to the side, astonished. This girl was able to learn anyone's technique with a single glance, too frightening. What kind of monstrous aptitude was this? The girl immediately stopped after Wuxia dodged the saber within the blink of an eye. She was taken off guard and stared at Wuxia to say, "What kind of step technique is that? Or what kind of merit law is it? I actually can't see through it and am unable to learn it." It was not strange for the girl to be unable to understand the movement technique Li Qie used because it was his soaring immortal physique. Moreover, his physique came from the most profound scripture in the world. Even the most unrivaled genius across the eons would not be able to understand it with a single glance. It is normal that you can't see through it. Li Qie smiled and said, if you could grasp it with a single glance, then that would truly be strange. You would cause countless people across the eons to jump into a river and off themselves if they knew you could do such a thing. Humph, you think you are cool? The Supreme Girl snorted and said, isn't it just a physique law? I know quite a few physique laws. Li Qie cheerfully smiled and asked, so you want to try again? The girl couldn't help but glare at him with her pretty eyes. She became a bit impatient as if she still wanted to see Li Qie's soaring immortal physique one more time. However, she quickly buried this anxious urge and shook her head to say, I'm not playing with you anymore since I hate fighting the most. Humph, I'm gonna go now, I'm not going to waste more time with you. But you still haven't thanked me, said Li Qie as he smiled at the girl. The girl who was about to leave gave Li Qie a look of disdain and said, humph, now that I know you are a scoundrel with no good intentions from the start, why should I thank you? Why should I repay my debt? Her answer made Li Qie burst out in laughter while the girl ignored him and left. If you are truly clever, then your best opportunity is to follow right behind them. Then, maybe you will have a chance to escape the Alpine Mountain. Otherwise, you must pray for the Alpine Tree Father to not take action or else you won't be able to escape even if you grew wings. Li Qie shouted towards the pretty girl's departing shadow. I know that already since I'm much smarter than you. The girl didn't turn around and quickly disappeared as if she was anxious to leave this place. Young master knows her? The madam asked Li Qie, who was now lying back down in his armchair. Li Qie slightly shook his head and replied, I don't know her, but that girl is indeed interesting and absolutely incredible. Madame Ziyan was worried, so she said, I haven't seen that young miss before. However, the middle-aged man earlier is very famous as he is from the Beastmaster Citadel. Beastmaster Citadel? Li Qie only narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile without commenting further. The Citadel was renowned in the stone medicine world as a sect with 2 emperors. Outsiders even told legends of them having a divine beast in the form of a true dragon. However, no one could verify this statement. It is not strange for the Beastmaster Citadel to come celebrate the Treefather's birthday. However, it along with the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan have not cared for the secular world in a very long time. The madam couldn't help but muse for a moment before gently speaking, why is the Beastmaster Citadel chasing a girl like her? That is their business. The girl is extremely smart, so let her be. Li Qie smiled and showed that he didn't really care, he only lazed around in his chair. The madam looked at her young master and said, young master is a great strategist who knows everything in the world like the palm of your hand. There is one thing that I don't quite understand. Why do all of these imperial lineages maintain such a low profile? What is the reasoning behind this? This was indeed uncommon in the stone medicine world. The Beastmaster Citadel had 2 emperors, the Jianlong clan had 3, and of course, the Alchemy Kingdom was even more frightening with 3 immortal emperors and 3 alchemy emperors. Nevertheless, these monstrous existences were always low-key and ignored what happened in the world. In fact, many great powers and cultivators slowly got used to this. They felt that only such supreme existences had no need for competition since they were already at the peak of the world, thus they chose to live in seclusion instead. However, the madam disagreed with this notion and felt that there was a particular reason despite not knowing the exact details. Today, she couldn't help but ask Li Qie this question that had been plaguing her mind for a very long time. In her view, there was nothing Li Qie didn't know. Being low-key is not necessarily a bad thing. They have seen many things and understood that there is always a higher mountain and always a stronger man. The madam was startled by the exchange as well. She did not expect for the meeting to go sour like this. Chapter 689, Gathering of Guests. Young Master, is there a problem with the Maple King? The madam was quite puzzled. In theory, the Maple King's question was quite reasonable, so why was her young master so unwelcoming towards him? The Tree Father wants to communicate with our deity, and they want me to be the intermediary for their messages. Wuxia smiled and asked, "Do you think such a story is believable?" The madam was confused and said, "Is there a problem with this? Young Master is the only person who can communicate with our divine guardian. You are mistaken about this. If the Alpine Tree Father truly wanted to communicate with the giant bamboo deity, then there would be no need for a messenger since he can directly send his messages." Wuxia smiled while shaking his head. The madam couldn't help but say, "However, I heard that the Tree Father cannot leave Alpine Mountain." Wuxia said, "Ziyan, your information regarding this aspect is a bit lacking. Both the Tree Father and our divine guardian. For existences of their level, distance is no longer a problem unless it is crossing between the 9 worlds. Therefore, the Tree Father shouldn't have any issues communicating with our guardian. Young Master is saying that." After hearing his response, the madam was slightly stunned since she didn't expect that this would be possible. So to say, that wasn't the reason why the Maple King came. The whole thing about communication was only a facade. Wuxia slowly explained. The madam found it strange and asked, "Then what did the Maple King come for?" In theory, Alpine Mountain is stronger on all fronts compared to our giant bamboo country. We shouldn't have something for them to scheme for. No rush, it is not hard to find an answer to this question. Wuxia smirked and calmly said, "If Alpine Mountain wants our assistance, then they will come again sooner or later." As the birthday celebration of the Tree Father drew closer, more and more carriages and guests came to Alpine Mountain. The reception line at the entrance of the mountain was endless and extremely crowded in some locations. Many sects from the 3 realms brought along experts and disciples to give the Tree Father their blessings. Luckily, the mountain was vast, so there was still enough space to hold the guests from all over the world. Although monstrous existences like the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Heavenhoof Ravine were present, ordinary guests didn't have the chance to even meet them. However, this didn't stop them from discussing the great characters from these monstrous lineages. The older cultivators could stay calm, but the younger ones couldn't handle their excitement. For a grand matter like the birthday of the Tree Father, outside of being a good chance for older cultivators to meet again, this was also a great opportunity for the younger generation to broaden their horizons and an occasion for them to make their names known. Because of this, the mountain itself almost became a stage as many young people, especially the proud geniuses, quickly showed themselves. The descendants and disciples from all the big sects talked to each other, made friends, and even competed among themselves. Small groups also gossiped continuously, and this continued on every day at Alpine Mountain. Thus, during these conversations, lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan naturally became hot topics of discussion. "I heard that someone from the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family came to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. Could it be that Fairy Ming is here?" Although they had heard about the imperial family's arrival, none of them had the chance to see them. Nevertheless, some still inquired due to their curiosity. The younger generation, especially the boys, talked to the point of craze about the number 1 beauty. A young male cultivator from the Stone Realm excitedly uttered, "Is Fairy Ming actually here? Rumor has it that the fairy visited our Stone Realm last year. I wonder if that was true or not." Ming Yeshua, the main descendant of the imperial family and future ruler of the kingdom, was also known as the number 1 beauty of the stone medicine world. Any of these statuses were incomparably grand and untouchable. Thus, when anyone referred to Ming Yeshua, including the older generation, all would call her Fairy. Who knows? Fairy Ming has always been mysterious and low-key, and it is said that very few people have actually seen her. I heard that all those who saw her were enchanted. Unfortunately, those who have seen her face are few in number even across our entire alchemy realm. An alchemy realm's cultivator emotionally explained. Yeah, Fairy Ming's charm is boundless. I heard our Golden Crow Prince from the Heaven Hoof Ravine also fell for her upon their first meeting. A young cultivator from the Beast Realm excitedly commented. That's nothing. I heard that even the Supreme Celestial Being also marveled at Fairy Ming after seeing her. Rumor has it that he might have a chance of marrying her. The young participants couldn't help but become silent after the Supreme Celestial Being was brought up. Yi Qingcheng, this was a magical name. Both old and young would become silent after hearing this name, even the most arrogant of geniuses. Strictly speaking, if Fairy Ming is the most eligible to become the Imperial Queen, then the Supreme Being is the most qualified to become the Immortal Emperor. Although some people felt annoyed in their minds, they couldn't help but admit this fact. Young Master, irresistible charm capable of conquering all existences is a phrase used to describe girls. You are a man. The madam didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she gave him a stern yet flirtatious look. Li Qiye smiled and gently caressed her jade-like hand before closing his eyes again, saying, "Of course I would conquer everyone with my charm. However, you also conquered me. I like girls of your type the most." The madam faintly smiled, and inside this smile, there was an indescribable sweetness as if she understood that Li Qiye wasn't just teasing her. This gave her a satisfaction like never before. It seemed that at this moment, even the Imperial Draco Bull pulling the carriage slowed its pace. It didn't want to disturb this moment of peace and enjoyment for Li Qiye. The carriage moved forward, and after a while, it passed by a towering mountain. This mountain was gigantic and towered all the way up into the clouds like a huge hand planted in the firmament. Would young master be interested to go to Daosen's Peak for a look? The madam looked at this high mountain and asked Li Qiye. Many people who visit Alpine Mountain would also go to the Daosen's Peak at least once. Not only is it famous here, it is also renowned throughout the entire alchemy realm. Daosen's Peak? Li Qiye opened his eyes at this time to look at the towering mountain that barged into the clouds. On this peak, one can further their understanding of the Tao. So, does young master wish to go? The madam looked at him and gently smiled to say, who knows, maybe young master can become enlightened and obtain a grand Tao. Obtain a grand Tao? I am the grand Tao. Li Qiye arrogantly proclaimed. However, he looked back at the madam sitting next to him and said, well, since we are here already, we might as well take a look. There was no need for any instructions from the madam. The bull dragged the carriage towards Daosen's Peak. The moment they made it up the mountain, they saw a straight cliff that was very vast and full of runes. These complex runic arrays were naturally formed as if this wall had withstood an eternity and began to crack, forming these lines. Among the cliff full of intricate patterns, a large palm print could be found. It was bigger than a table. Moreover, it didn't seem like it was chiseled via tools. Someone must have left their mark on this cliff. Nevertheless, it still had a natural appearance as if it had been given shape with time. In front of this cliff on Daosen's Peak were many people. The majority belonged to the younger generation, mostly the geniuses. They sat cross-legged before it and carefully gazed at the cliff. Some also stood under the shade of the trees nearby with their eyes closed while trying to sense something. Others hovered in the sky, wishing to understand the mysteries within. All in all, cultivators on the peak were observing the cliff from all possible angles with great vigor in order to sense any fluctuations that might emanate from within. These young cultivators from sects all over the world hoped to gain some harvest in grasping the mysteries of the tall cliff. Daosen's Peak was famous in the entire alchemy realm. Anyone who came to Alpine Mountain would take a trip here to look at this cliff in hopes of becoming enlightened in the Tao. The reason was very simple. immortal Emperor Wanshi left behind a palm print on this Daosense cliff even before the birth of the Alpine Tree Father. How great was immortal Emperor Wanshi? He was the first immortal emperor of the Golem race. He came from the stone medicine world and stunned the entire world as he trod on a supreme path to become an immortal emperor. Don't worry, you will still be my mount later on. Of course, half of your mark will be left behind at the giant bamboo country while I try to find a better location for your other half. You will have 2 places then," said Wuxia with a smile in response to the bull's complaint. "Moo," at this time, the bull called out again. It seemed to be satisfied with Wuxia's new arrangement. The madam was amazed. This ordinary buffalo before her was very spiritual. Meanwhile, Wuxia noted her expression and shook his head while smilingly saying, "You are looking down on this bull. In the future, it will become a true dragon. At this moment, it just can't seem to pass the final test. Of course, when it breaks through the chains of its bloodline, it will become a dragon. Naturally, it can turn into a supreme, divine buffalo as well. Keep in mind that both true dragons and divine buffaloes were real divine beasts with unimaginable power. Moreover, this buffalo was only 1 step away from becoming a real divine beast, so one could only imagine its power." Chapter 690, Daosense Peak. Don't worry, you will still be my mount later on. Of course, half of your mark will be left behind at the giant bamboo country while I try to find a better location for your other half. You will have 2 places then," said Wuxia with a smile in response to the bull's complaint. "Moo," at this time, the bull called out again. It seemed to be satisfied with Wuxia's new arrangement. The madam was amazed. This ordinary buffalo before her was very spiritual. Meanwhile, Wuxia noted her expression and shook his head while smilingly saying, "You are looking down on this bull. In the future, it will become a true dragon. At this moment, it just can't seem to pass the final test. Of course, when it breaks through the chains of its bloodline, it will become a dragon. Naturally, it can turn into a supreme, divine buffalo as well. You don't have to worry about that, the giant bamboo country already has an alchemist for the conference." Before the madam could answer, a different voice responded. Of course, the speaker was Wuxia. He, who was previously resting, now had his eyes open and interrupted them with a smirk. Wuxia's sudden interjection left the lion young king a bit stunned. In fact, everyone was a bit stunned. It could even be said that all of them were only looking at the madam, and not many of them even caught a glimpse of him. This is. At this time, the lion young king finally took a look at Wuxia. After seeing that there was nothing special about him, he immediately paid him no mind. If it wasn't out of consideration for the madam, a ruler like him wouldn't even bother talking to Wuxia. The giant bamboo country's alchemist. Before the madam could introduce him, Wuxia smiled and slowly responded in her stead. "It's an honor to meet you at last," the lion young king lightly said to Wuxia before he stopped looking at him. If it wasn't for the madam, a nobody like Wuxia wouldn't even be worthy to speak with him. The young king wanted to talk to the madam, but she didn't seem to be very interested and spoke to Wuxia instead. "Young master, we are here at Daosense Peak, would you like to go closer for a look?" "Very well, since we are here, we might as well take a look at it." Wuxia smiled and stretched out his hand. The madam didn't say anything and held his hand to help him down from the carriage. This scene caused many people to be quite annoyed. In their eyes, Wuxia was acting too big. He actually wanted assistance to descend from his carriage. Moreover, it was from a character of Madame Ziyan's level. Keep in mind that very few youngsters present were qualified to even speak with her. They must at least be characters at the same level as the lion young king. But now, a nobody like Wuxia was being helped down from the carriage by the madam. This was showboating beyond reason. Countless people were both jealous and envious in their minds, especially the youths who admired the madam. The only thing they wanted to do right now was to completely annihilate Wuxia, but they could only mentally barrage him with curses. The lion young king was about to explode from exasperation as well. He had been pursuing the madam for a very long time, but there was no reciprocation. And now, this nobody was able to enjoy such nice treatment. How could the young king not go crazy when the madam was showing Wuxia so much favor? However, such a thing to Wuxia was natural, and he even took it for granted. After getting off the carriage, he went closer to the straight cliff ahead, accompanied by the madam. What a braggart, some people secretly scowled after seeing Wuxia acting so pompously. Even if Wuxia wasn't arrogant, in the eyes of others, he was putting on a show, making others quite uncomfortable. Who was to blame when he had a beauty such as the madam accompanying him? Wuxia stood before the cliff and looked at the palm print on it before casually saying, needing to meditate about such a simple thing, what a joke. Chapter 691, Secret of Daosen's Peak. As their first emperor, immortal Emperor Wuxia heralded an extraordinary era for the future of the golems. However, he was another emperor full of mysteries and didn't leave behind any lineage or inheritance either. There were even rumors stating that the emperor didn't take in a disciple at all. Moreover, he seemed to disappear overnight. No one knew how he managed to do so or where he went. His whereabouts were a mystery to the stone medicine world, and something even stranger was that some thought that he was still in this world. In short, although he was the first golem emperor, there were very few items or findings related to him. However, this palm print ahead was one of the few things from the emperor that could be researched. Legend states that during the Desolate Era, after immortal Emperor Wuxia shouldered the heaven's will, he traveled across the world and stumbled upon Alpine Mountain. After enjoying the beautiful sceneries here, he went on top of a peak and left behind a palm print. Later on, this peak became the famous Daosen's Peak, an object of numerous theories and legends. One legend stated that when the emperor left behind his palm print, it also left behind his Dao lineage that merely awaited the right inheritor. Others said that it wasn't a complete Dao lineage, but an invincible secret art of this world. Another conjecture was that this place contained a map. If one could understand this map, then they would be able to find the location where the emperor left behind his treasury. In short, regardless of the theory, everyone from the future generations believed that the emperor did indeed leave behind a mystery here that year. It could be a merit law or the Dao lineage of an immortal emperor, or maybe a treasure map. Because of this, for tens of millions of years, people had always come here to learn, but no one had heard of any success. However, there was another rumor that stated that the Alpine Tree Father had obtained something from this place. The story claimed that after the Tree Father obtained intelligence and shape from the Tao, he came to this cliff to learn and gain the Emperor's secret art. Because of this, he was finally able to become a demon forefather. Alpine Mountain and even the Alpine Tree Father himself neither denied nor confirmed this particular rumor. Thus, outsiders didn't know whether the Tree Father had obtained something in this place or not. All in all, as long as there was a chance to enter Alpine Mountain, any cultivator, especially the younger ones who valued themselves greatly, would come to Daosen's Peak to ponder the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Alpine Mountain did not stop cultivators from going to the peak to search for enlightenment. In fact, this was not a big deal to them. It could even be said that the mountain was not afraid of anyone understanding the profundities within because, for tens of millions of years, countless brilliant geniuses were unable to do so, thus it was impossible for others even if they tried. However, even though everyone knew that it was impossible, they never gave up and continued to come and test themselves. This time, during the Tree Father's birthday, many guests and young geniuses didn't mind traveling the long distance. Since they were already here, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to come meditate at Daosen's Peak. Unfortunately, during the last couple of days, countless people had come and gone, but no one's efforts yielded any fruit. Groups came and went despite all of them knowing that they would leave empty-handed, but they still did not give up since it would be a waste of a trip to Alpine Mountain. Well, there is basically nothing on this cliff, ha. At this time, many young cultivators were at the cliff, wanting to unravel the mysteries. However, after a very long time, they still hadn't found anything, so one of the cultivators chose to give up. There is definitely something there. A more gifted person spoke. I can clearly sense the fluctuations within these Dao runes, it's as if they are full of imperial aura. It is absolutely true that immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a secret art here. So what? The cultivator who gave up said, countless geniuses have tried for millions of years and found no way of learning it. I don't have a chance anyway, might as well give up now. After the group that had given up left, new groups came, coming to ponder on the palm print. At this time, Wuxia's carriage slowly climbed the peak. The moment he arrived at the cliff, the many cultivators here immediately glanced at him, especially the younger ones. They all stared at the carriage. Of course, their eyes weren't on a nobody like Wuxia, but on Madame Ziyan instead. A beautiful demon king like her would attract attention no matter where she went. Lady Ziyan, we meet again. Before the carriage stopped, a young man with a mature look came to greet her. He had golden hair, bold tiger-like eyes, and a lion-like forehead, a rather heroic appearance. He quickly walked forward, and each of his steps emitted powerful roars. His strength was clear at a single glance. Although this person was not too old, one absolutely must not underestimate him. He, along with Madame Ziyan, were both the rulers of their countries. He was the royal lord of the Lion country with the title Lion Young King. The only person that was rumored to have found success was the Alpine Tree Father. But now, this entire mystery seemed so trivial when it came out of Wuxia's mouth. It was as if he had it within his grasp. While the madam was still startled, Wuxia had already walked to the cliff and looked at the palm print, smiling. The most upset with Wuxia was the Lion Young King, so he coldly uttered, "What an arrogant junior." For millions of years, many geniuses yearned to comprehend it, yet all have failed. A worthless junior like him actually dares to try to solve the mystery of immortal Emperor Wuxia? However, Wuxia paid no attention to the crowd. At this moment, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto the palm print on the cliff. This young noble actually thought this nobody would have some incredible method, but this joke is actually using blood to try to gain the treasure's acceptance. Truly a frog under a well, a real country bumpkin. You think this treasure has its own consciousness? Or do you think you are the descendant of immortal Emperor Wuxia? To actually drip your blood onto the treasure, this type of joke can only trick little children. After seeing Wuxia dripping his blood onto the palm print, the Vine Pill King exploded in laughter. Ridiculing Wuxia before everyone allowed him to recover a bit of face. A genius cultivator snorted and shook his head to say, earlier, he was spouting some really outrageous stuff, so I thought he actually had some earth-shattering method. Who would expect for him to play this game of blood acceptance? Which village did this brat come from? To actually try this trick. Has he never seen the real world before? Just an ignorant brat, nothing more. At this time, the Lion Young King sneered and continued to beat the drowning dog. Immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a supreme mystery, an invincible secret art, a treasure. However, after Wuxia completed the blood rite and placed his palm onto the print, a buzzing sound could be heard. At this second, overflowing strands of light came out from the print and rushed into Wuxia's palm like tidal waves. Buzz, a series of metallic sounds resounded as these lights encompassed both of Wuxia's hands and turned into an old pair of gloves that emitted an ancient luster. What? Before the Lion Young King could finish his mocking, this scene had already occurred, causing his mouth to open wide. He became unable to speak. In fact, all the spectators were currently dumbfounded and stared at Wuxia in a daze. They all felt that this moment was too unbelievable. Their mouths were big enough to cram a goose egg inside, and they couldn't close them for a very long time due to their astonishment. Even the madam stood there looking silly. She couldn't believe it, this was too irrational. How could such a thing happen? However, what was considered impossible by all had become reality. Everyone on Daosen's Peak at this moment witnessed it with their own eyes and felt that it was too devilish. This is unreal. Was it really that simple? A person simply couldn't believe what they saw and thought that it was only his own vague and unclear sight. However, one person could make this mistake, but it was impossible for everyone to have the same illusion all at once. This matter actually happened. Everyone struggled to regain their sanity. Those who laughed at Wuxia earlier felt their faces burning up. Wuxia's actions was simply a violent slap to their faces. This is so irrational. Didn't the emperor leave behind a supreme secret art? Why did it turn out to be a treasure? Moreover, it is uncovered by the old trick of blood acceptance? Even after calming down, an older cultivator still found this whole thing to be inconceivable. Wuxia's statement immediately soured the expressions of many cultivators here. Both young and old were here to learn the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia, so Wuxia's statement offended them all. The madam couldn't help but wryly smile at this as well. To immediately offend everyone with the first sentence, this truly required some skill. However, she had already grown accustomed to this since this was not her first time seeing her young master act so arrogantly. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. The lion young king's expression turned cold as he thunderously denounced, "How could a little alchemist like you understand the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia? Don't stand here and embarrass yourself. It is one thing if Miss Ziyan could understand a bit, but a little alchemist like you spouting nonsense? Get to the side and don't bother people trying to meditate here." The lion young king was already annoyed at Wuxia, so now after hearing his blustering, it was just in time for him to yell so that this little alchemist would know his place. Wuxia was too lazy to look at the young king. He swung his sleeve as if he was chasing away a fly and said, "Ziyan, where did this stupid creature come from? Chase this eyesore away from my presence." Chapter 692, No Strangest, Only Stranger. Wuxia's statement immediately soured the expressions of many cultivators here. Both young and old were here to learn the mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia, so Wuxia's statement offended them all. The madam couldn't help but wryly smile at this as well. To immediately offend everyone with his first sentence, this truly required some skill. However, she had already grown accustomed to this since this was not her first time seeing her young master act so arrogantly. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. The lion young king's expression turned cold as he thunderously denounced, "How could a little alchemist like you understand the mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia? Don't stand here and embarrass yourself. It is one thing if Miss Ziyan could understand a bit, but a little alchemist like you spouting nonsense? Get to the side and don't bother people trying to meditate here." The lion young king was already annoyed at Wuxia, so now after hearing his blustering, it was just in time for him to yell so that this little alchemist would know his place. Wuxia was too lazy to look at the young king. He swung his sleeve as if he was chasing away a fly and said, "Ziyan, where did this stupid creature come from? Chase this eyesore away from my presence." "You." The young king's expression became extremely unsightly. He was the ruler of an entire country, a character with status, but he was now being humiliated by a nobody. How could he not be enraged? The madam slightly shook her head and said, "Lion young king, please leave. Our young master does not welcome you." The young king trembled from anger. He didn't expect for the madam to speak these words to him. He couldn't help but utter, "Miss Ziyan, if your country needs an alchemist, our lion country will do our best to help you find an amazing young alchemist. Why do you have to show consideration for this nobody and suffer this injustice?" "Lion young king, I appreciate your kind intentions, but our giant bamboo country's matters will be handled by us," the madam slowly said. Her attitude clearly showed how she wanted to chase him away. The young king was very displeased. Today, he had suffered a great disgrace. He was already humiliated by this nobody Wuxia, and now, even the madam was not being welcoming towards him. Nothing could be more shameful than this to him. He coldly scowled and gave a chilling glare towards Wuxia before walking to the side. Wuxia ignored the young king and told the madam next to him, "Ziyan, with such a good treasure displayed before everyone yet no one wants it, I'll take it and give it to you as a small gift." Such a big tone. At this time, a cold voice came from the crowd. One person stepped out from the group and snorted to say, "Nameless brat, do you know what this is? This is the supreme mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Since the ancient ages, even the most talented were unable to understand the slightest bit within it." The person who came out from the group was a young man. After coming out, his body emitted an unbearable heat and his steps created a metallic sound. He had sharp brows and bright eyes, culminating a handsome appearance with a proud aura. "Vinepill King," a person exclaimed after seeing this young man ahead. "I'm a nameless brat." Wuxia chuckled at this young man's address and leisurely said, "Where did this dog come from to dare bark in front of me like this?" This response caused an uproar from the crowd. One person couldn't help but yell, "Ignorant fool who doesn't even recognize the Vinepill King, you are a frog under a well." The youth called the Vinepill King turned red from anger after hearing this. Although he was not the most powerful or famous character in present times, he was still very notorious, not to mention he had a remarkable background. "Nameless brat, listen well. This young noble is a disciple of the Heaven Hoof Ravine, and people call me the Vinepill King." The youth couldn't swallow this anger, so he stated his title. In fact, the cultivators here, both young and old, were very afraid of this youth. Regarding fame and cultivation, the Vinepill King couldn't compare to famous geniuses in the present times or a great demon king like Madame Ziyan. However, he indeed had an amazing background as a disciple of the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Moreover, he was highly regarded by its elders. The Vinepill King was a demon king that was born from the Tao of alchemy. He was birthed from the metal of the cauldron and forged by its flames to become a demon, thus possessing an astonishing degree of control over. Because of this, after joining the ravine, he was immediately valued by the elders and had the potential to be a leader of its alchemy section. Although his strength and fame were less than the descendant of the ravine, the Golden Crow Prince, his position there was still very high. In addition to this, he was famous among its youths. It was needless to say more about the Heaven Hoof Ravine. This was an imperial lineage with 2 emperors that controlled 15 countries in the beast realm with their great might. After giving out his name, even those who didn't know him would have heard of the Heaven Hoof Ravine and its background, thus becoming fearful. "Never heard of it." Wuxia waved his hand and interrupted the Vinepill King's introduction. His attitude made the king angry to the point of wanting to vomit blood. It was as if he was talking to a wall. He assumed that his lineage would be able to frighten a nobody like Wuxia. After all, there were very few lineages in the stone medicine world who weren't afraid of his sect. The madam next to Wuxia only chuckled. It seemed that there were very few things in this world that could make her young master look twice. "This brat is ridiculously arrogant." Many people here gently shook their heads at the sight of Wuxia's arrogance. They knew that those who offended the ravine would not have a good ending. Remember that the Alchemy Kingdom, the reclusive Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel did not care for the secular world and hid from everyone's eyes. Because of this, the Heaven Hoof Ravine was now arguably the most overbearing and powerful sect in present times. As long as the 3 previously named monsters didn't come out, no one would be able to contend with the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Nevertheless, Wuxia didn't care for the Vinepill King. He told the madam, Ziyan, watch, I will get you the item left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. The madam was taken aback this time. Earlier, she thought that her young master was just joking because everyone knew that this mystery had been left behind for countless years and was studied by numerous geniuses. This happened too quickly for the spectators to respond. One had to know that the young king was the ruler of a country. Even if he was not as strong as Madame Ziyan, he was still an amazing expert. However, his arm was destroyed in just one move, and he himself was thrown out of Alpine Mountain. How terrifying was this attack? Buzz. After blowing the young king away, the heavenly seal disappeared as the gloves, with an ancient luster, emerged once again on Wuxia's hands. A character from the older generation was shocked after seeing such a scene. He took a deep breath and murmured, "An incredible artifact, God's hands." Wuxia looked at the gloves and smirked to say, "A fully justified reputation, not bad at all." After some gasps, all eyes immediately fell on Wuxia's gloves. When Wuxia attacked earlier, it was as if the gods had descended along with their sweeping divine aura. Everyone then understood that these gloves were unfathomable and were definitely an earth-shattering treasure. Because of this, piercing gazes became fixated on the gloves as everyone had a look of lust. The treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia is amazing. Another murmured. Although the lion young king looked down on Wuxia's gloves earlier, everyone now knew that these gloves definitely had an unbelievable origin. Just think about it, who was immortal Emperor Wuxia? He was an invincible emperor, the first of the golems. How could an existence of this level leave behind a simple treasure? It definitely had an amazing origin. It could even be his immortal emperor life treasure. After thinking to this point, countless people salivated. If there wasn't for their hesitation, some might have already rushed forward to rob it. At this time, Wuxia slowly glanced over at everyone, and his eyes stopped on the Vine Pill King. He chuckled and said, "So? You were not convinced earlier, do you want to provoke me as well?" The Vine Pill King immediately grimaced after hearing this provocation. However, the Lion Young King had set an example, so he couldn't help but involuntarily step backward. However, he immediately halted his retreat. As someone from an imperial lineage, being afraid of Wuxia was akin to shaming the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The king stepped forward with a straight posture and revealed a sneer, relying on immortal Emperor Wuxia's treasure to show off. What is so great about that? I am an alchemist. If you are so amazing, then compete with me with the Tao of alchemy. Alchemy Tao? Wuxia glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. Wuxia's smirk left Madame Ziyan quietly shaking her head. The Vine Pill King was only bringing humiliation to himself. Competing with her young master in the Tao of alchemy? This was simply displaying one slight skill before a true master. The Vine Pill King noticed that Wuxia didn't answer immediately, causing him to be even more confident. He arched his chest while glaring at Wuxia and provoked him, "Oh? Are you afraid? Didn't you want to represent the giant bamboo country for the alchemy conference? Since you are an alchemist, come compete on the Tao of alchemy then." That conference is where all the gifted alchemists of the three realms gather. If you are nervous now, then don't bother going to the conference since you would only be humiliating the giant bamboo country. At this point, the Vine Pill King became even more aggressive. He thought that Wuxia didn't dare to compete, so his confidence was through the roof. And even if Wuxia dared to accept the challenge, he was not afraid of a no-named alchemist like Wuxia. Although the Heaven Hoof Ravine was not as adept as the Alchemy Kingdom regarding the Tao of alchemy, as a dual emperor sect, it still had powerful alchemists, so their achievements in this regard were considerable. Chapter 693, God's Hands. Ever since the Desolate Era, legends had always dictated that immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a secret art or even his entire legacy at this place. A treasure map was also a possible outcome. Because of this, countless people and geniuses came to unravel the mystery left behind by the emperor. They tried to sense any changes within the cliff and felt a certain fluctuation, which was believed to be the remnant of an imperial aura. However, who would have thought that the emperor left behind a treasure instead of any of the three listed in the legends? Taking a step back, even if people predicted that it was a treasure, who would have thought about the simplest method to obtain it? A blood acceptance rite had been done before. Most of the time, this method would only be used by ancestors to leave behind items to their descendants. Only the descendants with their bloodline would be able to successfully perform this rite. In fact, very few people would use this old trick. Moreover, immortal Emperor Wuxia was an amazing emperor and the first of the golems who brought about a new era for his race. Such an emperor would more or less leave behind a trial to test the future generations for them to obtain his inheritance. For example, a test for talent or intelligence, or perhaps a test of the Tao heart. Only by passing through these tests would one be able to obtain the treasure. This would have been more the style of an emperor, unlike using the laziest method that resembled a joke, a blood acceptance rite. A famed emperor left behind a treasure for the future generations, and those who were destined would obtain it, but he actually used the most old-fashioned and simple method for them to get it. This was complete nonsense. Immortal Emperor Wuxia. Wuxia. Wuxia chuckled while looking at the gloves in his hands. To the world, an immortal emperor had unrivaled prestige and was unreachable. However, Wuxia, who had lived for many ages, knew that immortal Emperor Wuxia was special among the emperors, just like his name, Wuxia. To mischievously trick the people of this world, this was the real meaning behind the name Wuxia. This happened too quickly for the spectators to respond. One had to know that the young king was the ruler of a country. Even if he was not as strong as Madame Ziyan, he was still an amazing expert. However, his arm was destroyed in just one move, and he himself was thrown out of Alpine Mountain. How terrifying was this attack? Buzz. After blowing the young king away, the heavenly seal disappeared as the gloves, with an ancient luster, emerged once again on Wuxia's hands. A character from the older generation was shocked after seeing such a scene. He took a deep breath and murmured, "An incredible artifact, God's hands." Wuxia looked at the gloves and smirked to say, "A fully justified reputation, not bad at all." After some gasps, all eyes immediately fell on Wuxia's gloves. When Wuxia attacked earlier, it was as if the gods had descended along with their sweeping divine aura. Everyone then understood that these gloves were unfathomable and were definitely an earth-shattering treasure. Because of this, piercing gazes became fixated on the gloves as everyone had a look of lust. The treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia is amazing. Another murmured. Although the lion young king looked down on Wuxia's gloves earlier, everyone now knew that these gloves definitely had an unbelievable origin. Just think about it, who was immortal Emperor Wuxia? He was an invincible emperor, the first of the golems. How could an existence of this level leave behind a simple treasure? It definitely had an amazing origin, it could even be his immortal emperor life treasure. After thinking to this point, countless people salivated. If there wasn't for their hesitation, some might have already rushed forward to rob it. At this time, Wuxia slowly glanced over at everyone, and his eyes stopped on the Vine Pill King. He chuckled and said, "So? You were not convinced earlier, do you want to provoke me as well?" The Vine Pill King immediately grimaced after hearing this provocation. However, the Lion Young King had set an example, so he couldn't help but involuntarily step backward. However, he immediately halted his retreat. As someone from an imperial lineage, being afraid of Wuxia was akin to shaming the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The king stepped forward with a straight posture and revealed a sneer, relying on immortal Emperor Wuxia's treasure to show off. What is so great about that? I am an alchemist. If you are so amazing, then compete with me with the Tao of alchemy. Alchemy Tao? Wuxia glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. Li Qia's smirk left Madame Ziyan quietly shaking her head. The Vine Pill King was only bringing humiliation to himself. Competing with her young master in the Tao of alchemy? This was simply displaying one's slight skill before a true master. The Vine Pill King noticed that Li Qia didn't answer immediately, causing him to be even more confident. He arched his chest while glaring at Li Qia and provoked him. "Oh? Are you afraid? Didn't you want to represent the giant bamboo country for the alchemy conference? Since you are an alchemist, come compete on the Tao of alchemy then." That conference is where all the gifted alchemists of the three realms gather. If you are nervous now, then don't bother going to the conference since you would only be humiliating the giant bamboo country. At this point, the Vine Pill King became even more aggressive. He thought that Li Qia didn't dare to compete, so his confidence was through the roof. And even if Li Qia dared to accept the challenge, he was not afraid of a no-named alchemist like Li Qia. Although the Heavenhoof Ravine was not as adept as the Alchemy Kingdom regarding the Tao of Alchemy, as a dual emperor sect, it still had powerful alchemists, so their achievements in this regard were considerable. Then, he took a deep breath and sneered after hearing Li Qia. "Of course it will be fate pills for an alchemy competition. Do you dare to add some bets?" Li Qia remained at ease while looking at the king and smilingly responded, "Bets? What kind of bets?" With a very solemn mood, the Vine Pill King took out a medicine box and deepened his tone towards Li Qia. "We will refine a fate pill cauldron. Whoever does it better will be the winner. I have here a..." In fact, most of them wondered how could a no-name alchemist like Li Qia pick any good herbs. Such an alchemist would have already hit the jackpot if he could grab a spirit medicine of 300,000 to 500,000 years of age. The Vine Pill King also assumed that the grass inside Li Qia's box was only 500,000 years old at best, so he sneered and said with disdain, "If you are taking out a 300,000 to 500,000-year-old silver maple grass to bet against my stone medicine, then you are truly daydreaming. In my opinion, you should still bet the gloves from earlier." However, before he could finish his words, he became entranced while looking at Li Qia's box. At this time, Li Qia lightly said, "I don't have a 300,000 or 500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Mine is only around 3 million years old. To be more exact, it is around 3,670,000 years old." "What? 3 million years?" After hearing these words, all the cultivators here were dumbstruck, especially the alchemists as they looked towards Li Qia's medicine box for a second time. At this time, they saw Li Qia opening the box, whereupon a group of silver lights flew out. The silver maple grass inside seemed to be cast from the purest silver and was extremely beautiful. This really is a king medicine of 3 to 4 million years of age. This is the best ingredient for refining longevity medicines. Wow! Many people present were quite discerning, so after recognizing this type of maple grass, they had to take deep, calming breaths. Wow, what an amazing medicine! I really have never seen a spirit medicine more than 3 million years old. A young alchemist swallowed his saliva and felt as if he was dreaming. The Vine Pill King was already stunned speechless. Earlier, he laughed at Li Qia, but now, his stone medicine with 1.5 million years compared to Li Qia's 3.67 million-year-old grass was like night and day. In fact, it made his stone flower seem particularly cheap. For him, having a young king medicine, even at such a young age, was something to be proud of. However, Li Qia actually took out a 3 million-year-old king medicine. This was a priceless treasure to any alchemist. This kind of ingredient would be used exclusively by virtuous paragons. At this point, many looked at the silver maple grass inside Li Qia's box with saliva dripping from their mouths. Many of them would have never seen such a king medicine root in their lifetime. A king medicine. The best silver maple grass I have seen was only one of 2 8 million years of age, an older alchemist here couldn't help but salivate. Prior to this, others were looking down on a nobody like Wuxia. But now, he casually took out a 3 million-year-old king medicine, causing others to wipe their eyes and take a second glance. No one would have thought that an inconspicuous alchemist like him would have such great wealth. This made them curious about the origin of this Wuxia whose name didn't ring a bell. The madam sitting next to him was also slightly speechless. She knew that Wuxia's actions would scare people to death. Back at the Golem Square, he casually threw around loads of money, but she didn't expect him to be able to take out a king medicine so easily. Moreover, he was acting as if this was not a king medicine root, but more like a radish, not enough to reach the apex. This nonchalant expression would make anyone feel that they were looking at the most peerless prodigal son in history. Huang Fuhao was more focused on humiliating Wuxia to quell his anger. Taking his dog life could wait for later. A king knotweed, amazing. The cultivators here were astonished to see such a plant here. One person couldn't help but exclaim, the Huangfu clan's wealth is definitely commendable, truly worthy of being an alchemy clan. For many alchemists, especially those of humble birth, they wouldn't be able to obtain a spirit medicine like this particular king medicine even if they tried their whole life. However, it was different for someone like Huang Fuhao. He was the descendant of the Huangfu clan and had a high status. Moreover, the clan was a famous alchemy clan with great power and wealth. Moreover, it also had a marriage alliance with the alchemy kingdom, which had control over the best vein for growing spirit medicines in the entire stone medicine world. Because of these reasons, many people thought that it was not too surprising for Huang Fuhao to be able to take out this king medicine. All of a sudden, all the cultivators here held their breaths. More and more were gathering here at Daosen's Peak, wanting to watch the exciting event. Well, I can't really take out another king medicine at this moment. Wuxia glanced over at Huang Fuhao and waved his hand to say, how about a different item? And I thought you were extremely rich. At this time, the Vine Pill King snorted and said, arrogant fool, boasting with just one king medicine. Today, you will learn just how rich this world really is compared to you. Just use your worthless life as the bet instead. Huang Fuhao mocked, today, I'll take the short end of the stick, I'm willing to use this king medicine root in exchange for your dog life. I wanted to show some consideration, but you just had to push it. Wuxia slowly said, I don't have something like a king medicine in my stash right now, but I have something else. Having said that, he took out another medicine box. The moment this box was opened, a blood energy shot out straight towards everyone's faces. A series of sounds came about as a spirit medicine could be found sealed inside. The moment someone saw the spirit medicine in the box, he immediately jumped and exclaimed in horror, What? What? Is that an imperial medicine? At this time, Wuxia slowly closed the medicine box and said, only an impoverished beggar like you would consider spirit king medicines as treasures when they are actually as common as turnips and cabbages. I can't bring this crap everywhere since it would be too cumbersome. I have here a 38 million-year-old spirit medicine root. Since someone said I couldn't take out another king medicine, I have no choice but to take this out from the stash to show off a little. Impossible, the people present became speechless once again in the face of this statement. Just what kind of items were king medicines? To many people, they were priceless treasures. But now, in Wuxia's words, they were like cabbages, this was way too overbearing. But what could you do? This guy truly had the money to show off like this. He just took out an imperial medicine. Moreover, with that nonchalant appearance and the casual unveiling, perhaps even imperial medicines were only cabbages in his hands. With such great wealth, he could act arrogant no matter where he went. Huang Fuhao's expression became extremely unsightly, but he couldn't do anything about it. Even as the descendant of the Huangfu clan, taking out this king medicine was already his limit. Moreover, this root was meant to be a gift for his cousin, Ming Yeshua of the Alchemy Kingdom. He wanted to earn her favor, but today, he had to pull it out to use as a bet. Nevertheless, he was confident in winning this gamble. However, his confidence was no good as he was now rendered breathless by Wuxia taking out an imperial medicine. At the same time, the Vine Pill King was both envious and overwhelmed with animosity. His eyes couldn't help but turn red from indescribable jealousy. Keep in mind that he was a disciple from the Heavenhoof Ravine, a sect with 2 emperors. But he, as its disciple, was not even equal to a no-named alchemist, so how could he not go crazy from jealousy? If this wasn't Alpine Mountain, the Vine Pill King would have already rushed over to capture Wuxia alive and seize all of his spirit medicines. The Huangfu clan, the crystallized sea sect, and the Heavenhoof Ravine, all of these lineages had frightening wealth. But now, in Wuxia's words, they had been reduced to poverty-stricken lineages. However, no one here was willing to dispute this. Whose fault was it that this unknown brat Wuxia was so chaotically rich? Even if others were annoyed with him, they had no choice but to be convinced. What else was there to say to such a prodigal son? The dragon princess was shaking with anger and gnashed her teeth. Her eyes revealed an awe-inspiring glint with terrifying murderous intent. Cease your insults. Huangfu Hao coldly uttered, since the bets have been placed, let's get on with it. Today, I want you to lose to the point of no return. Killing Wuxia alone would not appease the hatred in his heart. Only by killing him after great humiliation would he be able to find solace. Wuxia arched his brows and nonchalantly said without a care, let's do it then. Pill refinement, right? I'll do it. Will the 2 of you challenge me, or will you choose a representative? How about Brother Huangfu go? The Vine Pill King hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Huangfu's Tao of alchemy is peerless, so as long as you display your skill, you will be able to utterly obliterate this type of nobody. The Vine Pill King was indeed capable regarding alchemy, but Huangfu Hao was much more famous since he was called the 5th alchemy prodigy. He was only a bit weaker than the other 4. Although this kind of title was a bit on the side of flattery, in the Vine Pill King's eyes, the crystallized sea sect was helping Huangfu Hao, thus his side should be even more serious about the bet. Because of this, he elected Huangfu Hao to be the one to challenge Wuxia. Brother Huangfu is the 5th alchemy prodigy, how could it be enough to just defeat this nobody? Brother Huangfu, let him see your Huangfu clan's supreme Tao of alchemy. The dragon princess also supported Huangfu Hao trying his hand. Huangfu Hao stepped forward and coldly glared at Wuxia while aggressively speaking, little animal, I'm afraid your good luck has run out. Today, I will let you taste complete defeat. Huangfu Hao was also completely confident. In his view, very few people among the younger generation could compete with him in the Tao of alchemy. He was proud of the fact that outside of the 4 prodigies, no other would be worthy of his consideration. As in-laws of the Alchemy Kingdom, the Huangfu clan had also obtained a lot of benefits that improved their Tao of alchemy and allowed them to have some great achievements in this regard. Thus, to Huangfu Hao at this moment, defeating Wuxia in the field of pill refinement was an easy matter. He decided that he would first humiliate Wuxia before killing him. Wuxia ignored him and lazily asked, "You talk too much, let's begin already." "How shall we do this?" "Fate pill refinement, we'll settle this bet using a 5 transformations fate pill refinement." Huangfu Hao sneered, "Only one cauldron opening. Whoever refines a batch with greater quantity and quality will be the winner." "Okay, fate pill refinement it is." Wuxia acted without a care as if this matter was not enough to reach the apex. Wuxia's attitude made Huangfu Hao scowl with a fierce gaze. He would definitely show Wuxia a good time. He calmed down and told the group of the Vine Pill King, I need 4 batches of ingredients for 5 transformations fate pills. I only have 1 batch, do you all have more? The Vine Pill King looked at his stash and said, I also have 1 batch for a 5 transformations fate pill. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint calmly said, I will help good nephew out with 2 batches to defeat this ignorant junior. Teach him a good lesson. In just a moment, Huang Fu Hao was able to gather 4 batches of ingredients for 5 transformations fate pills. The people present were jolted after seeing Huang Fu Hao wanting 4 batches, even the older alchemists were no exceptions. An alchemist from the previous generation emotionally wondered, 1 cauldron but 4 batches of ingredients, could it be that young noble Huang Fu could form 4 contraptions within 1 cauldron? 4 contraptions would not necessarily be difficult for a good heavenly cauldron. However, it is not easy to refine fate pill contraptions in just 1 cauldron. Plus, these are 5 transformations fate pills, not 1 transformation. Even skillful alchemists changed their expressions after seeing Huang Fu Hao's desire to try 4 batches of ingredients at once. Anyone with a little common sense would know that each cauldron could only produce 1 fate pill. To be more precise, the fire source could form 1 fire contraption to refine 1 fate pill. Of course, better heavenly cauldrons were able to form more than just 1 fire contraption, especially those used by legendary alchemists and alchemy emperors. This type of cauldron would be able to form several contraptions, and rumor has it that an alchemy emperor's cauldron could even form more than 10 fire contraptions. However, the number of fire contraptions formed from the heavenly cauldron didn't mean that the user would be able to refine that many fate pills at the same time. Controlling several fire contraptions required an extremely powerful mastery of fire from the alchemist. Moreover, this alone was not enough to refine several batches within 1 cauldron. The alchemist would also require a deep and profound understanding of the alchemy Tao. For higher-level pills, these contraptions became even harder to control and refine. Okay, open your dog eyes wide for me to clearly see a master at work. At this time, Huang Fu Hao sneered at Li Qia as he stomped once on the ground and summoned a heavenly cauldron. With a buzz, a cauldron fell down and enlarged. This cauldron resembled an entrenched white tiger sucking and spewing out strands of crimson flames. The moment these fiery strands jumped up and down, the cauldron seemed to become a volcano that could erupt at any moment. A really powerful heavenly cauldron. Many cultivators here couldn't help but quiver after feeling the aura of this cauldron. Even those who weren't knowledgeable about this subject knew that this cauldron was incredible. This is the legendary cauldron of the Huangfu clan. It was once called the family's defining treasure. People have said that this cauldron had accepted an augmenting ceremony from an alchemy emperor. Of course, there were also knowledgeable alchemists at the scene. One became emotional and immediately recognized the origin of this cauldron. At this point, the cauldron poured down a vast radiance that covered its entire body. This was a very common situation and was usually referred to as the screening, the act of a heavenly cauldron to keep outsiders from peering. Any good heavenly cauldron had the ability to screen. As an alchemist, they naturally didn't want outsiders to look at their pill refinement technique, so the screening of a cauldron was without a doubt the best and most convenient method to prevent prying eyes. Spectacular, an imperial medicine. All of a sudden, the stunned crowd looked at Li Qia as if they were looking at a ghost. Their faces all had indescribable expressions. Damn, I have never seen an imperial medicine before. Who would expect to see one here? This is so unbelievable. An old alchemist couldn't help but curse. In an instant, an endless amount of saliva dripped down to the ground from the spectators. They couldn't be blamed because even characters of the ancestor level would be driven crazy by an imperial medicine root. Roots of this level were invaluable and were even out of the ancestors' reach, let alone other people. All of your king medicines together would still not be worth as much as my 1 imperial medicine. However, seeing as how both of you want to bet, I'll entertain you. Money is fine, spirit medicines are okay too. I have too much money to spend, but I'm more afraid that you two won't have enough to make this bet. Li Qiye ruthlessly uttered these words without any mercy. At this time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and put away his cauldron with great satisfaction. He was very happy with the result of this cauldron. Quite extraordinary. He only spent 1 day to successfully refine 5 transformations fate pills. Truly worthy of his fame. No wonder why others call him the 5th alchemy prodigy. An alchemist from the previous generation had to praise Huang Fu Hao. The young alchemists were especially astonished with admiration. To refine this type of pill in just 1 day was indicative of Huang Fu Hao's great Tao of alchemy. Although many people did not agree with calling him the 5th prodigy, they had to admit that his skill was quite formidable. At this time, Huang Fu Hao took out the 4 fate pills for others to judge. There were several capable alchemists here, such as the Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint and the Vine Pill King along with some older ones. They immediately gathered around to appraise the 4 pills. The color of the 4 pills was different, but the difference was not noticeable. All of them had a similar faint yellow color. The quality is quite good. With the faint yellow color, this is high quality. 1 cauldron produced these 4 pills, so this quality is already quite good, a very admirable attempt from a youth who will eventually surpass us. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint appraised it, then left this remark. He was qualified to make such a statement since he was the most powerful alchemist in the crystallized sea sect. Even among the previous generation of alchemists, he was still quite famous. Not bad at all, not bad at all. 1 cauldron for 4 pills of 5 transformations with a faint yellow tint. This is exceptional among the younger generation. The other alchemists also took a look and praised him one after another. The other young alchemists here couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. They all felt that at this moment, Huang Fu Hao was worthy of his fame. If only they could reach such a level, that would be incredibly amazing. Huang Fu Hao inevitably revealed a gloating look since he was indeed very satisfied with the result of his fate pills. At this time, Huang Fu Hao turned around and coldly said, "Your turn." However, the moment he saw Li Qiye sleeping in the carriage, his face became quite unsightly. Meanwhile, Li Qiye didn't budge at all since he was already asleep. With a contorted face, Huang Fu Hao coldly uttered, "Even if you pretend to sleep, you won't be able to hide from this bet. It is not too late to give up if you want to avoid further humiliation." Li Qiye didn't react and was still sleeping in the carriage. At this time, the madam next to him sat down and softly called out, "Young master, it is your turn." The beauty's soft call was so gentle that it seemed as if she was afraid of startling Li Qiye. Seeing this scene, many people almost forgot about the bet and were jealous to an indescribable extent. A beauty was calling for him, moreover, she was a demon king, a charming ruler of an entire country. What kind of romantic luck was this? Huang Fu Hao became livid as his face turned pale. He couldn't help but shudder. One could even hear the sound of his teeth grinding together. He tightly clenched his fists and swore that he would cease to be a human if he didn't kill Li Qiye. Huang Fu Hao's adoration for the madam was no secret. But now, the madam was being so gentle towards Li Qiye, so how could he not be driven mad? He finally finished. At this time, Li Qiye got up from the carriage with a sleepy appearance. The madam quickly put on his cloak for him lest he became cold. Such careful and thoughtful consideration was truly adorable. However, many here were extremely annoyed, especially the younger ones who were about to go berserk from jealousy. This brat's life was really too good to enjoy such treatment and service from the madam. There was no justice in this world. "It is your turn now." While gnashing his teeth, he slowly uttered each of these words. He swore to take his time when it came to shaming this little animal. He didn't only want to appease this anger, he also wanted to do so in front of the madam. Only a 5 transformations fate pill cauldron, did you need to take so long? Was that really necessary? Isn't it just like stir-frying a vegetable side dish? Li Qiye stretched his back and still had a drowsy appearance like before. Huang Fuhao was livid from Li Qiye's attitude. To him, refining a single 5 transformations fate pill cauldron that produced 4 pills was already quite amazing. But now, according to Li Qiye, it was an unworthy display. Such a big tone. At this time, the dragon princess smirked and went to Huang Fuhao's rescue as she uttered, "I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to refine such a batch even in 3 days." 3 days? Li Qiye was too lazy to look at her. He fixed his belt as if he just got up from bed and slowly said, "To someone as great as me, there is no need for 3 days. 3 seconds is enough to finish one batch like that." Li Qiye's words caused a lot of eyes to roll. No one believed him. Some even burst out in laughter and felt that Li Qiye was boasting to an unbelievable degree. No one had ever been able to refine a fate pill cauldron in just 3 seconds, not even an alchemy emperor. Those are some strong words. There should be a limit to your boasting. The Vine Pill King snorted and said with disdain, "Even a reborn alchemy emperor wouldn't be able to refine 5 transformations fate pills in just 3 seconds. You should think carefully before bragging next time. Only an unskilled fool would have blind faith in common sense." Li Qiye lazily sat on the carriage while he enjoyed the madam fixing his collar and brushing his hair straight. Li Qiye's ostentatious manner and enjoyment caused many people to truly hate him. They all shared a thought, "This brat is too arrogant and is such an eyesore." The Vine Pill King glared at Li Qiye. He wanted to act out, but he endured it instead and snorted before coldly speaking, "I won't bother with a junior like you. Since you like to bluster so much, then let everyone see how to refine a 5 transformations fate pill cauldron in 3 seconds. What is so hard about it?" Li Qiye lightly said, "However, I really don't have the ingredients to make something like a 5 transformations fate pill. Will anyone lend me a batch?" Oh? Looking for an excuse now? Huang Fuhao sneered, "If you can't do it, then just say it. Prostrate on the ground and accept defeat, then I might just spare you." Huang Fuhao would not give up any chance to attack and humiliate Li Qiye. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.